വൈശാഖിനെ വിളിച്ചിട്ടേ രാജ്ഭവനിൽ തന്നെ വിളിക്കാൻ പറ്റി.
किधर लगा रहे हो? जानी आएगी आएगी ना.
Yes. हाँ ശരി 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 ശരി. देखिए बिल्कुल हलचल शुरू हो गई है. अब से कुछ देर बाद भी यहाँ से इसी हवाले से दूर दूर उम्मीदें हैं, आकांक्षाएं हैं, वो लेकर यहाँ से राष्ट्रपति की ओर निकलेंगे. राष्ट्रपति को अपनी लोगों से मुलाकात करते हैं. इस बार संसद भवन पहुंचेगी. बड़ी बात यह है कि इस बार 9वीं बार बजट पेश करके रिकॉर्ड तो बनाएंगे, लेकिन इस बार जरूर वित्त मंत्री के सामने चुनौतियां भी हैं कि वित्तीय अनुशासन और सुधार के साथ साथ आपको लोगों की उम्मीदें पूरी करनी है. लोगों की उम्मीदें क्या है? टैक्सपेयर्स की उम्मीदें हैं कि भाई हम 12 लाख जो अब तक अपनी टैक्स रिजीम में उसे बढ़ाकर 14 लाख तक किया जाए. किसान कह रहे हैं सम्मान निधि योजना बढ़ा दी जाए 6 साल और फिर उसे से बढ़ाकर 12,000 तक उम्मीद है, 9,000 तक करने की उम्मीदें हैं. ग्रामीण भारत में चूंकि इस बार अच्छी बात ये रही, आपको पेश किया गया जरूरी कि इस बार फसल अच्छी हुई है. महंगाई दर जो आरबीआई ने भी अनुमान लगाया है कि 2% के अंदर ही रहने का अनुमान है। तो महंगाई दर पर जरूर कंट्रोल रहेगा। ग्रामीण भारत में जो अनाज की उत्पादन हुआ है, फसल अच्छी हुई है, लेकिन उसे लेकर एमएसपी को लेकर भी कई बार चर्चा चलती है। तो एमएसपी में भी क्या इस बार कुछ बदलाव होगा? कई मौकों पर एमएसपी में बढ़ोतरी की गई है, लेकिन अभी भी किसानों की उम्मीदें हैं।
ബജറ്റ് അവതരണത്തിന് വേണ്ടി രാജ്യം ഉറ്റുനോക്കുകയാണ്. ധനമന്ത്രി നിർമ്മല സീതാരാമൻ ഇപ്പോൾ ധനമന്ത്രാലയത്തിൽ എത്തിച്ചേർന്നു. 8:30 ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചേർന്നതാണ്. മന്ത്രാലയം ഇപ്പോൾ പുതിയ ഓഫീസിലാണ്. അത് കർത്തവ്യ പദ്ധതിയാണ് പുതിയ ഓഫീസിലുള്ളത്. കർത്തവ്യ ഭവൻ 1, അതാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ ധനമന്ത്രാലയത്തിൻ്റെ ഓഫീസ്. മിനിസ്ട്രി ഓഫ് ഫിനാൻസിൻ്റെ ഓഫീസ് ഇവിടെയാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഉള്ളത്. ധനമന്ത്രി നിർമ്മല സീതാരാമൻ 8:30 ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചേർന്നപ്പോൾ ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥരുമായി ഈ ഓഫീസിനുള്ളിൽ ചർച്ചയാണ് എന്നാണ് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ധനമന്ത്രി ഇറങ്ങും. 8:50 ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു ആദ്യം. പക്ഷേ അല്പസമയം കൂടി ചർച്ചകൾ നീളുകയാണ് എന്നാണ് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്നത്. ധനമന്ത്രി ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് ഇറങ്ങിയ ശേഷം
ഇത്തവണത്തെ ബജറ്റ് അതിനായി കാത്തിരിക്കുകയാണ് രാജ്യം. ഈ ബജറ്റ് അവതരണത്തിന്റെ മുന്നോടിയായുള്ള മറ്റ് നടപടികളും പുരോഗമിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഒട്ടേറെ പ്രത്യേകതകൾ ഇത്തവണത്തെ ബജറ്റ് അവതരണത്തിനുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പ്രത്യേകത എന്നുള്ളത്. പതിവ് ആയുള്ള നോർത്ത്
फाइल
पावर हब देखते हैं, तो हम श्योर स्किलिंग पे भी गवर्नमेंट का पुश रहेगा इस बजट में। और जैसा कि हमने देखा है कि इस साल एफटीए भी साइन हुआ है, पहले यूके के साथ हुआ था, अभी मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स जिसे कहा जा रहा है यूरोपियन यूनियन के साथ हुआ है, उससे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर को पुश मिलेगा। तो आई एम श्योर जो यूनिट्स उस सेक्टर में हैं उन्हें भी कुछ ना कुछ इस बजट में दिया जाएगा। और
As the union budget draws closer, anxieties and expectations across India are growing louder and more urgent. From traders and artisans to farmers and fishermen, millions are looking to February 1 with one question: will this budget bring relief? Rising inflation, shrinking margins, and stiff
बजट से उम्मीद है कि जो पीछे नुकसानात हुए हैं क्लाउड बर्स्ट से, बर्फ़ की वजह से भी जो बर्फ़ पड़ी है हालिया दिनों में, उससे जो नुकसान हुआ है फ्रूट को, गुज़श्ता साल जो फ्रूट को नुकसान हुआ था उसकी भरपाई के लिए, और जम्मू के अंदर जो क्लाउड बर्स्ट का नुकसान हुआ था उसकी भरपाई के लिए बजट में प्रोविज़न रख के जम्मू कश्मीर को मदद की ज़रूरत है। जम्मू कश्मीर के बजट में ओवरऑल बढ़ोतरी भी ज़रूरी इसलिए है कि जो प्राइस राइज है वो इंडेक्स बहुत ऊंचा गया है, और उस हिसाब से भी हम समझते हैं कि बजट के अंदर जम्मू कश्मीर को स्पेशल वो मिलना चाहिए पैकेज, ताकि यहाँ के जो नौजवान बेकार फिर रहे हैं उनको मौका मिले। इंडस्ट्रीज़ का पैकेज मिलना चाहिए जिसमें इंसेंटिव्स हों, ताकि वो नई इंडस्ट्रीज़ लगा के लोग नौजवानों को वहाँ जाए, क्योंकि नौकरियों के ऊपर नौजवानों को ऑब्जर्व नहीं किया जा सकता है, उनको दूसरे मौके भी मिलने चाहिए। ये उम्मीद है कि बजट में इस तरह का प्रावधान होना होगा।
देखिए, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हमेशा से जम्मू कश्मीर को लेकर बहुत चिंतित रहते हैं, और मुझे लगता है जिस तरह से हमेशा से एक बार बजट आता है उसके बाद एक अलग बजट जो है जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए मिलता है। और इस बार भी जिस तरह की त्रासदी रही है किश्तवाड़ क्षेत्र से लेकर जम्मू के अलग क्षेत्रों के अंदर, जिसमें बाढ़ पीड़ित जो है रहा है, मुझे लगता है इस कारण से बजट में हमारी ये अपेक्षा है कि जम्मू कश्मीर को एक स्पेशल स्थान देकर कहीं न कहीं इसकी जो भरपाई है लोगों की, चाहे फसलों की है, लाइवलीहुड्स की है, आपके खेतों में जैसे पानी चला गया, घरों के अंदर जो घर डिस्ट्रॉय हो गए, इनको लेकर जो है एक अच्छा एक प्रावधान जो है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के इस जो 80वें बजट है उसमें दिया जाएगा। जिस तरह से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हमेशा से युवाओं को साथ लेते हैं, स्वच्छ भारत का अभियान का मामला हो, या फिर स्मार्ट सिटीज़ का हो, या फिर उन्होंने डिजिटल इंडिया का जो लिया है, इसी तरह से और ऐसे प्रावधान जो पिछले दिनों जैसे इनकम का स्लैब जो है 12 लाख तक का किया गया, जिसमें उसको एग्जेम्प्ट किया गया जिसकी इनकम 12 लाख है। इस तरह के प्रावधान जो है कहीं ना कहीं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा दिए जाएंगे, और मुझे बहुत उम्मीद है कि महिलाओं को खासकर, जैसे लखपति दीदी पिछले दिनों मनाया आपके स्वच्छता के अंदर, और उज्ज्वला योजना के द्वारा जैसे करोड़ों संख्या में बहनों ने अपने घरों में उनके चूल्हे जो जले, इसी तरह से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री कोई ना कोई एक अच्छा योजनाएं एमएसएमई के अंदर जो बहनें जुड़ी है, मातृशक्ति जुड़ी है, और जो कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर के अंदर काम करने वाली बहनें हैं, उन सभी के लिए मुझे लगता है देश के
As the union budget draws closer, anxieties and expectations across India are growing louder and more urgent. From traders and artisans to farmers and fishermen, millions are looking to February 1 with one question: will this As the union budget draws closer, anxieties and expectations across India are growing louder and more urgent. From traders and artisans to farmers and fishermen, millions are looking to February 1 with one question: will this budget bring relief? Rising inflation, shrinking margins, and stiff competition from online platforms are steadily draining footfall from physical markets. Survival is becoming harder by the day. Let's go to Shimla in the northern hills of Himachal Pradesh, where shopkeepers are worried that local markets may not survive without government support.
Every morning, shopkeepers across Shimla raise their shutters with hope. But for many, the day ends without any relief. Behind these counters, traders aren't just waiting for customers. They're competing with e-commerce portals. For small traders, the fear isn't just competition, it's survival. Traders across the hill town say that rising inflation and the rapid growth of online shopping have pushed traditional businesses to the edge. Chemists say the rise of online medicine delivery has sharply cut into their sales, leaving only stores near hospitals with any significant footfall.
सारा मैक्सिमम जो ऑनलाइन परचेज अब होगी है जी, तो उसमें जो हमारे जो लोकल दवाई वाले हैं उनके काम को भी 60-40 की रेशियो में फ़र्क पड़ता है जी। तो सरकार से यही रहेगा कि थोड़ा सा ऑनलाइन को मतलब कम किया जाए ताकि जो लोकल लोग हैं उनको भी व्यवसाय या रोजगार मिल सके।
Mom and pop store owners say online shopping has hit them hard, and unless the government regulates e-commerce portals, their survival is at stake.
दिन पे दिन महंगाई इतनी बढ़ रही है कि कीमतें छू रही हैं आसमान। आम आदमी को 2 वक्त की रोटी के लिए बहुत दिक्कत हो रही है।
Jewelers too have pinned their hopes on the upcoming union budget, seeking relief in customs duties to revive demand during the wedding season. As expectations rise ahead of the union budget, Shimla's traders are appealing to the government to rein in inflation, regulate online trade, and protect small businesses before more shutters come down for good.
Record high precious metals are dampening demand and raising inventory costs for jewelers across the country. 24-carat gold today is around 1.6 lakh rupees per 10 grams. Here is a look at what Jaipur's jewelry sector is expecting from this year's budget.
Gold prices reached the crucial 1.5 lakh rupees per 10-gram milestone in the national capital, driven by strong demand in both domestic and global markets, according to the All India Sarafa Association. Silver had crossed the 3 lakh rupees per kilogram mark in the national capital. Jewelers in Jaipur believe that this trend will continue in the coming years. Their advice to people looking for safe investments is simple: buy on dips and hold on to investments, as both precious metals will reach new highs over the next 5 to 6 years. However, that is only one side of the picture. Several other jewelers are unhappy with the skyrocketing prices of gold and silver. According to them, demand is declining sharply, and they warn that if this trend continues, it could put many livelihoods at risk.
व्यापारी का सारा माल लॉस में बिक रहा है। व्यापारी की चांदी पकड़ में नहीं आ रही है, सोना पकड़ में नहीं आ रहा है, तो व्यापार बड़ा खटाई में हो चुका है। इस तरफ सरकार को बहुत ध्यान देना चाहिए। इस ट्रेड के ऊपर में काफी बड़ा इफेक्ट पड़ेगा, बेरोजगारी की ओर चले जाएंगे।
With the union budget approaching, jewelers in Jaipur are seeking a reduction in import duties on gold and silver. They argue that this would increase supply and help bring prices under control. They say this measure would help sustain their businesses and protect crores of jobs.
Rising fuel prices and inadequate infrastructure are threatening livelihoods in fishing sector. Staying in coastal Andhra Pradesh, we turn to Visakhapatnam, where fishermen are hoping the budget brings relief on fuel and logistics.
The rising cost of fishing has made life tougher for fishermen in Visakhapatnam. Their main concerns are soaring fuel prices and inadequate equipment needed to run their operations. The fishing community is now looking to the upcoming union budget for much needed relief. At the Visakhapatnam fishing harbour, the mood is tense but hopeful as fishermen urge the finance minister to prioritize their survival and growth. They want both the state and central governments to step in with financial aid and subsidies. Visakhapatnam is a key export hub for shrimp and fish, supplying markets across the globe. Traders are calling on the government to reduce export duties and offer incentives to processing units to help Indian seafood remain competitive internationally. With the union budget set to be tabled on February 1st, fishermen across coastal Andhra Pradesh are watching closely, hoping this year's budget will throw them a lifeline.
Jewelers are calling for import duty cuts and measures to make jewelry more affordable. Kolkata's jewelry sector is under pressure as demand slows and investors become costlier. From Andhra Pradesh, we return to Kolkata, where jewelers are waiting for supportive policies in the budget.
Ahead of the union budget to be tabled on February 1st, jewelers in Kolkata have manifested their wish list. Those associated with trading in jewelry made from precious metals such as gold and silver are seeking to arrest the decline in business caused by spiraling bullion prices. They are urging Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to announce some out-of-the-box solutions.
And entire jewelers and customers, why not EMI in jewelry? Because every जो प्रोडक्ट है सब में EMI चालू है. देखिए एक पुराना चीज में एक जो नोटिफिकेशन है आरबीआई में उसका लिए गोल्ड रुका है. देखिए अभी सारा वर्ल्ड में EMI चालू है. तो why not in India?
Some local residents in Kolkata have welcomed the suggestion. They feel that steps like allowing jewelry purchases through equated monthly installments or EMIs will make buying jewelry easier and affordable for everyone. When the union budget is presented, jewelers and buyers in Kolkata's Bao Bazaar will be eagerly watching for measures that make buying jewelry easier and help boost growth of the trade.
Export-oriented industries are struggling amid global trade tensions and slowing overseas demand. They are seeking tax relief, financial support and help with online marketing. Makers of the iconic Kolhapuri chappals are struggling with rising raw material cost and competition from cheaper footwear. Next, we look at the Kolhapur in western Maharashtra, where makers of the iconic Kolhapuri chappals are seeking government support to sustain their craft.
Mention Kolhapur and there will hardly be anyone who does not think of chappals. The elegant Kolhapuri, worn by both ordinary people and royalty, is an inseparable part of this Maharashtra town's identity. Across the bustling town, thousands of families, including traditional artisans, raw material suppliers and traders, depend on Kolhapuri chappals for their livelihoods. Known for their durability and distinctive design, Kolhapuri chappals have long found buyers across India and beyond. But over the years, things have gradually become tougher for the industry. Rising raw material prices, increased production costs and competition from cheaper modern footwear have driven several small-scale manufacturers into bankruptcy. As the union budget nears, stakeholders are looking for tax breaks, greater financial support from the government and training centers that can help bridge the gap between traditional know-how and modern marketing methods. Months after a controversy over Prada's menswear collection featuring Kolhapuri-inspired footwear, the Italian luxury brand signed a memorandum of understanding with two government bodies in India last year. The Maharashtra and Karnataka-based bodies are responsible for promoting and developing the Indian leather industry and preserving the heritage of Kolhapuri chappals. This raised hopes among chappal artisans in Kolhapur, who now expect greater global attention and an increase in business. In addition to easier loans, artisans say the benefits of this collaboration must reach them directly. With the union budget, artisans in Kolhapur are urging the government to provide financial support and introduce inclusive schemes that help small producers compete in the global market.
Traders are seeking easier access to credit, GST relief and stronger government backing to revive overseas demand. Leather exporters in Dharavi face global trade tensions and tariffs that have hurt exports. From Kolhapur, we now move to Mumbai, where leather exporters are looking for budget support.
Leather traders in Mumbai's Dharavi are hoping that the union budget in February will make them smile. According to exporters, tariffs imposed on India by the Trump administration have adversely impacted exports, leaving traders in Dharavi worried. Lower raw material prices, marketing support, and policies that help boost exports are among the expectations that leather traders hope will be addressed in the budget.
सर क्या उम्मीद क्या है सर जी सामान उमान क्या जरा मटेरियल का रेट और जरा कम रहे ताकि हम लोग भी ज़्यादा रेट में शूज़ बेच नहीं पाए कस्टमर को भी भारी नहीं लगे मटेरियल का रेट कम रहेगा तो हम लोग भी रेट जरा कम ही लगाएंगे अब मटेरियल का भाव बढ़ेगा तो जाहिर सी बात है शूज़ का भी भाव बढ़ेगा
Traders say loan on easier terms and a reduction in the goods and services tax would help the industry. They are also seeking simplified export norms. They say these measures would put more money in the pockets of artisans, traders and shopkeepers. Leather traders in Dharavi are hoping that targeted schemes will be announced in the budget that will not only pull them out of the woods but also support long-term growth.
India's handloom sector continues to face a slow decline due to low wages, rising costs and weak marketing support. We now turn to south, to Kerala, where weavers are calling for fair pay and stronger institutional support to sustain livelihoods.
Once a source of livelihood to thousands of skilled artisans, Kerala's handloom industry is today reeling under low wages, rising raw material costs and limited government support. The result? Many weavers are quitting, while the younger generation is reluctant to join, slowly pushing this age-old tradition towards decline. Sukumaran Nair, with over 30 years in the field, has witnessed this steady fall. He says fair wages and stronger marketing efforts are crucial to attracting the younger generation to the profession and restoring its lost prominence.
വെളിയിൽ പോയ 1000 രൂപ കുറഞ്ഞുള്ള ശമ്പളങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ട് മിനിമം. അപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു മേഖലയിൽ പുതിയ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ഇതിന് താല്പര്യമില്ല. പഴയ ആൾക്കാർ ഇപ്പം ഇല്ല. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെയുള്ള പ്രശ്നമാണ് ഇവിടെ വരുന്നത്.
The younger generation from traditional weaver families is no longer keen on learning the craft. Those who continue say they've done so largely because of a state government initiative introduced a few years ago, under which government schools are required to procure uniforms from handloom weavers. Weavers who've spent decades in the profession say low wages are a major deterrent. They believe that if wages improve, more young people will join the industry.
മുമ്പത്തെ കാലത്ത് ഒരുപാട് പേര് നെയ്ത്തായിരുന്നു അവരുടെ മുഖ്യ തൊഴിൽ. പക്ഷെ ഇപ്പോഴങ്ങനെയല്ല, എല്ലാവരും ഈ മേഖലയിൽ നിന്ന് അങ്ങോട്ട് മാറിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. കുറച്ചുകൂടിയൊക്കെ ഈ തൊഴിലിനെ പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ വേതനം തന്നെയാണ് പ്രശ്നം. വേതനം കൂട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ രംഗത്ത് ഒരുപാട് ആൾക്കാർ വരും.
Arvind is among the few young entrepreneurs still associated with the handloom sector. He points to rising raw material costs and the growing preference for power loom products as major reasons for the sector's decline. He adds that being a handloom weaver is no longer considered a prestigious profession. He says that unless the central government provides greater financial support, this perception is unlikely to change.
പിന്നെ കേന്ദ്രത്തിൻ്റെ ബഡ്ജറ്റിലെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഇപ്പോൾ കേന്ദ്രമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ഒരു അധികം പ്രോജക്റ്റുകളും വരുന്നില്ല നമ്മുടെ കൈത്തറി മേഖലയെ സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി. എന്നാൽ പല സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിലും ഒരുപാട് കൈത്തറിയെ സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ പ്രോജക്റ്റുകൾ വരുന്നുണ്ടെന്ന് പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിൽ അങ്ങനെ ഒന്നും കിട്ടുന്നില്ല, ലഭിക്കുന്നില്ല.
According to Hantex, the Kerala Handloom Weavers Cooperative Society, the apex body for handloom cooperatives, 523 societies are registered under it, with many of them now defunct. Those associated with the sector are hopeful that the upcoming budget will introduce concrete measures to revive Kerala's handloom industry.
Rising tax burdens on agriculture-linked sectors are causing concern, and tobacco farmers warn that higher GST, new excise duties and a replacement cess could raise prices, hit demand and force many to exit the sector. We now turn to Gujarat in western India, where tobacco farmers are anxiously watching the budget announcements.
The tobacco-growing region of Gujarat is anxiously awaiting the union budget. Farmers in Kheda, one of the districts in the Charotar region, are a worried lot. With the government imposing a steep 40% GST on tobacco last year, up from the earlier 28%, farmers were already reeling under the impact. The centre has now announced an additional excise duty on tobacco effectively February 1st. Farmers say this move could cripple the sector. Several farmers and traders have reportedly decided to quit the tobacco business if the government does not provide any relief. Rising input costs, including fertilizers, pesticides and labor wages, have made farming unsustainable, according to the farmers. They warn that the increased tax burden could deal a severe blow to the industry.
खेती में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा खर्च एक एकड़ में 30 से 40 हज़ार रुपया हमारे खर्च आता है। मजदूर वर्ग ज़्यादा पैसा मांगता है, हम कहाँ से सभी का पूरा करेंगे। जो फसल हुए गए साल से कम होगी, 30-70% पाक है इस साल।
Tobacco farmers and traders are urging Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to withdraw the proposed excise duty or reduce GST. Failing this, they say many will be forced out of the business.
Tourism-dependent regions are seeking policy support to revive growth and attract visitors. Finally, we head back to Rajasthan, to Udaipur in the west, where tourism stakeholders are calling for better connectivity, international flights and tax reliefs.
Tourism industry stakeholders in the Lake City of India are looking to the upcoming union budget with high expectations. On their wish list are improved connectivity between Udaipur and the rest of the country, especially South India. They are also seeking the launch of international flight operations from the popular tourist destination in the Mewar region. There are some unusual proposals as well. Apart from urging tax breaks for the tourism industry, many hoteliers are seeking income tax exemptions for people opting for domestic travel, saying that this would boost tourism within the country. Another proposal that hoteliers want Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to consider as she prepares to present the budget on February 1st is the promotion of tourism in rural and tribal areas of the country. Industry experts say Udaipur is the third largest hub for handicraft exports in Rajasthan. They add that while the number of domestic tourists has increased significantly, spending has not risen proportionately. Exports have also suffered because of geopolitical tensions and the global tariff trade war triggered by US President Donald Trump. The industry is seeking a government scheme to help mitigate the impact of these developments. Udaipur's tourism industry has high expectations from the upcoming union budget and hopes that at least some of its demands will be addressed when the budget is tabled on February 1st.
Different states, different livelihoods, but one common message: relief, reform and reassurance. As Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presents the union budget on February 1 at 11 a.m., millions across India will be watching, hoping for answers, not just numbers. As the union budget draws closer, anxieties and expectations across India are growing louder and more urgent. From traders and artisans to farmers and fishermen, millions are looking to February 1 with one question: will this budget bring relief? Rising inflation, shrinking margins and stiff competition from online platforms are steadily draining footfall from physical markets. Survival is becoming harder by the day. Let's go to Shimla in the northern hills of Himachal Pradesh, where shopkeepers are worried that local markets may not survive without government support.
Every morning, shopkeepers across Shimla raise their shutters with hope. But for many, the day ends without any relief. Behind these counters, traders aren't just waiting for customers. They are competing with e-commerce portals. For small traders, the fear isn't just competition, it's survival. Traders across the hill town say that rising inflation and the rapid growth of online shopping have pushed traditional...
Hello and welcome to the Hindu's YouTube channel. With less than a week to go for India's union budget and a record 9th consecutive one to be tabled by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in Parliament on Sunday, we at the Hindu look at states' financial expectations from this year's budget through the lens of regions heading into crucial assembly elections: Tamil Nadu, Kerala, West Bengal and Assam, there is also the Union Territory of Pondicherry. I am Kunal Shankar, the Hindu's deputy business editor. Now, for these states, Budget Day is rarely just about macro numbers. Past experience has often bred a sense of being fiscally shortchanged when opposition parties rule at the state level, whether through constrained transfers, delays in project approvals, or limited fiscal space under centrally driven schemes. This year, those concerns collide with a far graver external shock. Unprecedented tariffs imposed by India's largest trading partner, the United States, has upended merchandise trade, squeezing exports and jobs. Labor-intensive sectors, particularly the MSMEs, such as gems and jewelry, textiles and apparel, leather and seafood, are bearing the brunt with livelihoods and regional economies at risk. Against this backdrop, what do states expect from New Delhi? Political neutrality, fiscal repair, or targeted relief? To answer these questions, I'm joined by my colleagues D. Suresh Kumar, who is the resident editor, Tamil Nadu, based out of here in Chennai, where I'm also based, Tiki Rajvi, who covers state finances, based out of Trivandrum in Kerala, and Shiv Sahai Singh, our Kolkata bureau chief, who will bring us perspectives from both West Bengal and Assam. I thought we could start this conversation with you, Shiv. How have past union budgets, particularly under now Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his third term, treated West Bengal when it's, I believe, been ruled pretty much around the same time by the Trinamool Congress led by Mamata Banerjee? And what patterns stand out to you?
So, the past budgets haven't offered much in terms of targeted schemes to West Bengal. And, this has only helped the Trinamool, the ruling party here, to raise this, the whole accusation of what has been a trademark of West Bengal's politics for quite decades. West Bengal has mostly been ruled by opposition parties, the left in the past and now the Trinamool. And there is a very common political phrase is center's deprivation, which in Bangla we say Kendrer Bonchona. So, and we'll also have to look at, the past 3-4 years where the Manrega work was completely stopped in West Bengal. Now, with a huge population and with a huge migrant population, this had come to a kind of a huge shock for the people of the state. Now, with the new VB Jiramji bill, we don't know how it's going to be, impacting the state. But past budgets have not come close to the expectations of the people, and that is why this budget is going to be very important for West Bengal, and particularly when we have 3-4 months left for the elections. And we can see a push towards West Bengal when Prime Minister is making several visits. He had earlier this month inaugurated half a dozen of trains in different parts of West Bengal, and he's also said that, something which wasn't done in, I think, decades has been done in a day. So this budget is going to be very crucial for West Bengal in terms of what center is going to offer.
Right, it's interesting. Those Vande Bharat trains that have been inaugurated. One of them, which is, I believe, between Guwahati and Kolkata.
And Kolkata, yes.
Yeah. So, but whether those sort of what may appear to be very small incremental, progress really helped the BJP, which is probably quite, targeting West Bengal as one of the prime states where it wants to topple the government. So thank you so much for that, Shiv. Tamil Nadu is not in a very different position. It's probably also, of course, it's always been ruled by opposition parties, particularly in the past 10 odd years when the BJP has been in power at the center. And last year, Tamil Nadu was one of the most vociferous in sort of calling out shortcomings in the budget. What do you expect from this year? And the same question that I put to Shiv, what are the patterns that stand out in these 10 years and the budget for the state?
You're right, especially in the last 4 years since the DMK came to power. The accusation of the DMK has been that the center is treating Tamil Nadu with a stepmotherly attitude. Previously, when the Edapadi Palaniswamy government was there, they had an understanding with the BJP. Therefore, the criticism did not come from the government itself. But in the last 4 years, it's been very sharp attacks. Tamil Nadu, as you know, has traditionally stressed on greater devolution of funds. So one of the major demands of Tamil Nadu has been that the devolution of central funds should be at a greater level than what it is today. So one key complaint of Tamil Nadu is this: it's also a political campaign that for every 1 rupee that Tamil Nadu contributes to the sector, it gets back only 29 paise in return. So it says that a state which has a population which contributes 6.1% of the country's population, the devolution from the center is about 4%. Right. So the finance minister here, Mr. Tangam Tenarsu, who's one of the articulate voices, has also frequently raised this issue of increase in the devolution pattern. So they want the vertical devolution from the center to increase from 41% to 50%, and also they want a fairly equitable horizontal devolution of funds. So on micro issues, also the center and state have found each other to be on the opposite side of the political pole ideologically as well. So the refusal of the state to embrace the national education policy has also led to freezing of funds under the Samagra Shiksha. And it's been pretty much a point of very hostile debate between the center and state. So this time, definitely Tamil Nadu will be eagerly looking forward. Politically, the DMK will look at whether the center actually, gives a greater share of allocation in the union budget, something like what the center did in the last budget for Bihar and Andhra, which were election bound at that point. But of course, then the BJP and the regional parties were an alliance, so therefore they could give a bulk of a budget, as they called. But this time, will the BJP do that? If it does, it will benefit the AIDMK, which is an alliance with the BJP. So therefore, they can say that there is actually a propellant for the double engine sarkar, what Prime Minister Narendra Modi just said last week, right? So that is possible. But if the center does not give adequate allocation, then it will become a political tool in the hands of the DMK to take it on in the assembly election that's due in about 3 months.
Right. So very interesting, developments indeed. And it's a sort of a piquant situation, isn't it? Because regardless of what it does, it may be viewed, it may turn sour for the BJP in the state. So let me take that to Tiki, who is joining us from Trivandrum. Kerala has been ruled by the opposition, the left, I believe, now consecutively for the second term. And has also been very vocal about how central devolutions have not quite been at as per its liking or what it might have desired. What do you hear from the ground, there, and what are the state's expectations or demands that have been placed? If you can fill us in.
So it's more or less the same story as Tamil Nadu and the other states that are going for the elections. So, but Kerala is expecting a lot from the upcoming union budget. That is one thing. The previous two budgets have been very disappointing for Kerala generally. But now, as you may know, the Prime Minister has already flagged off 4 new trains a few days back.
Yes.
So that is it. The previous 2 budgets, Kerala had demanded a special economic package of 21,000 crore. That was not given. So the same demand has been repeated this year also. So,
right.
Yes, and this time on the political front, the Trivandrum Corporation, BJP has also won the Trivandrum Corporation for the first time.
Yes.
After 4 decades of left rule. So there is a lot of anticipation regarding the upcoming budget. This is there. Then we are also spoken about the US tariffs.
Yes.
According to the government, there is the estimated loss per year comes to around 2,500 crore per year. So
significant, yeah.
Kerala is very keenly watching the upcoming budget.
Shiv, I know you've already also been watching developments there in Assam. So maybe in this case, the state is ruled by the BJP both at the state and the center. And as Suresh was saying, they have spoken quite a lot about the double engine sarkar.
Right. So we know that Assam has had double engine sarkar for quite some time now. So, and since we are based in Kolkata, we can clearly see the contrasts. So while the Prime Minister also held a public meeting at Singur in West Bengal, and considering the history of Singur, where the Tatas had once planned small car project, it did not take off. So the people in West Bengal were very keen. What will the Prime Minister announce? But the Prime Minister cannot announce investment, in maybe in a state. Whereas we see that at the same time, Assam has, in the recent visits, have had multiple announcements. There was 27,000 crore semiconductor plant, then 10,600 crore fertilizer plant at Dibrugarh, Guwahati, new terminal, 4,000 crores. So the contrast is very visible.
Yes.
He also had inaugurated a kind of a bridge, new bridge in Brahmaputra, Guwahati, about 3,000 crore. So the concern which both West Bengal and Assam share is mostly the working class concerns, where again we both have a major tea worker population, and this new 100-day work, the VBG-AMG bill, this is something which how is it going to be implemented and how work is to be given is the concern. Otherwise, in terms of projects, Assam has been getting these big ticket announcements, whereas for West Bengal, so for instance, in the last budget, I think there were devolutions for flood control in Bihar and Assam, where West Bengal is also flood prone, and nothing was given to that. So the double engine and the single engine disparities become very visible when you are in an opposition state and when you are looking at a state ruled by the BJP.
It's interesting for those of us who actually track the union budget for years now. It's always been a political sort of positioning by the central government, always, right? But
always.
But I think in these 10 years, particularly when under the BJP with Narendra Modi in power, it's been weaponized to a far larger extent. Almost apparent that where when it comes to allocations and when it comes to project announcements, as you said. In fact, it's interesting because one of the states that expected far more of the tech announcements was Tamil Nadu, because it has a sort of an ecosystem, and the semiconductor plant and much of the data center plants have actually gone largely to either Gujarat or Assam and other BJP ruled states, and not really where the ecosystem for much of the industry exists. So it's actually also been one of the criticisms of this government. I think we've already sort of touched upon a lot of the questions that I was going to ask, which is, provisions or omissions, which of those have most directly constrained your state's fiscal autonomy? But maybe if you can be more specific, maybe again starting with Shiv, which budget provisions or omissions have most directly constrained your state's fiscal autonomy or development priorities, let's say for West Bengal?
So for West Bengal, West Bengal is a state which clearly is in need of investments. We are struggling with investments, and for the past quite some times, the left front government in its last regime was in a hurry to attract investment, but then it couldn't. And despite the attempts by Trinamool, these investments are not coming. So there is an urgent need to boost some kind of investments in their heavy industries to come in, and that is not happening. So the whole economy of the state has become a dole-dependent economy. People are more interested whether these cash incentive schemes of the Trinamool government will be hiked in the state budget. So, infrastructure is definitely something, and I hope that the union government takes note and puts something on infrastructure front, particularly because West Bengal is also a very strategically located state. We have borders with Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and all that. So we've been listening a lot about border infrastructure and still, borders being porous. So investment and infrastructure, these are the two crucial areas where something needs to be done very urgently.
Yeah, right. And as you said, but for a heavily agriculture-based state, taking away Manrega days, Manrega wages, has particularly curtailed, I would imagine, disposable incomes, and but the BJP also is known to sort of give fair bit of importance to large infrastructure projects, but then, as you said, we've noticed that has not necessarily taken West Bengal into account often. Whereas, I mean, you were just speaking about Assam. It appears that it has happened in Assam, isn't it? And for a state which has probably gotten quite a lot from the central government in the past few years, what do you think Assam might want more, or what do you think constrains it from fiscally, from based on the union budget, if there is any?
So Assam would want more investment in terms of semiconductors and in terms of industries which are happening down south. So there's something which can happen in east, maybe more of a manufacturing, because the government has spent so much on infrastructure, roads and all that. So IT, semiconductor, and these can open new areas in Assam in terms of, and when we talk about Assam, it's also investment in Assam boosts the economy of the entire northeast and the other states, all the 7 states. So this is something which we people in Assam would be expecting. Some high-end industries, yes.
It's a nodal state for the rest of the Northeast, which has generally not had much in industry and other development parameters.
Right. Because unlike West Bengal, whenever the critique, the BJP says that we do not get land, the land and other clearance would not be an issue in Assam.
Which of the budgetary provisions of the past or omissions do you think has largely either curtailed Tamil Nadu's progress, or has constrained any projects, etc.?
Yeah, one of the primary projects that has been hit by this fight between the center and state over allocations, the Chennai Metro Rail's Phase 2 project. So this project was originally sanctioned as a 50:50 sharing basis by the center. But eventually what the center said is that this will be an entirely state sector project, and then it will not fund it. And then the political fight lasted for more than 1.5 years. In the meantime, the state started spending money, allocating money from its own resources for the metro project. Finally, at one point, the center agreed that yes, it will also be a partially center sector funded project. And they agreed to fund about 65% of the total cost of over 63,000 crore odd money. But even now, in the governor's address, the state government has mentioned that because the center did not release its share entirely, the state had to allocate funds from its own resources, and this has impacted the spending on other key growth and development projects and also beneficiary projects that the state would otherwise implement. So that has been a key concern. So the state wants the center to release its share of the funds for the Metro Rail Phase 2 of the project. So that is one crucial aspect. The other aspect that is flagged is the funds for the Samagra Shiksha scheme. So this one, critically hit a roadblock because the Union Education Minister took the stand that unless the state signs an MOU for the PM Shri scheme, which mandates the implementation of the national education policy by default, then they will withhold the funds, and therefore the RTA Act admission, everything got hit. So now, in this governor's address, again, they flagged that about 3,548 crore needs to be released for the SSA funds. So this is one component that they'll be eagerly looking forward. And while the state has taken the position that the center is treating it in an adversarial manner, the Prime Minister had a different take on the subject. When he came to Tamil Nadu last week, he said that actually the center has allocated more than 3 lakh crore in the last 11 years, which according to him is 3 times than what was allocated during the erstwhile Congress DMK UPA regime. And likewise, the state has repeatedly flagged that the allocation of railway projects has not been commensurate with what exactly the state needs for development. But the Prime Minister's argument is that they have allocated funds about 7 times than what was given during the Congress regime. But of course, we need to take into account the inflation during the intervening 10-year period. The latest thing that has hit the state is the VB Ramji bill, because
Mhm.
as it is, the state had complained that about 975 crore rupees that was due under the MG NREGS was not released earlier by the center, affecting about 75 lakh rural women. And now they say with the remodeled MG NREGA Manrega, which is the Ramji bill, about 5,000 crore the state would have an additional financial burden now, because of the VB Ramji bill. So they want this entire bill to be scrapped, which I think is very impractical, because the center has gone ahead and then they're going to implement the VB Ramji. So that is another burden that the state has to take. So these are the three key issues, that the state would look up to the center to be addressed in the current budget.
The current budget, yeah. And we should also add that the center has turned down the proposal to have metro rail in Coimbatore and Trichy, I believe. Is that
Coimbatore and Madurai? So what they've done is they have returned the TPR, citing certain population metric. But then Tamil Nadu has countered it, saying that cities which have less population compared to Coimbatore and Madurai, they have been sanctioned projects, for instance, Agra and Udaipur. So this is again a political fight. We need to see how what the center does in this matter.
Omissions and provisions that have constrained Kerala.
Kerala has lacked major Kerala-specific big projects have been lacking in the previous budgets. So we have the Vizhinjam project now. So, but
Yes.
We have yet to develop industries connected to those, which can tap the potential of the port. The state government has been speaking about this, but it would also require the help from the center. But land has always been seen as an issue in Kerala. As you may know, Kerala has been complaining that it has been given a short shrift in terms of resources. Its resources under like the finance commission allocation has come down to 1.92% from during the 15th commission, from 3.88% during the 10th. So Kerala is also looking forward very expectation with regard to the 16th Finance Commission recommendations, which are expected to be out soon. So that is one thing. Then, as the others mentioned, the VP Ramji bill, that is also a matter of concern. Kerala has already demanded that the NREGS scheme should be restored. That has been given as part of a representation to the Union Minister. So Kerala has also demanded...
Hey everyone, big news. The Union Budget for 26-27 is coming on February 1st. This will be presented by Nirmala Sitharaman in the Parliament. Fun fact, this will be the first budget that will be presented on a Sunday. So what's the budget? The budget is basically the government's plan for money, how it will spend, how it will collect taxes, and how it will plan the economy. This year, it's going to be very difficult because of the global issues and 50% US tariff on Indian goods. Here is a quick guide to all the key terms so that you're not lost in the budget talk. Inflation. Prices go up, your money buys less than before. Fiscal policy. How the government uses taxes and spending to steer the economy. Monetary policy. How the RBI manages money supply and interest rates. Capital budget and expenditure. Money spent on big stuffs like road, buildings and machines. Things that last. Capital receipts. The money that government borrows and gets back from loans. Revenue budget and expenditure. Daily expenses like salaries, pensions and subsidies. Revenue receipts are taxes and other income that the government doesn't have to pay back. Direct tax. Paid straight by you like income tax. Indirect taxes. Paid by consumers when buying stuff like GST, customs and excise. Fiscal deficit, when the government spends more than it earns. GDP, gross domestic product, the total value of goods and services produced in India. Disinvestment, government selling shares of public companies to get cash. Subsidy, the money that government gives to make goods and services cheaper for you. Deflation, opposite of inflation, prices go down, sometimes signaling economic slowdown. Exports and imports. Exports, goods sold to other countries. Imports, goods bought from other countries. Public debt, the total money that government owes to the lenders. Basically, the budget shows how the government plans to manage the money, keep the economy growing, and impact your life. Stay tuned. The Budget 2026 will set the stage for India's economy next year. And yes, it affects all of us, not just the business people.
The Economic Survey 2025-26, authored by India's Chief Economic Advisor V. Anant Nageshwaran, was just tabled in Parliament by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Hello and welcome to The Hindu. I'm TCA Sharad Raghavan, Economics and Business Editor, and I'm going to run you through the top macroeconomic highlights of the document. Number 1. The survey has upgraded India's medium-term growth forecast to 7% from the 6.5% it had estimated in 2022-23. Even back then, it had said that growth could be in the 7 to 8% range if reforms are sustained. The good news is that it says that this has indeed happened, leading to more capital being deployed, more labor entering the workforce thanks to various labor reforms, and companies being able to use both capital and labor more efficiently. Number 2, the survey has said that due to this, India remains a bright spot in an increasingly grim global scenario. In fact, the survey even estimated that there is a 10 to 20%
annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3, explanatory memorandum as 2, report for 2026-2031, volume 2, annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3, explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty.
Hello and welcome to the Hindu's YouTube channel. With less than a week to go for India's union budget and
over rhetoric and people over populism, we have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Viksit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin Part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our Kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first Kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through and approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025, with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research, and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test, and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for self-reliance in natural fibers, such as silk, wool, and jute, man-made fibers, and new age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation, and common testing and certification centers. 3. The National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco Initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom, and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process, and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, one district, one product ODOP initiative, and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research, and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGT MSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. Link GEM with TREDS for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4. Introduce TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust (InvITs) and Real Estate Investment Trust (REITs), and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, REITs have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated REITs. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation, and opportunities. We shall now focus on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and even temple towns, which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform-cum-result-based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality, and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth, while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion, and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the Portfolio Investment Scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10% with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered Education to Employment and Enterprises Standing Committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF-aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational, and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care, and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to 1. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, AVGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through Challenge Route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through Challenge Route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges and research institutions, skill centers and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, Viability Gap Funding and capital support, 1 girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote astrophysics and astronomy via immersive experiences, 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings, and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality, 12-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual, and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators, and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. Turtle trails along key nesting sites in the coastal areas of Odisha, Karnataka, and Kerala. And 3 bird watching trails along the Pulikat Lake in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. It's on the border. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever Global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dolavira, Rakhi Gadi, Adichanallur, Saranath, Hastinapur, and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers, and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling, and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent, which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers, which are foundational, intermediate, and elite levels. B, systematic development of coaches and support staff. C, integration of sports science and technology. D, competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. And E, development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1, increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B, empowering Divyangjan through access to livelihood opportunities, training, and high-quality assistive devices. C, empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D, focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2, strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through A credit-linked subsidy program, B, scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises, C, enhanced creation of livestock, dairy and poultry, enhanced creation of livestock, dairy and poultry focused integrated value chains, and D, encourage creation of livestock farmer producer organizations. High value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. These, all of them, will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards, and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts. We will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, ALIMCO, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. Focus on Purvodaya states and northeastern regions. Purvodaya. I propose the development of an integrated East Coast industrial corridor with a well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations in 5 Purvodaya states, and the provision of 4,000 e-buses. Buddhist sites in northeastern region. The northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, the government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you've allowed me to do at the commencement of this session. The government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2026-2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt to GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27, compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt to GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this August House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-debt receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers, wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities in multiple companies, I propose to enable depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. To address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for two categories of taxpayers, namely A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty, and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. For category B, asset value is proposed to be up to 5 crore rupees. Here, immunity from both penalty and prosecution will be available with a payment of fee of 1 lakh rupees. Rationalizing penalty and prosecution. Multiplicity of proceedings are hindrance to the ease of doing business. I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated, and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions, are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only. The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation and disclosure standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards, IND AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbor rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap and minerals, will be rationalized to 2%, and that on tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019 by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim to further simplify the tariff structure, support domestic manufacturing, promote export competitiveness, and correct inversion in duty. To continue weeding out long continuing customs duty exemptions, I propose to remove certain exemptions on items which are being manufactured in India or where the imports are negligible. Similarly, to further simplify the process of ascertaining the rate of duty applicable on a particular item, I propose to incorporate certain effective rates in various customs notifications to the tariff schedule itself. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. Promotion of exports of marine, leather, and textile products. I propose to increase the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafoods for export from the current 1% to 3% of FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. I also propose to allow duty-free imports of specified inputs, which is currently available for exports of leather or synthetic footwear, to exports of shoe uppers as well. I propose to extend the time period for export of final product from the existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather or synthetic footwear, and other leather products. Energy transition and security. I propose to extend the basic customs duty exemption given to capital goods used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for batteries to those used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for battery energy storage systems also. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on import of sodium antimonate for use in manufacture of solar glass. Nuclear power. I propose to extend the existing basic customs duty exemption on imports of goods required for nuclear power projects till the year 2035 and expand it for all nuclear plants irrespective of their capacity. Critical minerals. It is proposed to provide basic customs duty exemption to the import of capital goods required for the processing of critical minerals in India. Biogas blended CNG. I propose to exclude the entire value of biogas while calculating the central excise duty payable on biogas blended CNG. Civil and defense aviation. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on components and parts required for the manufacture of civilian training and other aircrafts. It is proposed to exempt basic customs duty on raw materials imported for the manufacture of parts of aircraft to be used in maintenance, repair, or overall requirements by units in the defense sector. Electronics. To deepen value addition in the consumer electronics sector, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Special economic zone. To address the concerns arising about utilization of capacity by manufacturing units in the special economic zones due to global trade disruptions, I propose as a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. The quantity of such sales will be limited to a prescribed proportion of their exports. Necessary regulatory changes will be undertaken to operationalize the measures while ensuring level playing field for the units working in the DTA. Ease of living. To rationalize the customs duty structure for goods imported for personal use, I propose to reduce the tariff rate on all dutiable goods imported for personal use from 20% to 10%. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. I propose also to add 7 more rare diseases for the purposes of exempting import duties on personal imports of drugs, medicines, and food for special medical purposes used in their treatment. Customs process. India's role and share in the global trade is poised for a major leap in line with our ambition and journey towards Vikasit Bharat. In this regard, I propose many measures for custom processes to have minimal intervention for smoother and faster movement of goods and greater certainty to the trade. Trust-based systems. I propose to enhance duty deferral period for Tier 2 and Tier 3 authorized economic operators, known as AEOs, from 15 days to 30 days. I propose to provide eligible manufacturer importers the same duty deferral facility. This should encourage them to get themselves accredited as a full-fledged Tier 3 AEO in due course. To provide greater certainty and for better business planning, I propose to extend validity period of advance ruling binding on customs from the present 3 years to 5 years. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, government agencies will be encouraged to leverage AEO accreditation for preferential treatment in clearing their cargo. Regular importers with trusted long-standing supply chains will be recognized in the risk system so that the need for verification of their cargo every time can be minimized. Export cargo using electronic sealing. Export cargo using electronic sealing will be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. For import of goods not needing any compliance, filing of bill of entry by a trusted importer and arrival of goods will automatically notify customs for completing their clearance formalities. This will enable goods to be released immediately on arrival. The customs warehouse framework will be transformed into a warehouse operator-centric system with a self-declarations, electronic tracking, and risk-based audit. These reforms will move away from the current system of officer-dependent approvals and reduce transaction delays and compliance costs. Ease of doing business. Approvals required for cargo clearance from various government agencies will be seamlessly processed through a single and interconnected digital window by the end of the financial year. Processes involved in clearance of food, drugs, plant, and animal and wildlife products, accounting for about 70% of interdicted cargo, will be operationalized on this system by April 2026 itself. For goods not having any compliance requirement, clearance will be done by customs immediately after online registration is completed by the importer, subject to the payment of duty. Customs integrated system will be rolled out in 2 years as a single integrated and scalable platform for all customs processes. Utilization of non-intrusive scanning with advanced imaging and AI technology for risk assessment will be expanded in a phased manner with the objective to scan every container across all the major ports. New export opportunities to support Indian fishermen to fully harness the economic value of marine resources beyond our territorial waters. The following measures will be taken. A. Fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in exclusive economic zone or on the high seas will be made free of duty. Landing of such fish on foreign port will be treated as export of goods. Safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse during fish catch, transit or transshipment. To support aspirations of India's small businesses, artisans and startups to access global markets through e-commerce, I am pleased to announce complete removal of the current value cap of 10 lakh rupees per consignment on courier exports. In addition, handling of rejected and returned consignments will be improved with effective use of technology for identifying such consignments. I propose to revise provisions governing baggage clearance during international travel to address genuine concerns of passengers. The revised rules will enhance duty-free allowances in line with the present-day travel realities and provide clarity in temporary carriage of goods brought in or taken out. There are honest taxpayers who are willing to settle disputes by paying all their dues, but they get deterred due to negative connotation associated with penalty. They will now be able to close cases by paying an additional amount in lieu of penalty. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind. Three. Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3, 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy, fiscal policy strategy statement, and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 4, Manya Vitt Mantri ji.
Sir, with your permission, I move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2026.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इस पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पुनर्स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की कॉपी पब्लिकेशन काउंटर पर ली जाती है। बजट भाषण और बजट से संबंधित दस्तावेज आपके मोबाइल फोन और मेंबर पोर्टल्स पर ही उपलब्ध है। सभा की कार्रवाई कल सोमवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2026 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की
We will also focus on industry-led research, keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar. We have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high
waterways in connectivity boost பண்றதுக்காக நிறைய அதுக்கு நிதி ஒதுக்கி இருக்காங்க. So I think infrastructure வந்து ஒரு வேலை வாய்ப்புக்கும் ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கும், நாட்டினுடைய வளர்ச்சிக்கும் ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கும். ஸோ அது வந்து ஒரு வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் ஃபோக்கஸ் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ரெண்டாவது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தொழில் வளர்ச்சிக்காக ஆல்ரெடி நீங்கள் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க PLI 1.0ன்னு இந்தியாவில் நிறைய பொருட்கள் தயாரிக்கிறதுக்காக நிறைய ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணியிருந்தாங்க ஒரு 4-5 வருடமாக. இந்த வருஷம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 7 செக்டரில் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜிக் ஃபோக்கஸ் கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்க. அதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ நம்ம செமிகண்டக்டர் மிஷன் 2.0 லான்ச் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இந்த செமிகண்டக்டர் மிஷனில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பல வகையான கன்சூமர் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ்லேருந்து டிஃபென்ஸ் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ் வரைக்கும் தேவைப்படுற பார்ட்ஸ் இங்கே இந்தியாவிலே தயாரிக்கிறதுக்கான நிறைய முயற்சி எடுத்திருக்காங்க இந்த பட்ஜெட்டில். அதே மாதிரி ரேர் எர்த்ஸ் மேக்னெட்டிக்ஸ் இது வந்து இப்போ புது நடைமுறையில் உள்ள நிறைய எக்யூப்மெண்ட்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணுற பொருட்கள். இது நம்ம மொபைல் ஃபோன்லேயே அதெல்லாம் யூஸ் பண்ணுறோம் அந்த மேக்னெட்ஸ் எல்லாம். ஸோ இதுக்கு வந்து அட்வான்ஸ் மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் பண்ணுறதுக்காக ரேர் எர்த் காரிடோர்ஸ் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க இந்த பட்ஜெட்டில். அதே மாதிரி பயோஃபார்மா, கேபிட்டல் கூட்ஸ். இப்போ நீங்கள் மெட்ரோ ப்ராஜெக்ட் நம்ம சென்னையில் பில்ட் பண்ணுறாங்க, அதுக்கு அண்டர் கிரவுண்ட் கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷனுக்கு டனல் போரிங் மெஷின் எல்லாம் இந்தியாவில் தயாரிக்கிறதுக்கு அதாவது மெஷினில் வந்து ஒரு 20-30 பார்ட்ஸ் இருக்கும். எல்லா பார்ட்ஸுமே இங்கே தயாரிக்கிறதுக்கான ஒரு ஐடியா கொடுத்து ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க இந்த பட்ஜெட்டில். மூணாவது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த MSME சிறு தொழிலுக்கு என்னென்னலாம் உதவி பண்ணணுமோ அந்த ஏரியாலையும் 10,000 crores SME growth ஃபண்ட் ஒன்று கொண்டாந்துருக்காங்க. அவங்களுக்கு வந்து ப்ரொஃபஷனலைஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்காக பல யூனிவர்சிட்டி சப்போர்ட் பண்ணி முயற்சி பண்ணுறதுக்காக ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. மேனுஃபேக்சரிங், லெகசி இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ், MSMEs, இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர், அர்பன் க்ரோத், இது எல்லாமே வந்து ஃபோக்கஸ் ரொம்ப கொடுத்துருக்காங்க ஆக்சுவலாக. அதே மாதிரி பொருளாதாரம், ஃபிஸ்கல் டெபிசிட்னு சொல்லுவோம், அதில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ இருக்கிறதுலேருந்து இந்த டெபிசிட்டை குறைக்கிறதுக்கான முயற்சியும் எடுத்திருக்காங்க பட்ஜெட்டில். டூரிசம் ஒரு பெரிய ஃபோக்கஸ் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க, கோஸ்டல் ஏரியாஸ்க்கு ஒரு பெரிய ஃபோக்கஸ் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. டேட்டா சென்டர், இப்போ வந்து ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ், இப்போ எல்லாமே நம்ம டேட்டா யூஸ் பண்ணுறோம், எல்லா வகையான டேட்டா யூஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கான டேட்டா சென்டருக்காக நிறைய டேக்ஸ் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. சிட்டிஸ், மெட்ரோ சிட்டிஸ்க்கு வளர்ச்சி அடைகிறதுக்கு, க்ளீனாக இருக்கிறதுக்கு, அந்த சம்மந்தப்பட்டதுக்கும் நிறையா கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஸோ இது எல்லாமே வந்து வளர்ச்சியை நோக்கி செல்லக்கூடிய ஐடியாஸாக இருக்கும். ஸோ தட் இஸ் தி ஷார்ட் அப்டேட் எங்கள் சைடில் இருந்து. மேபி மிஸ்டர் CKR you want to add something more?
தமிழ்நாட்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஐ திங்க் ரவி, இன் அடிஷன் டு தட் ஐ வுட் லைக் டு சே தட் டெக்ஸ்டைல் டாமினேஷன் கொஞ்சம் அதிகம். அதை பொறுத்தவரைக்கும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டெக்னிக்கல் டெக்ஸ்டைலுக்கு ஒரு ஸ்பெஷல் பூஸ்ட், அது வந்து ஒரு ஸ்பெஷல் இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் கொடுத்து வேல்யூ ஆடட் டெக்ஸ்டைல்ஸுக்கு அதற்காக வந்து கொஞ்சம் ஒரு ஸ்பெஷல் இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் இருக்கும். அதுக்காக ஒரு பார்க்கு, டெடிக்கேட்டட் பார்க்ஸ் அண்ட் ஃபோக்கஸ், அதுக்காக ஒரு ஸ்பெஷல் ரிசர்ச் இதெல்லாம் வந்து ஒரு ஸ்பெஷல் ஃபண்ட் அலோகேஷன் பண்ணி ஃபோக்கஸ் கொடுக்குறாங்க. அது ரொம்ப தமிழ்நாடுக்கும் சரி, எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் டெக்ஸ்டைல் டாமினேட்டட் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி இருக்கோ இந்தியாவில் அதுக்கு ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும். அது எக்ஸ்போர்ட்டுக்கு ஒரு பெரிய இதாக இருக்கும். ஏன்னா இப்போ வந்து டெக்ஸ்டைல் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியை ரொம்ப வந்து ஒரு கேள்விக்குறியாக இருக்க இந்த நேரத்தில் இந்த டெக்னிக்கல் டெக்ஸ்டைல் ஃபோக்கஸ் வந்து ஒரு நல்ல வரப்பிரசாதமாக இருக்கும்னு சொல்லிட்டு நம்ம எதிர்பார்க்கலாம் நிச்சயமாக. அப்புறம் இந்த கண்டெய்னர் மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் ஸ்கீமும் ஒரு நல்ல இதாக இருக்கும். அப்புறம் இந்த ஹை ஸ்பீட் ரயில் காரிடாரும் வந்து ஒரு நல்ல சேஞ்சாக இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கோம். கெமிக்கல் பார்க்ஸும் வந்து ஒரு இதாக சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. ஓவராலாக இந்த பட்ஜெட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் ரிவைவல் இதாக வந்து பார்க்கலாம் நம்ம ஜென்ரலாக இது பண்ணுறதுல. ஸோ அப்படி வந்து நம்ம இது பண்ணுறது கவர்மெண்ட் வந்து நிறைய ஜாபை க்ரியேட் பண்ணுறதும் என்னுடைய பார்வையில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இது வந்து நிறைய பேசிக்கலாக வந்து காம்படிட்டிவ்னஸும் நிறைய இடத்துல வந்து ஸ்கில் கேப்ஸ் நம்மளுக்கு வந்து எக்ஸ்போர்ட்டை நிறைய இது பண்ணி இப்போ சைனா வந்து நிறைய முன்னேறி இருக்காங்க, வேர்ல்டு மார்க்கெட்டை பிடிக்கிறாங்க. இந்தியாவில் அந்த மாதிரி கேப்பபிலிட்டியை பில்ட் பண்ணால் நாளைக்கு நிறைய எக்ஸ்போர்ட் பண்ண முடியுன்ற ஒரு இதை நோக்கி நிறைய கேப்பபிலிட்டியை பில்ட் பண்ணுற மாதிரி சக்தி இது வந்து இதாக தான் நான் பார்க்குறேன். நான் உன்னி கோவத்து
In my opinion, I think it's a very foundational and long-term oriented budget. But with sustained effort and consistent investment, we can make a big difference over a period of time. So we may not see immediate result in current financial year, but I think over a period of time, we can really have good benefits, especially from Tamil Nadu's point of view. We can benefit from some of the all India announcements. One on the infrastructure, 12.2 lakh crores, which will be invested. I am sure a reasonable share can come to our state. The carbon capture for some of the difficult to abate industries like cement, steel, power, chemical, I think all these can also benefit the state. There are 200 legacy clusters, and Tamil Nadu has been advanced in industries and manufacturing for many decades. So we have a few legacy clusters. So the investment support which is coming for reviving those legacy clusters, I think it can benefit. The future of India's growth is going to be in the tier 2 and 3 cities. And Tamil Nadu again has many tier 2 and 3 cities. There is a thrust on that part. That is definitely going to help. It's also very happy to see that there is an ambition set for 10% of the global services by 2047 with a thrust on AI. And with Tamil Nadu contributing to large number of youngsters in the STEM field, this can be a big boost for the state if we can really tap into the provisions of the budget. Very happy to see that the girls' hostel in every district, again, it's something which is very good for the state of Tamil Nadu, because Tamil Nadu has really empowered women and girls always. Also the focus on the design education, I think that is one field, again, Tamil Nadu has been in the forefront. Tourism, and very specific focus on how to improve the quality of guides. So 10,000 guides, being trained on that part. Again, that can be something very foundational but very beneficial. So overall, I would say we will need to read the fine print of the budget and really understand how the state can really tap into the provisions of the budget and really benefit in the long term. Thank you. தேங்க்யூ ஒன்னி. அதே மாதிரி நம்ம எம்எஸ்எம்இ செக்டருக்கு பொன்னுசாமி சார் இருக்காரு. பொன்னுசாமி, இந்த பட்ஜெட்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எம்எஸ்எம்இ லிக்விடிட்டி அதை நிறைய பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஒன்று அவர் சேர்மன் ரவி சொன்ன மாதிரி 10,000 crore அந்த ஃபண்ட் ஒன்று சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. இப்போ ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் டு மைக்ரோ, ஏன்னா எம்எஸ்எம்இ பெரிய லார்ஜ் 500 கோடி டர்ன் ஓவர் வரைக்கும், மைக்ரோ யூனிட்ஸ்க்கு 2000 செல்ஃப் ரிலையன்ட் இந்தியா ஃபண்ட் அது ஒரு 2000 கோடி சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. தட் இஸ் வெல்கம். எப்பவுமே அது தனியாக விட்டு போயிடுது. காம்பினேஷன்ஸ் போது அவங்களுக்கு அலாட்மெண்ட் கம்மியாகுது. தட் இஸ் ஒன் ஆஃப் த ரெக்வஸ்ட் பை சிஐ டு டூ தட். அது பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இன்னொன்று பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ ஸ்ட்ரெச் பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் பில் டிஸ்கவுண்ட் இருக்குது. அதையும் கவர்மெண்ட் மார்க்கெட் பிளேஸில் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு சப்ளை பண்ணுறதையும் லிங்க் பண்ணி ஒரே பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் டிஸ்கவுண்ட் மட்டும் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இன்ஃபேக்ட் சிஜிடிஎம்எஸ்சி இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் லெண்டர்ஸ் இப்போ எம்எஸ்எம்இ இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் எஸ்டேட் பண்ணுறாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி பண்ணுறவங்களுக்கு அது சிஜிடிஎம்எஸ்ல ஒரு கிரெடிட் கேரண்டி மாதிரி கொடுக்குறாங்க. அப்கோர்ஸ் இந்த மெகா டெக்ஸ் கண்டிப்பாக தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு இருக்கும். அதில் நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டை பொறுத்தவரை எம்எஸ்எம்இ 60-70% டெக்ஸ்டைல் ப்ரொடக்ஷனில் இருக்காங்க. அதுவும் ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும். இப்போ இதெல்லாம் புதுசாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கேபிட்டல் எக்யூப்மெண்ட்டு, ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் ஃபுட்ஸ், அதுக்கு ரிசர்ச், அதுக்கெல்லாம் எதாவது ஹெல்ப் பண்ண முடியுமான்னு பார்க்குறாங்க. இன்னொன்று பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அந்த கார்பரேட் மித்ராஸ் த்ரூ ஐசிஐ இக்காய் இது மூலமாக கொஞ்சம் பண்ணுறதுக்கு கார்பரேட்டும் ஹெல்ப் பண்ண மாதிரி பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இந்த ட்ரைனிங் காம்ப்ளெக்ஸ் இதெல்லாம் நல்லா இருக்கு. அடுத்து பார்த்தோன்னா இந்த சி மார்க் ஃபார் விமன் என்டர்பிரினர்ஸ் அது வந்து உமன் என்டர்பிரனர் எப்படி தனியாக ஸ்பெஷல் ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணி சொல்லியிருக்காங்க, நல்லா இருக்கு. அடுத்து ஒன்றே ஒன்று நான் சொல்லிடுறேன், ஈஸ் ஆஃப் டூயிங் கஸ்டம்ஸில் கொஞ்சம் நிறையா செய்வாங்க, ஒரே பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் போடுற மாதிரி. நீங்கள் வேறு இந்த குவாலிட்டி கண்ட்ரோல் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் இதுக்கு போட வேண்டியதில்லை, அது ஒரே.
वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी, आइटम नंबर 1.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table a copy each of the following papers, Hindi and English versions, under Article 281 of the Constitution. Report for 2026 to 2031, Volume 1, Main Report of the 16th Finance Commission. 2. Report for 2026-2031.
நம்மளுடைய ஃபினான்ஸ் மினிஸ்டர் நிர்மலா சீதாராமன் வந்து 9th பட்ஜெட் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஐ திங்க் ஒரு தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து வந்தவங்க வந்து ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் 9th பட்ஜெட் இன் கன்சிக்யூட்டிவாக கொடுத்துருக்காங்க அண்டர் தி நரேந்திர மோடி கவர்மெண்ட். ஐ திங்க் வில் கங்க்ராச்சுலேட் ஹர் ஆன் தட் ஃபர்ஸ்ட். திஸ் இந்த பட்ஜெட்டில் வந்து வாட் தே ஹவ் மெயின்டைன்னா தே மெயின்டைன் கண்டினியூட்டி. தேவ் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் டெவலப்மெண்ட்டுக்கு என்னென்ன பண்ணணுமோ அதை வந்து கண்டினியூஸாக பண்ணுறதுக்காக வந்து அவங்க ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி இது வந்து ஆன் பிஹாஃப் ஆஃப் சிக்கி ஐ ஜஸ்ட் இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் தி பேனல் ஹியர். ஐ எம் த வைஸ் பிரசிடென்ட் ஆஃப் சிக்கி. ஐ திங்க் மிஸ்டர் ஸ்ரீராம் is the executive committee member who will be talking on indirect taxes and generally about the budget. Dr. Balaji will be talking on the medical side of the budget. Suresh will be talking of indirect taxes on the budget, and Madhura will be talking on MSME and all the other things. So let us start. So the budget oda focus வந்து development continue பண்றதுக்குள்ள budget. So அதனால இது வந்து இதுல few broader aspects which எனக்கு என்ன பிடிச்சிருக்குன்னு நான் ஆரம்பிச்சிடுறேன். ஒன்று நம்ம இந்த ஹை ஸ்பீட் ரயில் காரிடார்ஸ், இப்போ அந்த ஒரு புல்லட் ரயில் இப்போ வந்திருக்கிற மாதிரி பாம்பே டு அகமதாபாத் ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்த மாதிரி இப்போ ஃபர்தர் கொண்டுறாங்க. இப்போ ஃபுல்லாக சவுத் சைடுக்கு 4 ரயில் கொண்டுறாங்க. அதில் ஐ திங்க் பாம்பே, ஹைதராபாத், பெங்களூர், சென்னை கனெக்ட் பண்ணி அந்த 4 காரிடார் வருது. அது வந்து நமக்கு சவுத்துக்கு வந்து ரொம்ப பெனிஃபிஷியலாக இருக்கும். அது ஒரு மேஜர் பாயிண்ட். இன்னொன்று புதுசாக வந்து அந்த கார்பன் கேப்சருக்கு வந்து தே கிவிங் அ ப்ரையாரிட்டி ஆன் கார்பன் கேப்சர். கார்பன் கேப்சர் வந்து நமக்கு வந்து இப்போ நம்ம ESG கோல்ஸ் நம்ம எல்லோரும் நம்ம வந்து பண்ணணும். ஸோ இப்போ நம்ம வி ஹேவ் ஆல்ரெடி காட் 4 FTA சைன் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். யூரோப்லேயே 3 FTA சைன் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். UK, EFTA அண்ட் EU 3 FTA சைன் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். யூரோப்பில் நியூசிலாந்து ஒன்று சைன் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அவங்களோட என்விரான்மெண்டல் நார்ம்ஸ் வெரி ஹை. ஸோ அதனால தட் கார்பன் கேப்சர் ஐ சி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் ஃபேக்டர் ஆஃப் தேட். இன்னொன்று மேஜர் திங் விச் தே வில் டச் இஸ் தி NRIs இங்கே இந்தியாவில் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்குள்ள இது லிமிட்டை வந்து 24% இங்கே ஆக்கியிருக்காங்க. PROI இல்லையா, தட் இஸ் வாட் இட் இஸ். ஸோ அது வந்து தட்ஸ் அகெயின் அ மேஜர் திங். ஒரு புது இனோவேஷனாக அனிமேஷன் அண்ட் தட் ABG இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் வந்து 2 million ஜாப்ஸ்க்கு கிரியேட்டிவ். ஐ திங்க் தட்ஸ் அகெயின் ஒரு நியூ ஏரியா வேர் அதர்ஸ் ஆர் நாட் தாட் ஆஃப். ஒரு இந்த கேர்ள்ஸ் ஹாஸ்டல் in all districts in the country, it's a major support to the women. Tourism sector, which I'll cover little bit on that, is the 10,000 guides in 20 sites to be trained specifically with support of Indian Institute of Management. Tourism வந்து நம்ம இந்தியாவில் வந்து underperforming industry compared to globally. Though there is, so அதனால் highest employment can generate only in tourism. ஸோ அதனால் அது கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. இந்த புதுசாக ட்ரெக்கிங் ஹைக்கிங்க்கு ஒரு 4 ஸ்டேட்ஸுக்கு தேவ் கிவன் அதில் தமிழ்நாடு இருக்குது, இல்லை பொதிகை மலை இருக்குது நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டில், அரக்கு வேலி, ஹிமாச்சல், உத்தராஞ்சல் அண்ட் ஜம்மு அண்ட் காஷ்மீர். ஓகே, அண்ட் ஹிஸ்டாரிக் சைட்ஸுக்கு டூரிசம் அந்த நம்ம எஸ்கவேஷன் சைட்ஸ் எல்லாத்துலேயும் அக்ராஸ் த கண்ட்ரி டூரிசம்க்கு டெவலப் பண்ணுறதுக்கு பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஐ திங்க் தட்ஸ் அகெயின் அ மேஜர் ஏரியா. So now I will ask Sriram to take on the indirect taxes and overall impacts.
Thank you. And as the VP mentioned, it's the 9th budget. Kartavya Bhavanle, the first budget. So, to make it ஒரு எதுக்கு மோனியோட இருக்கணும்ன்றதுனால கர்த்தவ்யா 3 pillars பேஸ் பண்ணி கர்த்தவ்யான்றது டியூட்டி 3 pillars பேஸ் பண்ணி இந்த பட்ஜெட்டை அமைச்சிருக்காங்க. And she laid out the 3 pillars, namely யூத்துக்கு என்னெல்லாம் பண்ணுறாங்க இந்த பட்ஜெட்டில். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பில்லர். The second pillar is how to accelerate and enhance growth. Growth எப்படி ஃபர்தராக இந்த பட்ஜெட் மூலமாக அச்சீவ் பண்ண போகிறோம், எக்கனாமிக் growth. அது செகண்ட் கர்த்தவ்யா டியூட்டி ஆஃப் த பில்லர். The third one is how to make their slogan, which is सबका साथ सबका विश्वास, அதாவது இன்க்ளூசிவ் growth. இந்த 3 பில்லர் தான் இந்த பட்ஜெட்டை வந்து வச்சு தான் இந்த பட்ஜெட்டை க்ரியேட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ ஒவ்வொரு பில்லருக்கையும் பல ஆஸ்பெக்ட்ஸ் தே ஹவ் டுவெல்ட் அப்பான். க்ரோத் அஃப்கோர்ஸ் மல்டிஃபோல்டு பலதரப்பட்ட கோணங்கள்லேருந்து அவங்க அப்ரோச் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. பட் மேக்ரோ லெவலில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த பட்ஜெட்டில் வந்து ஆஸ் வி ஆல் நோ லாஸ்ட் ஸோ மெனி இயர்ஸ் கேபிட்டல் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர் ஆஃப் திஸ் கவர்மெண்ட் ஹஸ் பீன் ஃபினாமினல். ஒரு 10 வருஷம் முன்னாடி 5 லட்சம் கோடியிலேருந்து 11.2 lakh crore வரைக்கும் லாஸ்ட் இயர் பண்ணியிருந்தாங்க. இந்த வருஷம் there was an expectation that இந்த 11.2 lakh crore அவங்க செலவு பண்ண மாட்டாங்க கோயிங் ஃபார்வர்ட், பிகாஸ் அவங்க நிறைய பண்ணியாச்சு இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சருக்கு, இனிமேல் ப்ரைவேட் செக்டார் ஹாஸ் டு இன்வெஸ்ட்னு ஒரு இது இருந்தது, ஒரு கருத்து இருந்தது. ஆனால் வந்து இந்த வாட்டி அவங்க 11.2 lakh crore-லேருந்து 12.2 lakh crore வரைக்கும் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க கேபிட்டல் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர், விச் இஸ் வெரி சர்ப்ரைசிங். பிகாஸ் ஒரு பக்கம் வந்து டேக்ஸ் ரெவென்யூ ரொம்ப பெருசாக இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகலை இந்த வருஷம். அதாவது டேக்ஸ் புயான்சின்னு ஒன்று சொல்லுவோம். அதாவது எப்படின்னா எவ்ரி பர்சன்டேஜ் ஆஃப் ஜிடிபி க்ரோத் அதுக்கு எவ்வளோ பர்சன்டேஜ் டேக்ஸ் க்ரோ ஆகுதுன்னு பார்க்கணும். இப்போ 5% ஜிடிபி க்ரோத்னா 5% டேக்ஸ் க்ரோத் ஆச்சுன்னா 1:1 வரும். ஆனால் அது மாதிரி மேலே நாட்டிலலாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டேக்ஸ் புயான்சி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 2 times 3 timesலாம் இருக்கும். இங்கே அதாவது லாஸ்ட் இயர் வி எக்ஸ்பெக்டட் 1.1 times ஆஃப் த ஜிடிபி க்ரோத்து. ஆனால் FY25 அதாவது இந்த வருஷம் வந்து we will achieve not more than 0.6% tax buoyancy. Going forward, depending upon tax collection only we can tell. நல்ல ஒரு கண்டிஷன் என்ன அப்படின்னா ஒரு எக்கானமிக்கு டேக்ஸ் புயான்சி ஷுட் பி அட்லீஸ்ட் 1%. இட் cannot be less than 1%. ஆனால் நமக்கெல்லாம் தெரியும் லாஸ்ட் இயர் இன்கம் டேக்ஸில் வந்து நிறைய கன்செஷன் கொடுத்தாங்க. 12 lakh லிமிட் பண்ணாங்க, த்ரெஷோல்ட் லிமிட். அதனால் நிறைய இன்கம் டேக்ஸ் வந்து கலெக்ஷன் கம்மியாச்சு. ஜிஎஸ்டி 2.0 செப்டம்பர் 2025 கொண்டு வந்தாங்க. அதுலேயே எக்கச்சக்க டேக்ஸ் கிவ் அவே, அதாவது கலெக்ஷன் கம்மியாச்சு கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு. இதனால் வந்து டேக்ஸ் கலெக்ஷன் கொஞ்சம் ஓவராலாக கம்மியாக இருந்தாலும் க்ரோத் இருந்தது, பட் நாட் டு த எக்ஸ்பெக்டட் லெவல். அடுத்த வருஷமும் இருக்கும்னு தோணல. அதனால் இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வி கால் இட் அஸ் நாமினல் growth அண்ட் ரியல் growth. நாமினல் growthனா வந்து இன்க்ளூடிங் இன்ஃப்ளேஷன் என்ன growth பொருளாதாரத்தில்னு பார்க்கணும். ரியல் growthனா நாட் இன்க்ளூடிங் இன்ஃப்ளேஷன், அதாவது டீஃப்ளேட்டர்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. போன வருஷம் வந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட 9.2, ஒரிஜினல் பிளான் வாஸ் 10+ above% ஆஃப் growth இருக்கணும் நாமினல். But we will be ending up somewhere around 9% growth. Real growth is almost above 7%. So effectively inflation கம்மியாக இருந்தது லாஸ்ட் இயர், இன்ஃப்ளேஷன் கம்மியாக இருக்கும் அடுத்த வருஷமும். அதனால நாமினல் க்ரோத் கம்மியாக இருக்கும். ஆனால் ரியல் க்ரோத் அடுத்த வருஷமும் நல்லா க்ரோ ஆகும், 7%. வேர்ல்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்தியன் எக்கானமி இஸ் டூயிங் வெரி வெல், 7+% ஆஃப் க்ரோத் எக்ஸ்பெக்டட். ஸோ 4.4% ஃபிஸ்கல் டெஃபிசிட் இந்த வருஷம் மெயின்டைன் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அதுவும் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்ட் ஆஸ்பெக்ட். அடுத்த வருஷமும் தே ஆர் பிளானிங் டு ரெடியூஸ் இட் டு 4.3%, நாட் நெசசரிலி 4.1%. இதெல்லாம் என்ன இதெல்லாம் காட்டுறதுன்னா கவர்மெண்ட் இஸ் வெரி கான்ஃபிடென்ட் தட் இந்தியன் எக்கானமி வில் க்ரோ. ஓகே, அதனால் என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க, ஃபிஸ்கல் டெஃபிசிட்டை கான்சென்ட்ரேட் பண்ணாமல் டெட் டு ஜிடிபி ரேஷியோக்கு போகிறாங்க. இவ்வளோ டெட் இருக்கணும் ஒரு கண்ட்ரிக்கு, இவ்வளோ க்ரோத் இருந்ததுன்னா அப்படின்ற ஒரு யார்ட் ஸ்டிக்கில் தே ஆர் கோயிங் டு அரைவ் அட், அண்ட் தே ஹவ் ப்ரொஜெக்டட் தட் த டெட் டு ஜிடிபி ரேஷியோ இஸ் கோயிங் டு கம் டவுன் next year from 56 to 55.5 to some 50 by 1 percentage point. So India தான் ஒரே கண்ட்ரி where this debt to GDP ratio is still in manageable limits. இதனால வந்து நிறைய செலவு பண்ணுறதுக்கு கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு நிறைய ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி இருக்கும். பாரோயிங் கொஞ்சம் பண்ணுவாங்க, ஏன்னா க்ரோத் ப்ரொஜெக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஃபிஸ்கல் டெஃபிசிட் ரொம்ப 4.1 எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணல. ஓவராலாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கேபிட்டல் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர் ரீஃபார்ம் கண்டினியூஸ், ஃபிஸ்கல் டெஃபிசிட் இஸ் கண்டைன்ட், and growth is going to be the main pillar for this economic activity. இதை வந்து இந்த வருஷ பட்ஜெட்டில் மெயினாக என்ன பார்க்கணுன்னா, இந்த வருஷத்தில் வந்து ரொம்ப பெரிய டேக்ஸ் கிவ் அவே எக்ஸம்ஷன் ரொம்ப கிடையாது. போன வருஷம் மாதிரி இந்த வருஷம் வந்து we are going to focus, concentrate on reforms. 350 ரீஃபார்ம்ஸ் கிட்ட போன வருஷம் பண்ணியிருக்கதா சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் இந்த கிட்டத்தட்ட லேபர் கோட் ரீஃபார்ம் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. குவாலிட்டி கண்ட்ரோல் ஆர்டர் க்ளோஸ் டு அபவுட் 170 குவாலிட்டி கண்ட்ரோல் ஆர்டர்ஸ் ஹவ் பின் ரிலாக்ஸ்டு. லேபர் கோடு பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, லாஸ்ட் இயர் இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணாங்க. GST 2.0, இன்கம் டேக்ஸ் ரீஃபார்ம்ஸ், செவரல் அதர் டீரெகுலேஷன் வித் த ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ ரீஃபார்ம் ஆஸ் அ பேசிஸ் ஃபார் எக்கனாமிக் growth is the agenda. That is the thrust as far as this year's budget is going to be. And in the reforms which is how they are going to achieve the growth rate of about 7% is what we need to see. So overall I think ease of doing business, ease of living, personal baggage import பண்ணுறதே, இப்போ வெளிநாட்டு போயிட்டு வந்தால் இம்போர்ட் பண்ணுறதே உங்களுக்கு வந்து பர்சனல் பேக்கேஜ் எடுத்துன்னு வரீங்க, அதுக்கெல்லாம் வந்து டியூட்டி ரேட் கம்மி பண்ணியிருக்காங்க 20% 10%. ஸோ ஈஸ் ஆஃப் லிவிங் அதுவும் they are concentrating how people will be having ease of living. Ease of doing business, again they are concentrating like several other years. So overall thrust வந்து unlike the last year budget, I would say ரொம்ப exemptionலாம் ரொம்ப பெருசாக கொடுக்காம, at the same time reforms on the process, tax administration process, reforms on import control clearances. SEC பார்த்தீங்கன்னா SEC to DTA இப்போ பண்ணினா டியூட்டி கட்டணும். அவங்க என்ன சொல்கிறாங்க, SEZ மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்ண குட்ஸை டிடிஏல விற்றா டியூட்டி ஓரளவுக்கு ஒரு குவான்டிட்டி, அந்த குவான்டிட்டி டிஃபைன் பண்ணல, அது இது நோட்டிஃபிகேஷனில் தான் வரும். அது வந்து தே ஆர் கோயிங் டு பர்மிட் ஈவன் வித் இந்தியன் ருப்பின்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா ஜென்ரலாக SEZல மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்ணுவோம், நமக்குலாம் தெரியும் நிறைய SEZ இருக்குது தமிழ்நாட்டில். இந்த SEZ மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்ணுற குட்ஸ் எல்லாம் வெளியில் விற்கிறதே டியூட்டி, கஸ்டம்ஸ் டியூட்டி கட்ட வேண்டி வரும். டு த எக்ஸ்டென்ட் ஆஃப் குவான்டிட்டி கேப்டு, you will get the realization for the sale in Indian rupee. டியூட்டியும் வந்து டியூட்டி foregone பேசிஸில் இருக்கும் as against customs duty on the final product. I think இதெல்லாம் ஒரு டு சம் அப் இதெல்லாம் தான் ஒரு மேஜர், அஃப்கோர்ஸ் இன்கம் டேக்ஸ்லேருந்து சுரேஷ் பேசுவார், இதெல்லாம் தான் ஒரு மேஜர் பாயிண்ட். ரீஃபார்ம் இஸ் தி த்ரஸ்ட் ஃபார் திஸ் இயர் பட்ஜெட்.
தேங்க்யூ சுரேஷ். ஸ்ரீராம் on direct taxes.
வணக்கம், எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். நம்ம போன பட்ஜெட்லேயே நிறையா வருமான சலுகைகள் கொடுத்ததுனால நான் ப்ரீ பட்ஜெட் டிஸ்கஷன் பண்ணும்போதே சொன்னேன், நம்ம எதுவுமே எதிர்பார்க்க முடியாது, எதிர்பார்க்குது அந்த எதிர்பார்ப்பு பூர்த்தி ஆகிட்டுன்றது தான் ஒரு கரெக்டான விஷயம் ஆக்சுவலாக. ஆனால் அவங்க என்ன ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ண ட்ரை பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா, இந்த வாட்டி இன்கம் டேக்ஸில் எப்படி வந்து ரெவென்யூவை இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணுறது, அதே போல் லிட்டிகேஷன் எப்படி குறைக்கிறது அப்படின்றதெல்லாம் மெயினாக அவங்க கான்சென்ட்ரேட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. நிறையா பார்த்திங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு நம்ம ஏதான ஒரு மிஸ்டேக் பண்ணால் ஒரு பெனல்ட்டி அப்படின்னு ஒன்று லெவி பண்ணுவாங்க. அந்த பெனல்ட்டி லெவி பண்ணும்போது என்னென்னா, அது வந்து நம்ம போய் கோர்ட்டுக்கு போயிடுவோம், நிறையா அதனால் டைம் ஆகும். அது ஆக்சுவலாக அந்த பெனல்ட்டிலாம் நிறைய இடத்துல என்ன பண்ணாங்க, ஒரு ஃபீன்ற பேரில் இப்போ கலெக்ட் பண்ணுறதா ஒரு இது பண்ணுறாங்க ஆக்சுவலாக. ஸோ அதனால் என்ன இது வருதுன்னு சொன்னால், அந்த ஃபீயை வந்து பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் அது மேண்டட்ரி, அதை போய் நம்ம லிட்டிகேட் பண்ண முடியாது. ஸோ அதனால் இவங்க இந்த இதில் பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் தனிப்பட்ட முறையில் எனக்கு என்ன அப்படின்னு உங்களுக்கு இந்த பட்ஜெட்டில் இருக்குதுன்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு எதுவுமே கிடையாது. எங்களுக்கு என்ன ஆடிட்டர்ஸ், லாயர்ஸ் அவங்களாம் என்ன இருக்குன்னா எங்களுக்கு நிறையா இருக்குது. இந்த தனிப்பட்டவங்களுக்கு பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் இது கிடையாது. ஆனால் இதில் என்ன ஒரு எஃபர்ட் அவங்க ட்ரை பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னா, முடிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் இந்த லிட்டிகேஷனை குறைக்கணும், லைஃப்பை சிம்பிள் ஆக்கணும், வாழ்க்கையில் மட்டும் இல்லை இன்கம் டேக்ஸ்லேயும் சிம்பிள் ஆக்கணும் அப்படின்ற முறையில் இந்த ஹோல் பட்ஜெட்டை அப்ரோச் பண்ணியிருக்கேன்றதை சொல்லலாம் ஆக்சுவலாக. அதை தவிர நீங்கள் போன பட்ஜெட்டில் பார்த்தா நான் தான் ஒரு சென்டர் ஆஃப் அட்ராக்ஷனாக இருந்தேன் ஆக்சுவலாக. இன்றைக்கி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இவங்களாம் சென்டர் ஆஃப் அட்ராக்ஷனாக இருப்பாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அதற்கு நான் வந்து தனிப்பட்ட முறையில் நிதி அமைச்சருக்கு நன்றி தெரிவிக்கணும்.
Okay, Madhura Ganesh will address on the MSME sector. Yeah.
So Sorry, sir.
वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला
சரி குட் மார்னிங் எல்லாரும் சண்டே அன்னைக்கு இங்கே அசம்பிள் ஆயிருக்கீங்க. இட்ஸ் வெரி நைஸ் டு சி ஆல் ஆஃப் யூ. இப்போ மெயின் ஐட்டம்ஸ் கார்ப்பரேட் அஃபேர்ஸ் நான் ஹெட் பண்ணுற சிக்கியில். ஸோ இதில் வந்து ஒரு கப்புள் ஆஃப் ஐட்டம்ஸ். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து ஐ ஃபோக்கஸ் ஆன் எம்எஸ்எம்இ பெனிஃபிட்ஸ். எம்எஸ்எம்இ இஸ் மைக்ரோ ஸ்மால் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ். ஸோ அவங்களுக்கு நிறையா பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. அதில் 3 விஷயம் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஈக்விட்டி சப்ளை, ஈக்விட்டி இன்ஃபியூஷன் நிறையா எஸ்எம்இஸில் போட போகிறோம் அப்படின்றத சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. செல்ஃப் ரிலையன்ட் ஃபண்டுன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. செல்ஃப் ரிலையன்ட் ஃபண்ட்னா அவங்களே சொந்தமாக ஆன் தியர் ஓன் லெக்ஸ், யார் சப்போர்ட் இல்லாமல் இண்டிபெண்ட்டாக இருக்கிறதுக்கு ஸ்கீம்ஸ் எடுத்துகிட்டு வர போகிறாங்க. லிக்விடிட்டி சப்போர்ட் இன் டர்ம்ஸ் ஆஃப் 7 lakh crores கிட்ட எம்எஸ்எம்இஸில் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ண போகிறாங்க. ஸோ இதெல்லாம் இன் டர்ம்ஸ் ஆஃப் லிக்விடிட்டி எம்எஸ்எம்இக்கு என்ன பண்ண போகிறாங்கன்ற ஒரு பாயிண்ட்டு. இன்னொன்று வந்து இந்த பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் ஒன்று கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்க எம்எஸ்எம்இக்கு, ட்ரெட்ஸ் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம்னு. அண்ட் ஆல்சோ கிரெடிட் கேரண்டி ஸ்கீம் வந்து இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ண போகிறாங்க. ஸோ and also they are going to tie up with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and Secretarial Institute to bring in some simplified courses, because all MSMEs CAs ko lawyers chum போக முடியாது. ஸோ சிம்பிள் கோர்சஸ் அதில் டிவைஸ் பண்ணி அட் லோ காஸ்ட் இவங்க அந்த பெனிஃபிட் அவைல் பண்ணுற மாதிரி சில ஸ்கீம்ஸ் கொண்டு வர போகிறேன்றது சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ எம்எஸ்எம்இ பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் நிறையா பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் இருக்குது. ஸோ ஸ்மால் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் ரன் பண்ணுறவங்க ஷுட் பி வெரி ஹாப்பி அபவுட் இட். தி அதர் இந்த குளோபல் சீனில் பார்த்தோன்னா என்ஆர்ஐஸ் வந்து தே கேன் எவ்வளோ இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணலாம் இந்தியாவில். இப்போ நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எஃப்ஐஐஸ் நிறையா தே ஆர் புல்லிங் அவுட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா. அதனால தான் நீங்கள் ருப்பியோட வேல்யூ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 91 rupees இருக்குது கிட்டத்தட்ட. இப்போ எஃப்ஐஐஸ் அட்ராக்ட் பண்ணுற மாதிரி நிறையா ஸ்கீம்ஸ் கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்க. ஸோ என்ஆர்ஐ வந்து ஏர்லியர் ஒரு 5 to 10% தான் ஈக்விட்டி ஷேர்ஸில் அவங்க இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ண முடியும். பட் இப்போ வந்து ஆல்மோஸ்ட் அப் டு 24% இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணலான்றது கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்க. ஃபெமா த ஃபாரின் எக்ஸ்சேஞ்ச் ஸ்கீமையே கொஞ்சம் ஓவராலாக ரிவ்யூ பண்ணுற மாதிரியும் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ அதில் இன்னும் என்ன ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்ஸ்ன்றதை நம்ம வெயிட் பண்ணி பார்க்கணும். as far as ஓவரால் கார்ப்பரேட் க்ரோத் பார்க்கணும்னு பார்த்தோன்னா இப்போ ரேர் மேக்னெட்ன்றது ஒன்று இருக்குது. தட் இஸ் எலக்ட்ரிக் கார்லாம் மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ரேர் எர்த் நம்ம சைனாலேருந்து வாங்குகிறோம். சைனாவோட காம்படிஷன் நிறையா இருக்கிறதுனால சைனாலேயே இஸ் நாட் கிவிங் ரேர் எர்த் அவ்வளோ ஈஸியாக அவங்க தராதனால நம்மளே வந்து ரேர் எர்த் ப்ரொடக்ஷன் நிறைய சில ஸ்பெசிஃபைடு ஸ்டேட்ஸ், ஆந்திர பிரதேஷ், ஒரிசா, இந்த மாதிரி மினரல் ரிச் ஸ்டேட்ஸில் வந்து நிறையா ஸ்கீம்ஸ்லாம் தரப்போகிறேன்றது சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. டெக்ஸ்டைல் இண்டஸ்ட்ரிக்கும் நிறையா பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஸோ இதெல்லாம் பார்க்கும்போது ஓவரால் கார்ப்பரேட் இந்தியாவோட க்ரோத் லுக்ஸ் வெரி குட்.
தேங்க்யூ மதுரா.
தேங்க்யூ.
டாக்டர் பாலாஜி ஆன் தி மெடிக்கல் சைட். சத்தமாக பேசுகிறாரு.
எல்லோருக்கும் வணக்கம். மருத்துவம் மற்றும் சுகாதாரத்துறையில் நமது நிதியமைச்சர் இன்னைக்கு 9வது பட்ஜெட்டில் என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காங்கன்னு பார்க்குறோம். ஒரு நாடு நல்லா முன்னேறணும்னா முக்கியமானது வந்து அதோட மக்கள் வந்து நல்லா நோய் இல்லாமல் இருக்கணும். அதை எதிர்பார்த்து தான் நாங்கள் வந்து மருத்துவத்துறை சார்பாக நிறைய எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன்ஸ் இருந்தது. கடந்த சில வருடங்களாகவே நம்ம பட்ஜெட் அலோகேஷன் வந்து இந்த துறைக்கு கம்மியாகவே இருந்தது. இந்த தடவையும் அதிகமாக இருக்கும்னு சொல்லிட்டு நாங்கள் எதிர்பார்த்தோம். மொத்தம் அமௌண்ட் இது வரைக்கும் சொல்லலை. ஆனால் சில ஸ்கீம்ஸ் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க. சிலது நாங்கள் எதிர்பார்த்தது, சிலது நாங்கள் எதிர்பார்க்காதது, ஆனால் சில ஏமாற்றங்களும் இருக்குது இதில். முதல்ல வந்து அவங்க இன்னைக்கு சொன்னதை பற்றி நம்ம பேசிடலாம். முதல்ல சொன்னது வந்து முதல்ல பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நாங்கள் படித்தது வந்து 10,000 கோடி 5 வருடங்களில், அதாவது வருடத்துக்கு 2,000 கோடி வந்து பயோஃபார்மா இண்டஸ்ட்ரிக்கு ஊக்குவிக்கிறதுக்காக சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், இப்போது அவங்க சொன்னதை பற்றி NCD, நான் கம்யூனிகபிள் டிசீசஸ், தொற்றா நோயில் ஒன்று முக்கியம் வந்து கேன்சர். அதை சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்காக அந்த வியாதியில் இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு மருத்துவம் வந்து அதிகமாக இருக்குது. அந்த மருந்துங்கள்லாம் அதை வந்து கம்மியான குறைந்த விலையில் நம்ம நாட்டிலே தயாரிக்கிறதுக்காக அதை வந்து பயாலாஜிக்கல் சொல்லுவோம், அதே மாதிரி பயோசிமிலர் சொல்லுவோம். அதெல்லாம் இப்போது ரொம்ப விலை அதிகமாக இருக்குது. அதை ப்ரொடக்ஷன் ஊக்குவிக்கிறதுக்காக 10,000 கோடி ஓவர் 5 years கொடுக்குறாங்க. இது அதுக்கு மட்டும் இல்லை, அலாங் வித் தட் ஃபார்மா இண்டஸ்ட்ரிக்கு பூஸ்ட் என்னென்னா சிலது வந்து இந்த அமௌண்ட்டு ரிசர்ச்சுக்கு கொடுத்துருக்குறாங்க. இது கேன்சருக்கு மட்டும் இல்லாமல் ஆட்டோஇம்யூன் டிசீஸ் சொல்லுவாங்க, ஒரு ரேர் குரூப் ஆஃப் டிசீஸ், அதுக்கும் வந்து இது வந்து பட்ஜெட் அலோகேட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க. இதை தவிர வந்து நம்ம நாட்டில் கம்மியாக இருக்கிறது வந்து கிளினிக்கல் ட்ரையல்ஸ், அதாவது எப்படி மருந்து வேலை செய்யுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது. அதை ஊக்குவிக்கிறதுக்காக 1000 கிளினிக்கல் ட்ரையல் சென்டர்ஸ் கொண்டு வராங்க. அதை தவிர அப்கிரேடிங் தி ட்ரக் கண்ட்ரோல் சென்டர்ஸ், அது ரொம்ப முக்கியம். இப்போ இருக்கிற மருந்து எல்லாம் நல்லா தரமானதா என்ன சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு மருந்து கம்பெனிலேருந்து வெளியே வருது மார்க்கெட்டுக்கு, அதெல்லாம் நல்லா தரமாக இருக்கா பார்க்குறதுக்கு ட்ரக் கண்ட்ரோல் தேவை. அதை வந்து அப்கிரேட் பண்ண போகிறேன்னு சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. இரண்டாவது வந்து ஏஐ அண்ட் டெக்னாலஜி, அது வேறு செக்டார்ஸ்ன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. அது மருத்துவத்துறையிலும் ரொம்ப பொருந்தும். அதனால் ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் அண்ட் டெக்னாலஜி ஹெல்த் கேரில் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியம். அதுக்கும் ஊக்குவிக்க தான் ப்ராமிஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க. இன்னொன்று முக்கியமாக ஸ்கில் டெவலப்மெண்ட் இன் அலைட் ஹெல்த் சென்டர்ஸ்னு போட்டிருக்காங்க. அதாவது அலைட் ஹெல்த்னா நீங்கள் வந்து டாக்டர்ஸ் தான் பார்க்குறீங்க, டாக்டர் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறது வந்து பேராமெடிக்கல் பர்சனல். நீங்கள் பார்க்குறீங்க டெக்னீஷியன்ஸ் இருக்கிறாங்க, ஆப்டோமெட்ரிஸ்ட் இருக்கிறாங்க, அது மாதிரி வரிசை சொல்லிட்டு போயிட்டு கிட்டத்தட்ட 10 செக்டார் சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. அதில் முக்கியமாக ஒன்று வந்து கடைசியில் சொன்னது வந்து ஜீரியாட்ரிக் ஹெல்த் கேர் ட்ரைனிங் சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் இந்தியாவோட பாப்புலேஷன் அதிகமாகின போகுது, முதியோரோட பாப்புலேஷன் அதிகமாகின போகுது. அதை வந்து எப்படி கம்யூனிட்டியில் அவங்களுக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு இப்பயே வருங்காலத்தை எதிர்பார்த்து இப்பயே வந்து ட்ரைனிங், அதாவது ஒரு நர்சஸ் மாதிரி அவங்கள ட்ரெயின் பண்ணி எப்படி கம்யூனிட்டியில் விடலாம்னு சொல்லிட்டு அதை பற்றி அங்கே பேசியிருக்கிறாங்க. இதில் வந்து 1.5 lakhs 1.5 லட்சம் பேருக்கு அவங்க ட்ரெயின் பண்ணுறதா சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. இது வந்து வருங்காலத்தில் ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன் நான். அடுத்தது வந்து ஹெல்த் டூரிசம், மெடிக்கல் வேல்யூ டூரிசம் சொல்லுவாங்க. இப்போது இது ஏற்கனவே நம்ம இந்தியாவுக்கு நிறைய பொருளாதாரத்தை அதிகமாக கொடுத்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கு. இப்போ உதாரணத்துக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா போன வருஷம் வந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட 20 லட்சம் நோயாளிகள் வெளிநாட்டிலேருந்து வந்தாங்க, கிட்டத்தட்ட 78 நாட்டிலேருந்து வந்தாங்க. மொத்தம் ஒரு 50,000 கோடி வருமானம் வந்துச்சு. இந்த வருஷம் அதை ஊக்குவிக்கிறதுக்காக அதுக்கும் நிறைய அனௌன்ஸ்மெண்ட் சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. இது வந்து எக்கானமி மட்டும் இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணுறாது, மருத்துவம் டாக்டர்ஸ் அதை தவிர மற்ற ஸ்பெஷாலிட்டிலையும் ஜாப் கிரியேஷன் நிறையா பண்ண சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க அவங்க. அடுத்தது வந்து ட்ரெடிஷ்னல் மெடிசன் ஆர்
आप खत्म करो, नहीं आप खत्म करो पहले आप, नहीं और बोलो नहीं बोलने दो और नहीं आप बोलो नहीं इनका खत्म नहीं होने दो पहले, हो गया तब ठीक है, तब ठीक है। ये ऐसे ही स्वार्थी लोग हैं, बुरा मत मानना हैं, थोड़ी जगह बढ़ा देगा। यही हाल रहा तो लोहे पर पीतल चढ़ा करके जेवर बनाने पड़ेंगे। और ये बजट गरीब के समझ के बाहर है। जो बुनियादी चीजें हैं, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, आप सोचिए उत्तर प्रदेश का हाल आपने सुना होगा, देखा होगा। पोस्टमार्टम होना है किसका, और पोस्टमार्टम के लिए ले किसको जा रहे हैं, ओटी में जाना किसको था, ले किसको जा रहे हैं। ये तो स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था का हाल है। और शिक्षा का हालत ये है कि बिना शिक्षा के हम विकसित भारत कैसे बनाएंगे। विकसित भारत का सपना अगर देखना है तो शिक्षा क्षेत्र में हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बजट देना पड़ेगा। ये समझ से बाहर बजट है, ये सपने दिखाने वाला बजट है। जिन लोगों ने अपने पुराने घोषणा पत्र पे कोई काम ना किया, उनसे उम्मीद क्या करोगे। बीजेपी से उम्मीद ही नहीं तो बजट से उम्मीद क्या करेंगे। ये हमेशा बड़े लोगों के लिए, 5% के लोगों के लिए बजट बनाते हैं, आम जनता के निराश किया है। और फिर 25 करोड़ अगर गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आ गए हैं तो कम से कम ये बताएं कि जो 95% आबादी हमारे देश की है, उस जो गरीब है उसकी प्रति व्यक्ति आय क्या है। क्या सरकार ये बताएगी प्रति व्यक्ति आय क्या है। उत्तर प्रदेश ये किसी को राहत देने वाला बजट नहीं है। मिडिल क्लास का वोट ले लेंगे, गरीब का वोट ले लेंगे, किसान का वोट ले लेंगे, लेकिन बजट आएगा तो 5% लोगों के लिए बनाएंगे। उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मिल गए हैं, मुख्यमंत्री हैं, तो क्या जरूरत है और चीज की। अब सोचिए अयोध्या जैसी जगह पर तो इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये हालत रही तो सोने पर पीतल लगा करके जेवर पहनने पड़ेंगे। रिफॉर्म्स की बात कही गई है, रिफॉर्म्स कर रहे हैं लोग। कोई उम्मीद नहीं इनसे, बीजेपी से कोई उम्मीद नहीं है कि न गरीब किसान गांव में रहने वालों के लिए कोई बड़ा फैसला लेंगे। जो बुनियादी ढांचा है उसको भी खत्म कर देंगे। कमल
कैसे देखते हैं? आपको लगता है केरल वाले सारे बता नहीं रहे तो कैसे फायदेमंद होगा ये?
खाली डब्बा है बजट, बजट में कुछ नहीं है, खाली डब्बा है सिर्फ, इसके अलावा कुछ भी नहीं है। बजट के अंदर एक्सपोर्ट को राहत मिलनी चाहिए थी, एक्सपोर्टर्स को कोई राहत नहीं है। बजट के अंदर किसान की बात कहीं नहीं है, कोई किसान की बात नहीं है। बजट के अंदर किसी भी तरह का जो नुकसान अमेरिका के एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे थे एक्सपोर्टर्स उनको हुआ है, उनको किसी तरह की कोई राहत की बात नहीं है। तो बजट खाली डब्बा है। पहले हम सोच रहे थे कि डब्बे में कुछ पुराना माल रख देंगे, इन्होंने तो पुराना भी निकाल लिया, अब तो कुछ है ही नहीं उसमें। तो पहले से नहीं है क्या? पहले से जुड़े हुए हैं, नया कौन सा कर दिया उन्होंने? ये तो पहले से ही जुड़े हुए हैं।
There's nothing much in the budget and I think जो expectations होती हैं and जिस तरह पहले पूरे परिवार एक साथ बैठ के बजट देखते थे कि क्या है हमारे लिए इस बजट में, तो ना महिलाओं के लिए इस बजट में कुछ खास है, ना हमारे युवाओं के लिए कुछ खास है। और जिस तरह हम चाहते हैं कि एजुकेशन में, शिक्षा पे बजट बढ़े, सरकार की तरफ से ध्यान दिया जाए और स्वास्थ्य पे ध्यान दिया जाए, तो और कैंसर जिस तरह फैल रहा है, मैं समझती हूँ कि स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा और किसानों को अगर नज़र में रखा जाए तो, और युवाओं को और महिलाओं को अगर नज़र में रखा जाए तो इस बजट में इन सभी मेजर सेक्शंस के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है। थैंक यू।
बजट को नंबर कितने देंगे आप इस बजट को? बड़े मैम एक रिएक्शन।
उधर
बजट को नंबर कितने देंगे आप इस बजट को? बड़े मैम एक रिएक्शन।
उधर
बजट को नंबर कितने देंगे आप इस बजट को? बड़े मैम एक रिएक्शन।
देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी को और आदरणीय वित्त मंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं, जिन्होंने 2047 का भारत कैसा होगा, 3 कर्तव्य के बारे में बताया, 6 मुद्दे जो महत्वपूर्ण इस भारत के विकसित के लिए होंगे उसके लिए बताया, कई योजना के बारे में उन्होंने बताया, चाहे वो हाई स्पीड रेल का जो कॉरिडोर हो, सेमीकंडक्टर का पूरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर खड़ा करने का मामला हो, चाहे वो फिशरी से जुड़ा हुआ हो, चाहे वो जल मार्ग के बारे में, एक तरह से कारखाना से लेकर पूरी तरह जल मार्ग के परियोजना की चर्चा किया है। और कई चीजें, कैसे मेडिकल कॉलेज, मेडिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, कैसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट के हॉस्पिटल में आईसीयू और वहां पर पूरा ट्रॉमा सेंटर का यूनिट बनाने का निर्णय लिया है। इसलिए और मैं विस्तार से आपको बात आपके बीच में करूंगा, लेकिन आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी को और वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि 2047 के भारत के लिए जो नींव आज उन्होंने रखा है, इसके लिए उनको बधाई देता हूं।
मैं सुना वित्त मंत्री को, क्या आपको लगा बजट में?
मुझे लगा कुछ नहीं है। फिनांस मिनिस्टर को कोई फ्रीडम नहीं दिया गया नया अनाउंसमेंट करने में बारे में, नया कुछ है भी नहीं। पुराना जो स्कीम है वही दोहराया गया और कोई स्टेट को ही कुछ नहीं दिया गया और पश्चिम बंगाल को तो एकदम कुछ नहीं दिया गया।
सेंसेक्स बहुत नीचे गया है, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट कह रही है कि मैन्युफैक्चरर को इससे बहुत लाभ होगा।
सेंसेक्स तो 12 पॉइंट नीचे चला गया। ये जो बजट में कोई नया ये नहीं आया, प्रपोजल नहीं आया, इसमें क्या होगा? सेंसेक्स खराब होगा।
And we hope to take forward the Prime Minister's vision of capitalizing on India's growth potential. You have seen a growth of.
Just got over your initial impressions, your comments.
I think by recent year standards, it was a fairly short speech and it seemed to have lots of subheadings and very few specifics. So it's very difficult to know what to think. I mean, I saw some big picture issues are that there's nothing there that we could hear for the middle class and the lower middle class. There was nothing there for the states. In fact, fiscal devolution remains unchanged at 41%, and many states have been complaining they don't have enough money to fulfill their own obligations to their citizens, to their voters, and that has become a genuine concern. There were very, very few details on things like what's going to be where. So we in Kerala, for example, have been waiting almost 15 years for an All India Institute of Medical Sciences. No announcement came. There was a reference to All India Institutes of Ayurveda being established, but not any indication as to where. Kerala would imagine that as a major center of Ayurveda, it should be a logical place, but they haven't promised us that. In fact, I think Kerala only got mentioned in the context of rare earths and a turtle trail. Even when coconuts and cashews were talked about, the state wasn't mentioned. So I'm assuming that some of these subheadings, as I mentioned, that she talked about, will translate into concrete projects and programs for us, and certainly cashews are important, fisheries are important, but where details came, we had reason for disappointment. For example, the ship repair for inland waterways, they're parking them in Varanasi and Patna. Kerala has 44 rivers and so many inland waterways that should be a priority for development. Why was Kerala not mentioned in that context? So I've got a lot of these questions and concerns about that. And on the larger issue of where the country is heading, the biggest question remains jobs. There was very little saying that we're going to be generating jobs through this or that. I know there were certain schemes suggested for improving manufacturing, and so far, as you know, the prospect of job increases has been quite elusive through any of the schemes that have come in so far. So we need to see something more that will encourage our young people in this country to believe that they have a future, they have work and possibilities to look forward to.
So what you're saying is that till the details come in, if you just look at the budget speech, it was disappointing, and there was a lack of vision. Would you say that?
Well, the speech certainly was completely short of an overall vision. What was it supposed to be about? Was it supposed to be proclaiming a new reform era? It didn't do that. Was it supposed to be performing some sort of belt tightening? It didn't say that. What was it all about? It was a series of subheadings, as I said, but there was no clear unifying vision. And I'm sorry to say that I hear very disappointing news from the stock markets, with the Sensex crashing by several hundred points or 1,000 points. And this is something which we all think is particularly troubling, because you want there to be a certain buoyancy in the economy after a budget speech. I hope that the full detailed budget document will give us cause for reassurance, because I didn't hear any in the speech.
So the Congress just a couple of days before the budget came out with a report and flagged that inequality is rising, and also some welfare measures, the repeal of the Manrega, and it was suggested that that welfare measures are being rolled back. So on those counts, how do you look at this budget?
Well, on inequality, there was no mention of it whatsoever in the budget speech. Welfare measures were not specified except for the reference to this Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj Yojana. Now, what's interesting is they took away Mahatma Gandhi's name from the Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, and they applied it to another alleged sort of village development scheme. I'd like to see what exactly that transpires out and what kind of allocations it has. Some of these conversations perhaps need to await the full budget document, which obviously I haven't seen because I've just come out of Parliament having heard the speech. But as I said, I am not sure that she has paid attention to the kinds of things that normally voters and politicians pay attention to. For example, absolutely nothing for the middle class, the lower middle class, that one could hear. If you look at even things like the Manrega scheme, or what now they want to call G-Ram-G, this G-Ram-G scheme, are they going to give it adequate amounts of financing? How are we going to ensure that people who are looking for jobs in the rural areas receive these jobs? There's just too much that is not there. And I suspect that in the budget debate in Parliament, a lot of us are going to be asking for a lot more specifics, unless, as I said, there's more provided in the document that we've heard in the speech.
So there are also concerns about India's trade. Now we've just had the India-EU FTA, but concerns loom large as we haven't been able to complete the deal with the US, and also the tariff issue is there with 50% tariffs on us. So how do you look at India's trade going from here? And
well,
was
the
there
US
anything
was
substantial?
our largest market, and that market has certainly been affected by the 50% tariffs. People have done various workarounds. I gather, for example, in the gems and jewelry industry, they're doing a lot of assembly in America. Some others are doing something else in the US. But that doesn't help us, it doesn't help India's export figures, and it doesn't help India's employment. So I don't know at this stage, unless some kind of accommodation can be found with the Americans, whether we will be able to recapture the chunk of the American market that we have lost. Conversely, the European Union could provide now the new biggest market for India. And certainly there's much to be enthusiastic about in the deal that was announced. But don't forget, it hasn't come into force yet. I had understood that all 27 countries of the European Union need to ratify it. I see the Commerce Minister made a statement saying that is not necessary. I think we'll have to wait to hear from the Europeans as to when and how this can come into force.
So another issue that is economically hitting us hard is the oil issue. Now US has been pressuring India over not buying oil from Russia. In fact, just yesterday, Mr. Trump has made a statement that India will buy oil from Venezuela instead of Iran. So how do you look at that issue? And
well, look, I mean, the oil market in the world, as you know, is what it is. There's a certain amount of demand which keeps growing every year, and there's a certain amount of supply which is certainly affected by sanctions. Now, we had a situation where Venezuelan oil, Iranian oil, and Russian oil are all sanctioned by the West. And it becomes very difficult for companies to purchase oil that is sanctioned, because then they will themselves be sanctioned by the same countries. And they have other business interests, naturally, so they will not want to proceed in that way. Now, I remember saying to friends about 8 months ago, when we were hit with the 50% on Russian oil, that it seems to me that the only way out for the US is going to be to somehow do something in Venezuela, because these are the three big sources of oil. And if all three are sanctioned, the inevitable result will be that the existing amount and rising amount of demand will be approaching a finite supply, and the result will be oil prices will go up. And if oil prices go up, that will have consequences for the American voter at the petrol pump, or the gas station as they call it in America. So I thought that Venezuela would be the answer, and it looks like that's what it's going to be. If Venezuelan oil coming into the world market without any sanctions anymore becomes a compensatory factor for the absence of Iranian and Russian oil, then obviously what will happen is that prices will remain stable. And from the point of view of Indian companies, especially the older refineries which are able to process this heavier Venezuelan crude, they will probably want to indeed purchase Venezuelan oil instead. So this may well happen. It's something that I'm sure the oil industry has been expecting to see happening as soon as that particular decapitation of the Venezuelan regime happened. So I'm not surprised at all.
So just last couple of questions, sir. The elections to 5 states are just round the corner, and your state is also going for polls.
Which is why I was surprised not to hear my state mentioned more
So
often.
on that count, how do you see the budget? And especially a sub-question to that would be that as a person, as an MP from Kerala, are you disappointed with the budget?
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, very, very much so. As I mentioned, this was a speech that was so short on specifics. It was also short on the kind of couplets from Tiruvalluvar we got used to hearing, not only from Nirmala ji, but even from the Prime Minister and other leaders, the Vice President and others, who used to love quoting Tiruvalluvar. Here is an election opportunity in Tamil Nadu a few months away. No Tiruvalluvar in the speech. I was a bit surprised. As far as Kerala is concerned, yeah, we had, as I said, no references to us, even though there were subheadings about fisheries, about cashew and coconuts, which may benefit us. We assume it should benefit us, but we have not yet seen, and certainly Kerala wasn't named. I don't want to say right now I'm disappointed until I see the full details. If Kerala will benefit in a substantive way from all of this, then perhaps it won't be so bad. We didn't get the All India Institute of Medical Sciences we've been waiting for so long, and we didn't get any specific assurance that one of the new All India Institutes of Ayurveda will come to us. So what did Kerala get? Not clear. The only thing I can say is if the budget document will specify some of these details, we might welcome it. If not, then this government will certainly have disappointed a lot of people who were waiting expectantly in Kerala. There are many sectors that the government could have attended to in Kerala. Port-led development is an obvious one. Rare earths was mentioned. Fisheries is extremely important. Protection of the coastal belt and livelihoods of people in the fishing community, not mentioned. All of these things could be important areas. Inland waterways were mentioned, but Kerala was not. The ship repair facilities for inland waterways are going to be in Patna and Varanasi. Strange. We have more inland waterways than perhaps any other state in India. We need to have that kind of facility in Kerala. So as a Kerala MP, I must say I have nothing to be happy about in this budget.
Sir, you've mentioned it so many times that do you think there was a lack of transparency in the speech per se?
Well, I think there was a lack of detail in the speech, certainly. And when you speak of transparency, the government should come up front as to what exactly it hopes to achieve. You know, normally there is one big headline coming out of it. Last year it was the tax, the year before that, fiscal consolidation, whatever. You come back with a specific headline and say, this is what the overall thrust of the budget is about, and here are the details. I don't get a clear headline out of this. You guys are journalists, I'm not.
So
I'd be curious as to what the headline will be. So I fear the headline is going to be market crashes after hearing the speech.
So it's cricket season, World Cup is around the corner, so I'll end with some cricketing analogy. Sir, has the finance minister hit it out of the park, or she's missed the ball completely and been stumped?
Well, I don't know if she's been stumped yet, but she certainly seems to have missed the ball. In one or two places she may have got edges, but I'm not quite sure that we've got anything off the meat of the bat so far. You wanted something in Malayalam? Yes.
Hi, sir.
Hello.
Sir, കേന്ദ്ര ബഡ്ജറ്റിനെ കുറിച്ച് സാറിന്റെ അഭിപ്രായം കേരളം ഇപ്പോൾ 2-3 മാസത്തിൽ
ഒരു മലയാളിയായിട്ട് ഇത് കേൾക്കുമ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ പേര് തന്നെ കേൾക്കാനുള്ള കൂടുതൽ അവസരങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. ഒരു പക്ഷേ ആ റെയർ എർത്ത് കോറിഡോർ ഒന്നായിരിക്കും, പിന്നെ ടേർട്ടിൽ ട്രെയിൽ വരാൻ പോകുന്നുണ്ട് ഇത്രയും നമ്മുടെ സംസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ. പക്ഷേ പല അവസരം അവർ നമ്മൾക്ക് തന്നില്ല. ഒരു ഉദാഹരണമാണ് ഇൻലാൻഡ് വാട്ടർവേസിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഷിപ്പ് റിപ്പയർ. അവർ ഏതാ സ്ഥലങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞാൽ പട്ന വാരാണസിയും. കേരളത്തിലാണ് ഏത് സംസ്ഥാനത്തിനാണ് കൂടുതൽ ഇൻലാൻഡ് വാട്ടർവേസ് ഉള്ളത്. അത് എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് കേരളത്തിലൊരു ഷിപ്പ് റിപ്പയർ ഫെസിലിറ്റി തന്നില്ല? എന്തുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മളുടെ ഇൻലാൻഡ് വാട്ടർവേസിന് വേണ്ടി വന്ന് പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ചില്ല? എനിക്ക് അതിശയം തോന്നുന്നു. പിന്നെ കോക്കനട്ടും കാഷ്യൂസിനെയും കുറിച്ച് ഈ ശബ്ദം കേട്ടു, പക്ഷെ കേരള എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞില്ല. ഞാൻ വിചാരിക്കുന്നു നമ്മളല്ലേ എല്ലാം വെച്ച് കൂടുതൽ പിന്നെ നാളികേരം പ്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നൊരു സംസ്ഥാനം, അതുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മളുടെ ആയിരിക്കും ആ ബെനിഫിറ്റ്. പക്ഷേ ആ ഡീറ്റെയിൽ പറയാത്തത് അതിശയമാണ്. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് 3 മാസത്തെ ഇലക്ഷൻ വരുന്നൊരു സമയത്ത് എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് കേരളത്തിന് വേണ്ടി ഇതൊക്കെ ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിച്ചില്ല അവരെ എനിക്കറിയുന്നില്ല. തീരദേശത്തിന് വേണ്ടി എന്താ അവർ ചെയ്യാൻ പോകണം? ഒരു വാക്കില്ല. ഫിഷറീസിനെ മെൻഷൻ ചെയ്തു, പക്ഷേ കേരള പറഞ്ഞില്ല. അതോ നമ്മളുടെ പിന്നെ തീരദേശത്തെ സമുദ്രത്തിൻ്റെ മക്കളുടെ ജീവിതം സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ അവരുടെ ലൈവ്ലിഹുഡ്സും ലൈവ്സും രണ്ടും അത്യാവശ്യമായിട്ട് പല കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യാനുണ്ട്. അത് ഈ ബഡ്ജറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടോയെന്നും കൂടി എനിക്ക് പറയാൻ സാധിക്കില്ല. കാരണം വെറും ഫിഷറീസ് ഒരു സബ് ഹെഡിങ് പോലെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഒരു ഡീറ്റെയിൽ ഇറങ്ങിയിട്ടില്ല. ഇനി ബഡ്ജറ്റ് ഡോക്യുമെൻ്റ് നോക്കി നമുക്ക് അറിയേണ്ടി വരും എന്തായിരിക്കും. പിന്നെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത് എന്താണ്? നമ്മൾ 15 വർഷമായി കാത്തിരിക്കുന്നു ഓൾ ഇന്ത്യ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ഓഫ് മെഡിക്കൽ സയൻസസ്. നിങ്ങൾ ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഓർമ്മയുണ്ടാവും, അവരുടെ ആദ്യത്തെ ബഡ്ജറ്റ് പ്രസംഗത്തിൽ അവർ വാഗ്ദാനമായിരുന്നു കേരളത്തിലുണ്ടാവുന്നത്. ഈ 12 വർഷമായിട്ട് ഒരു ആ വാഗ്ദാനം പൂർത്തിയായിട്ടില്ല. നേരെ മറിച്ച് ഇന്ന് അവർ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്ന 3 പുതിയ ഓൾ ഇന്ത്യ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ഓഫ് ആയുർവേദ സ്ഥാപിക്കുന്നു. എവിടെയാണ്? ഒരു വാക്കില്ല. അവരുടെ ജാംനഗർ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ടിൽ എക്സ്ട്രാ പൈസ കൊടുക്കുന്ന പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് പേര് വെച്ച് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഈ ആയുർവേദ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് കേരളത്തിൽ വരുമോ? എന്തുകൊണ്ട് വന്നുകൂടാ? അതും വലിയൊരു ഒരു ഡിസപ്പോയിൻമെൻറ്റാണ്. പിന്നെ അവസാനത്തിൽ ഈ ഇന്ത്യ മൊത്തം ഒരു ചിന്ത കാണാൻ പോകുന്നത് ഈ ഫിസ്ക്കൽ ഡെവല്യൂഷൻ എന്ന് പറയില്ലേ, ഫൈനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് 41% പിന്നെ സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾക്ക് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. ഈ 41% ഒരു മാറ്റമില്ല എന്ന് അവർ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുമ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിന് ഇപ്പോഴേ ഒരു പരാതിയുണ്ട്, നമുക്ക് പണം തികയുന്നില്ല. പിന്നെ ഇൻഫ്ലേഷനും വന്നിട്ട് ചിലവൊക്കെ കൂടുമ്പോൾ എവിടെ നിന്നാണ് പണം വരാൻ പോകുന്നത് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യാൻ? അപ്പോൾ ഒരു മലയാളിയായിട്ട് എനിക്ക് എന്താ സന്തുഷ്ടമാകാനുള്ളത്? എനിക്ക് തന്നെ ഒന്നും ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിക്കാനില്ല ഇതിൽ. പിന്നെ മൊത്തത്തിൽ നമ്മളുടെ പിന്നെ മിഡിൽ ക്ലാസ് പ്രൊഫഷണൽസ് എൻ്റെ എന്നെ പോലുള്ള പറയാം, എൻ്റെ അച്ഛനും അമ്മയും ഒക്കെ സാലറി എടുത്ത് പ്രവർത്തിച്ച് ടാക്സ് കൊടുക്കുന്ന വ്യക്തികളുടെ കുടുംബത്തിലാണ് ഞാൻ വളർന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ മിഡിൽ ക്ലാസ്സും ലോവർ മിഡിൽ ക്ലാസ്സും വല്ല ടാക്സ് റിലീഫ് വേണ്ടേ, അതും കണ്ടിട്ടില്ല. ഒരു വാക്കുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല അവരെക്കുറിച്ച്. അപ്പോൾ എന്തായിരുന്നു ഈ ബഡ്ജറ്റിൻ്റെ ഉദ്ദേശം എന്ന് ശരിക്കും പറയാൻ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്. ഒരു വലിയ ഹെഡ്ലൈൻ തരാത്തൊരു പ്രഭാഷണമായിരുന്നു നിർമ്മല സീതാരാമൻ്റെ ഈ തവണ. അതാണ് ഈ ഡോക്യുമെൻ്റ് നോക്കാൻ പോവുക തന്നെയാണ് ഈ ഉച്ചയ്ക്ക് അതല്ലേ പണി. ബിക്കോസ് ഈ പ്രഭാഷണം കേട്ടതിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ എനിക്ക് ഒരു കാര്യമില്ല സന്തുഷ്ടമാവാൻ. ഇനി ഡോക്യുമെൻറ്റ്സ് വരെ കുറച്ചും കൂടി എൻകറേജിങ് ന്യൂസ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് നമ്മൾ അക്നോളജ് ചെയ്യാൻ തയ്യാറാണ്. പക്ഷേ ആ ഡോക്യുമെൻ്റ് കാണാൻ പോകണം.
എല്ലാ പ്രതീക്ഷയും നശിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റും?
അല്ല, ആ ഡോക്യുമെൻ്റ് കാണാതെ പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. പക്ഷെ പ്രഭാഷണത്തിൽ നമ്മൾ ഏത് പ്രതീക്ഷയും അവർ പൂർത്തിയാക്കിയില്ല, ഏതും.
മെയിൻ പ്രതീക്ഷ എന്തായിരുന്നു ബഡ്ജറ്റിൽ കേരളത്തിൽ?
ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു ഒരു തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് കേരള, തമിഴ്നാട്, ബംഗാൾ, അസം, പുതുച്ചേരി ഈ സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളുടെ പേരുകൾ നമ്മൾ കുറേ കേൾക്കും. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയാമല്ലോ, ബീഹാർ തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പിന് മുമ്പ് അവർ പ്രസംഗത്തിൽ എത്ര പ്രാവശ്യമാണ് ബീഹാറിൻ്റെ പേര് കേൾക്കേണ്ടി വന്നത്. പക്ഷേ ഈ തവണ അതുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. അതും ഇതൊരു ഇലക്ഷൻ പ്രീ ഇലക്ഷൻ സ്പീച്ചും കൂടി പോയി തോന്നിയില്ല. അതുമാത്രമല്ല, അവർ കുറേ ടോപ്പിക്സ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടും കൂടി എന്താണ് അതിൻ്റെ സ്പെസിഫിസിറ്റീസ് അവർ ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിക്കാനായിട്ട് സാധിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ അഭിപ്രായത്തിൽ കേരളക്കാർക്ക് കുറച്ചും കൂടി സെൻട്രൽ അസിസ്റ്റൻസ് അത്യാവശ്യമാണെന്ന് നമുക്കറിയാം. അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ഒരു വാക്ക് ഞാൻ കണ്ടിട്ടില്ല. ഡോക്യുമെൻ്റ് നോക്കണം. ഫിഷറീസ്, ഫിഷിംഗ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ഡീറ്റെയിൽ കിട്ടിയിട്ടില്ല, നോക്കണം. ഇൻലാൻഡ് വാട്ടർവേസ് അവർ എക്സ്ട്രാ പൈസ കൊടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ കേരളത്തിൽ എന്ത് കിട്ടും അതറിയണം. അവർ കാഷ്നട്ടും കോക്കനട്ടിനെയും കുറിച്ച് സംസാരിച്ചു. അതിൽ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് കേരളത്തിന് എന്താ തരാൻ പോകുന്നത്, ഏത് രീതി തരാൻ പോകുന്നത്. പിന്നെ ഹാൻഡ്ലൂം ക്ലസ്റ്റേഴ്സിൽ നമ്മളുടെ ഒരു ക്ലസ്റ്റർ ഉണ്ടാവുമോ? എൻ്റെ സ്വന്തം തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത് ബാലരാമപുരത്തിൽ ഹാൻഡ്ലൂം മേഖലയിൽ വലിയ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ട്. കൈത്തറക്കാർക്ക് വലിയ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ് ഈ സമയത്ത്. അതിനുവേണ്ടി വല്ല ഒരു സഹായം വരുന്നുണ്ടോ? പിന്നെ ഈ ഏർബൻ ക്ലസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് അവർ തീരുമാനിക്കും പറഞ്ഞു. സെൻട്രൽ ഏർബൻ ക്ലസ്റ്റർ അതിനാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾക്ക് നല്ല നഗരങ്ങളുണ്ടല്ലോ. കേരളത്തിൽ എത്രയാണ് നഗരങ്ങളുള്ളത്? അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾക്കൊരു ഏർബൻ ക്ലസ്റ്റർ ഉണ്ടാവുമോ? അറിയില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് ടു മെനി ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ്. ഒരു ഡീറ്റെയിൽ തരാത്തൊരു പ്രസംഗമായ കാരണം നമുക്ക് ഈ ഡോക്യുമെൻ്റ് കണ്ട ശേഷമേ ഇതിനെല്ലാറ്റും കേരളം നിരാശ എന്ന് പറയാൻ സാധിക്കില്ല. ഞാൻ ഇപ്പോൾ തന്നെ പറയുന്നില്ല ഞാൻ കംപ്ലീറ്റ്ലി ഡിസപ്പോയിൻറ്റഡ് ആണെന്ന്. പക്ഷേ ഇതുവരെ എനിക്ക് ഹാപ്പി ആവാൻ ഒരു കാര്യവും കിട്ടിയിട്ടില്ല എന്ന് സത്യമാണ്. അല്ല, അവർ പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ചത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയാമല്ലോ. പിന്നെ ഫിഷറീസിനൊക്കെ അവർ കുറച്ച് സ്പെഷ്യൽ സഹായം കൊടുക്കാൻ പോകേണ്ടത് അത് എന്താണെന്ന് അറിയണം. അത് എന്താ അറിഞ്ഞ ശേഷം പറയാം. പക്ഷേ എക്സ്പോർട്ട് മൊത്തത്തിൽ പിന്നെ FTA EUവിൻ്റെ ഒപ്പം കൺക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്ത് നല്ല കാര്യം തന്നെയാണ്. ഞാൻ അതിനെ സ്വീകരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. കാരണം ഇപ്പോൾ അമേരിക്ക നമ്മളുടെ എല്ലാം വെച്ച് വലിയ മാർക്കറ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ ആ മാർക്കറ്റ് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാമല്ലോ 50% ടാക്സ് വന്ന ശേഷം നല്ലോണം ബാധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്.
इन्हें बोलने दो, पहले बोलने दो। अरे आप खत्म करो। नहीं आप खत्म करो पहले आप। नहीं और बोलो नहीं बोलने दो और नहीं आप बोलो। नहीं इनका खत्म नहीं होने दो पहले। हो गया तब ठीक है ये ऐसे ही स्वार्थी लोग हैं, बुरा मत मानना हैं। थोड़ी जगह बढ़ा देगा। यही हाल रहा तो लोहे पर पीतल चढ़ा करके जेवर बनाने पड़ेंगे। और ये बजट गरीब के समझ के बाहर है। जो बुनियादी चीजें हैं, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, आप सोचिए उत्तर प्रदेश का हाल आपने सुना होगा, देखा होगा। पोस्टमार्टम होना है किसका, और पोस्टमार्टम के लिए ले किसको जा रहे हैं। ओटी में जाना किसको था, ले किसको जा रहे हैं। ये तो स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था का हाल है। और शिक्षा का हालत ये है कि बिना शिक्षा के हम विकसित भारत कैसे बनाएंगे। विकसित भारत का सपना अगर देखना है तो शिक्षा क्षेत्र में हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा बजट देना पड़ेगा। ये समझ से बाहर बजट है, ये सपने दिखाने वाला बजट है। जिन लोगों ने अपने पुराने घोषणा पत्र पे कोई काम ना किया, उनसे उम्मीद क्या करोगे। बीजेपी से उम्मीद ही नहीं तो बजट से उम्मीद क्या करेंगे। ये हमेशा बड़े लोगों के लिए, 5% के लोगों के लिए बजट बनाते हैं, आम जनता के निराश किया है। और फिर 25 करोड़ अगर गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आ गए हैं तो कम से कम ये बताएं कि जो 95% आबादी हमारे देश की है, उस जो गरीब है उसकी प्रति व्यक्ति आय क्या है? क्या सरकार ये बताएगी प्रति व्यक्ति आय क्या है?
उत्तर प्रदेश के इस बजट में
ये किसी को राहत देने वाला बजट नहीं है। मिडिल क्लास का वोट ले लेंगे, गरीब का वोट ले लेंगे, किसान का वोट ले लेंगे, लेकिन बजट आएगा तो 5% लोगों के लिए बनाएंगे।
उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए
उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मिल गए हैं, मुख्यमंत्री हैं, तो क्या जरूरत है और चीज की? अब सोचिए अयोध्या जैसी जगह पर तो इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये हालत रही तो सोने पर पीतल लगा करके जेवर पहनने पड़ेंगे।
रिफॉर्म्स की बात कही गई है,
डिफॉर्म्स कर रहे हैं लोग। कोई उम्मीद नहीं इनसे, बीजेपी से कोई उम्मीद नहीं है कि ना गरीब किसान गांव में रहने वालों के लिए कोई बड़ा फैसला लेंगे। जो बुनियादी ढांचा है उसको भी खत्म कर देंगे। कमल
कैसे देखते हैं? आपको लगता है जनता के लिए तो कैसे फायदेमंद होगा ये?
खाली डब्बा है बजट। बजट में कुछ नहीं है, खाली डब्बा है सिर्फ, इसके अलावा कुछ भी नहीं है। बजट के अंदर एक्सपोर्ट को राहत मिलनी चाहिए थी, एक्सपोर्टर्स को कोई राहत नहीं है। बजट के अंदर किसान की बात कहीं नहीं है, कोई किसान की बात नहीं है। बजट के अंदर किसी भी तरह का जो नुकसान अमेरिका के एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे थे एक्सपोर्टर्स उनको हुआ है, उनको किसी तरह की कोई राहत की बात नहीं है। तो बजट खाली डब्बा है। पहले हम सोच रहे थे कि डब्बे में कुछ पुराना माल रख देंगे, इन्होंने तो पुराना भी निकाल लिया, अब तो कुछ है ही नहीं उसमें। तो पहले से नहीं है क्या? पहले से जुड़े हुए हैं, नया कौन सा कर दिया उन्होंने? ये तो पहले से ही जुड़े हुए हैं।
There's nothing much in the budget and I think जो expectations होती हैं and जिस तरह पहले पूरे परिवार एक साथ बैठ के बजट देखते थे कि क्या है हमारे लिए इस बजट में, तो ना महिलाओं के लिए इस बजट में कुछ खास है, ना हमारे युवाओं के लिए कुछ खास है। और जिस तरह हम चाहते हैं कि एजुकेशन में शिक्षा पे बजट बढ़े, सरकार की तरफ से ध्यान दिया जाए और स्वास्थ्य पे ध्यान दिया जाए, तो और कैंसर जिस तरह फैल रहा है, मैं समझती हूँ कि स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा और किसानों को अगर नज़र में रखा जाए तो, और युवाओं को और महिलाओं को अगर नज़र में रखा जाए तो इस बजट में इन सभी मेजर सेक्शंस के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है। थैंक यू।
बजट का नंबर कितने देंगे आप इस बजट को? बड़े मैम एक रिएक्शन। बजट का नंबर कितने देंगे आप इस बजट को? बड़े मैम एक रिएक्शन। बजट का नंबर कितने देंगे आप इस बजट को? बड़े मैम एक रिएक्शन।
देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी को और आदरणीय वित्त मंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं, जिन्होंने 2047 का भारत कैसा होगा 3 कर्तव्य के बारे में बताया, 6 मुद्दे जो महत्वपूर्ण इस भारत के विकसित के लिए होंगे उसके लिए बताया, कई योजना के बारे में उन्होंने बताया, चाहे वो हाई स्पीड रेल का जो कॉरिडोर हो, सेमीकंडक्टर का पूरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर खड़ा करने का मामला हो, चाहे वो फिशरी से जुड़ा हुआ हो, चाहे वो जल मार्ग के बारे में एक तरह से कारखाना से लेकर पूरी तरह जल मार्ग के परियोजना की चर्चा किया है। और कई चीजें, कैसे मेडिकल कॉलेज, मेडिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, कैसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट के हॉस्पिटल में आईसीयू और वहां पर पूरा ट्रॉमा सेंटर का यूनिट बनाने का निर्णय लिया है। इसलिए और मैं विस्तार से आपको बात आपके बीच में करूंगा, लेकिन आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी को और वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि 2047 के भारत के लिए जो नींव आज उन्होंने रखा है, इसके लिए उनको बधाई देता हूं।
क्या आपको लगा बजट में?
मुझे लगा कुछ नहीं है। फिनांस मिनिस्टर को कोई फ्रीडम नहीं दिया गया नया अनाउंसमेंट करने में बारे में, नया कुछ है भी नहीं। पुराना जो स्कीम है वही दोहराया गया और कोई स्टेट को ही कुछ नहीं दिया गया और पश्चिम बंगाल को तो एकदम कुछ नहीं दिया गया।
सेंसेक्स बहुत नीचे गया है, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट कह रही है कि मैन्युफैक्चरर को इससे बहुत लाभ होगा।
सेंसेक्स तो 12 पॉइंट नीचे चला गया। ये जो बजट में कोई नया ये नहीं आया, प्रपोजल नहीं आया, इसमें क्या होगा? सेंसेक्स खराब होगा।
And we hope to take forward the Prime Minister's vision of capitalizing on India's growth potential. You have seen a growth of close to 7.5%, a complete control on inflation coming down to 1.7%, a huge jump in capital expenditure from 2 lakh crore to almost 11 lakh crore this year to 12 lakh crore next year. So it's a budget that is going to empower India, is going to power India, and is going to take India on its trajectory, which is today the fourth largest economy to the third largest economy by next year and onward and forward.
नॉर्थ ईस्ट को लेकर के बहुत सारी घोषणाएं की गई।
नॉर्थ ईस्ट, मैंने यही तो बोला कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट, the sectoral allocation for the Northeast has been increased substantially. Also, a lot of institutions have been given in the Northeast, a lot of waterways have been given in the Northeast. So it's a budget which has given a huge amount of impetus to the Northeast, and for that I'm thankful to the Finance Minister.
Thank you, sir.
इन्हें बोलने दो, पहले बोलने दो। अरे आप खत्म करो। नहीं आप खत्म करो पहले आप। नहीं और बोलो नहीं बोलने दो और नहीं आप बोलो नहीं इनका खत्म नहीं होने दो पहले। हो गया तब ठीक है। ये ऐसे ही स्वार्थी लोग हैं, बुरा मत मानना हैं। थोड़ी जगह बढ़ा देगा। यही हाल रहा तो लोहे पर पीतल चढ़ा करके जेवर बनाने पड़ेंगे। और ये बजट गरीब के समझ के बाहर है। जो बुनियादी चीजें हैं, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, आप सोचिए उत्तर प्रदेश का हाल आपने सुना होगा, देखा होगा। पोस्टमार्टम होना है किसका, और पोस्टमार्टम के लिए ले किसको जा रहे हैं? ओटी में जाना किसको था, ले किसको जा रहे हैं? ये तो स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था का हाल है। और शिक्षा का हालत ये है कि बिना शिक्षा के हम विकसित भारत कैसे बनाएंगे? विकसित भारत का सपना अगर देखना है तो शिक्षा क्षेत्र में हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा बजट देना पड़ेगा। ये समझ से बाहर बजट है, ये सपने दिखाने वाला बजट है। जिन लोगों ने अपने पुराने घोषणा पत्र पे कोई काम ना किया, उनसे उम्मीद क्या करोगे? बीजेपी से उम्मीद ही नहीं तो बजट से उम्मीद क्या करेंगे? ये हमेशा बड़े लोगों के लिए, 5% के लोगों के लिए बजट बनाते हैं, आम जनता के निराश किया है। और फिर 25 करोड़ अगर गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आ गए हैं तो कम से कम ये बताएं कि जो 95% आबादी हमारे देश की है, उस जो गरीब है उसकी प्रति व्यक्ति आय क्या है? क्या सरकार ये बताएगी प्रति व्यक्ति आय क्या है?
उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए इस बजट में पूछा है क्या सर?
ये किसी को राहत देने वाला बजट नहीं है। मिडिल क्लास का वोट ले लेंगे, गरीब का वोट ले लेंगे, किसान का वोट ले लेंगे, लेकिन बजट आएगा तो 5% लोगों के लिए बनाएंगे।
उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए सर?
उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मिल गए हैं, मुख्यमंत्री हैं, तो क्या जरूरत है और चीज की। अब सोचिए अयोध्या जैसी जगह पर तो इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये हालत रही तो सोने पर पीतल लगा करके जेवर पहनने पड़ेंगे।
रिफॉर्म्स की बात कही गई है,
डिफॉर्म्स कर रही लोग, कोई उम्मीद नहीं इनसे, बीजेपी से कोई उम्मीद नहीं है कि न गरीब किसान गांव में रहने वालों के लिए कोई बड़ा फैसला लेंगे। जो बुनियादी ढांचा है उसको भी खत्म कर देंगे। कमल
कैसे देखते हैं, आपको लगता है केरल वाले सारे बता नहीं रहे तो कैसे फायदेमंद होगा ये?
खाली डब्बा है बजट, बजट में कुछ नहीं है, खाली डब्बा है सिर्फ, इसके अलावा कुछ भी नहीं है। बजट के अंदर एक्सपोर्ट को राहत मिलनी चाहिए थी, एक्सपोर्टर्स को कोई राहत नहीं है। बजट के अंदर किसान की बात कहीं नहीं है, कोई किसान की बात नहीं है। बजट के अंदर किसी भी तरह का जो नुकसान अमेरिका के एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे थे एक्सपोर्टर्स उनको हुआ है, उनको किसी तरह की कोई राहत की बात नहीं है। तो बजट खाली डब्बा है। पहले हम सोच रहे थे कि डब्बे में कुछ पुराना माल रख देंगे, इन्होंने तो पुराना भी निकाल लिया, अब तो कुछ है ही नहीं उसमें। तो पहले से नहीं है क्या? पहले से जुड़े हुए हैं, नया कौन सा कर दिया उन्होंने? ये तो पहले से ही जुड़े हुए हैं।
There's nothing much in the budget and I think जो expectations होती हैं and जिस तरह पहले पूरे परिवार एक साथ बैठ के बजट देखते थे कि क्या है हमारे लिए इस बजट में, तो ना महिलाओं के लिए इस बजट में कुछ खास है, ना हमारे युवाओं के लिए कुछ खास है। और जिस तरह हम चाहते हैं कि एजुकेशन में, शिक्षा पे बजट बढ़े, सरकार की तरफ से ध्यान दिया जाए और स्वास्थ्य पे ध्यान दिया जाए, तो और कैंसर जिस तरह फैल रहा है, मैं समझती हूँ कि स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा और किसानों को अगर नज़र में रखा जाए तो, और युवाओं को और महिलाओं को अगर नज़र में रखा जाए तो इस बजट में इन सभी मेजर सेक्शंस के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है। थैंक यू।
बजट को नंबर कितने देंगे आप इस बजट को? बड़े मैम एक रिएक्शन।
उधर
बजट को नंबर कितने देंगे आप इस बजट को? बड़े मैम एक रिएक्शन।
उधर
बजट को नंबर कितने देंगे आप इस बजट को? बड़े मैम एक रिएक्शन। देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी को और आदरणीय वित्त मंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं, जिन्होंने 2047 का भारत कैसा होगा, 3 कर्तव्य के बारे में बताया, 6 मुद्दे जो महत्वपूर्ण इस भारत के विकसित के लिए होंगे उसके लिए बताया, कई योजना के बारे में उन्होंने बताया, चाहे वो हाई स्पीड रेल का जो कॉरिडोर हो, सेमीकंडक्टर का पूरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर खड़ा करने का मामला हो, चाहे वो फिशरी से जुड़ा हुआ हो, चाहे वो जल मार्ग के बारे में, एक तरह से कारखाना से लेकर पूरी तरह जल मार्ग के परियोजना की चर्चा किया है। और कई चीजें, कैसे मेडिकल कॉलेज, मेडिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, कैसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट के हॉस्पिटल में आईसीयू और वहां पर पूरा ट्रॉमा सेंटर का यूनिट बनाने का निर्णय लिया है। इसलिए और मैं विस्तार से आपको बात आपके बीच में करूंगा, लेकिन आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी को और वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि 2047 के भारत के लिए जो नींव आज उन्होंने रखा है, इसके लिए उनको बधाई देता हूं।
मुझे लगा कुछ नहीं है। फिनांस मिनिस्टर को कोई फ्रीडम नहीं दिया गया नया अनाउंसमेंट करने के बारे में, नया कुछ है भी नहीं। पुराना जो स्कीम है वही दोहराया गया और कोई स्टेट को ही कुछ नहीं दिया गया और पश्चिम बंगाल को तो एकदम कुछ नहीं दिया गया।
सेंसेक्स बहुत नीचे गया है लेकिन गवर्नमेंट कह रही है कि मैन्युफैक्चरर को इससे बहुत लाभ होगा।
सेंसेक्स तो 12 पॉइंट नीचे चला गया। ये जो बजट में कोई नया ये नहीं आया, प्रपोजल नहीं आया, इसमें क्या होगा? सेंसेक्स खराब होगा।
And we hope to take forward the Prime Minister's vision of capitalizing on India's growth potential. You have seen a growth of close to 7.5%, a complete control on inflation coming down to 1.7%, a huge jump in capital expenditure from 2 lakh crore to almost 11 lakh crore this year to 12 lakh crore next year. So it's a budget that is going to empower India, is going to power India, and is going to take India on its trajectory, which is today the fourth largest economy to the third largest economy by next year and onward and forward. Thank you. North East, मैंने यही तो बोला कि North East, the sectoral allocation for the North East has been increased substantially.
That in Jungle Mahal, Jungle Sundari project in Purulia, for this economic corridor, 72,000 crores are going to be invested, and already there are so many people. They are setting investment. They are setting their cement hub. Now Bengal have become cement hub, the coal hub, the leather hub, the skill hub, even the Amazon Flipkart, like this, all are doing business side of this Dankuni, Kollani and other place. So it is already started. They have not given a single paisa to Bengal. Only one tax is there, GST. They are taking away our money and saying big talk. They are giving us money. It is our money. Now only one tax is there. What they are collecting from Bengal, they are not giving our food funds. We will get about more than 2 lakh crores from the central government. So they don't have any moral authority to run the government and to finish the country like this. They want to destroy the economic structure of the country, the constitutional structure of this country, the independent agency, including the infrastructural facilities, the economy, the social sector, the economic sector, the federal sector, all is been vanished. Only talking too much and less work. What they do, only they use some jugglery of words which cannot affect. You have to give the advantage to the people, which common people can enjoy the facilities. সাধারণ মানুষের জন্য কিছু করেনি, তপশিলীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, আদিবাসীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, যুবকদের জন্য কিছু নেই, চাষীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, মহিলাদের জন্য কিছু নেই, ফার্টিলাইজার সাবসিডি বাড়িয়ে দিয়েছে, সামাজিক সুরক্ষায় কিছু নেই, শিক্ষা দপ্তরে কিছু নেই, আর যে 3টে ফ্রেট করিডোরের কথা বলেছে আমরা 3টে নয় 6টা করছি সারা বাংলাকে জুড়ে। কাজেই টোটালটাই মিথ্যে কথার ফুলঝুরি, হামটি ডামটি বাজেট। They know they will lose Bengal. They will lose in Bengal. That's why they are using SIR. If they have the guts, I will appeal them to contest us politically, democratically, instead of using the election commission and the agencies against the election. Haryana is lost because of this. Maharashtra is also lost because of this. Even other parts of the country also, they are using the same method.
करता है। ये बजट 2047 के विकसित भारत की हमारी ऊंची उड़ान का मजबूत आधार है। साथियों, आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे नई ऊर्जा, नई गति मिलेगी। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है। साथियों, ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं। ये करोड़ों देशवासियों का संकल्प है। दुनिया के एक ट्रस्टेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टनर और ट्रस्टेड क्वालिटी सप्लायर के रूप में भारत की भूमिका लगातार बढ़ रही है। हाल में जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले। इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है, वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायोफार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है, वह उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। साथियों, बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, देश भर में वाटरवेज का विस्तार, हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के
विकास पर विशेष ध्यान और शहरों को मजबूत आर्थिक आधार देने के लिए म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स को बढ़ावा, ये सारे कदम विकसित भारत की यात्रा की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी उसके नागरिक होते हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार ने देश के नागरिकों के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया है। हमारा प्रयास स्किल, स्केल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी को निरंतर बल देने का रहा है। जैसा कि आज पार्लियामेंट में निर्मला जी ने कहा है, यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे। भारत को दुनिया का डेटा सेंटर हब बनाने के लिए टैक्स में बड़ी छूट की घोषणा भी की गई है। मैं भारत के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर इस बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस बजट में टूरिज्म और विशेषकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों को ताकतवर बनाकर संतुलित विकास की नींव भी इस बजट में मजबूत की गई है। साथियों, हमारे देश में 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाएं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी हैं और बड़ा सफल अभियान रहा है। महिलाओं द्वारा निर्मित, महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का आधुनिक इकोसिस्टम बने, बजट में इसे प्राथमिकता दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे। हर जिले में छात्राओं के लिए नए हॉस्टल बनाने का अभियान भी शिक्षा को सुलभ बनाएगा। साथियों, भारत की कृषि, डेयरी सेक्टर, फिशरीज, इन्हें हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। इस बजट में भी नारियल, काजू, कोको और चंदन की पैदावार से जुड़े किसानों के लिए अनेक अहम कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत विस्तार एआई, इस टूल से किसानों को उनकी भाषा में जानकारी मिलने से उन्हें बहुत मदद मिलेगी। फिशरीज और पशुपालन में उद्यमिता, उसको बढ़ावा देने से गांव में ही रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के और ज्यादा अवसर बनेंगे। साथियों, ये बजट एम्बिशियस भी है और ये बजट देश की एस्पिरेशन को भी एड्रेस करता है। मैं एक बार फिर निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट के लिए, संवेदनशील बजट के लिए, गांव, गरीब, किसान का कल्याण करने वाले बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
That in Jungle Mahal, Jungle Sundari project in Purulia, for this economic corridor, 72,000 crores are going to be invested, and already there are so many people. They are setting investment. They are setting their cement hub. Now Bengal have become cement hub, the coal hub, the leather hub, the skill hub, even the Amazon Flipkart. Like this, all are doing business side of this Dankuni, Kollani and other place. So it is already started. They have not given a single paisa to Bengal. Only one tax is there, GST. They are taking away our money and saying big talk. They are giving us money. It is our money. Now only one tax is there. What they are collecting from Bengal, they are not giving our food funds. Will get about more than 2 lakh crores from the central government. So they don't have any moral authority to run the government and to finish the country like this. They want to destroy the economic structure of the country, the constitutional structure of this country, the independent agency, including the infrastructural facilities, the economy, the social sector, the economic sector, the federal sector, all is being vanished. Only talking too much and less work. What they do, only they use some jugglery of words which cannot affect. You have to give the advantage to the people, which common people can enjoy the facilities. সাধারণ মানুষের জন্য কিছু করেনি, তপশিলীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, আদিবাসীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, যুবকদের জন্য কিছু নেই, চাষীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, মহিলাদের জন্য কিছু নেই, ফার্টিলাইজার সাবসিডি বাড়িয়ে দিয়েছে, সামাজিক সুরক্ষায় কিছু নেই, শিক্ষা দপ্তরে কিছু নেই, আর যে 3টে ফ্রেট করিডোরের কথা বলেছে আমরা 3টে নয় 6টা করছি সারা বাংলাকে জুড়ে। কাজেই টোটালটাই মিথ্যে কথার ফুলঝুরি, হামটি ডামটি বাজেট। They know they will lose Bengal. They will lose in Bengal. That's why they are using SIR. If they have the guts, I will appeal them to contest us politically, democratically, instead of using the election commission and the agencies against the election. Haryana is lost because of this. Maharashtra is also lost because of this. Even other parts of the country also they are using the same method. I will tell them, if you have the guts, fight the battle politically. We are ready to fight in inch to inch. But Bengal will win, Tamil Nadu will win, Kerala will win, and Assam they will lose. Thank you so much. Yes, tomorrow 4 o'clock they have given us the time. We asked the official time. I cannot tell you later before that. When we'll meet, then after that we can meet the press. Please don't tell me all these things. I have some own program. Let me finish that. I am going to Delhi after so many months, I think maybe years. So my MPs are also there. So I am the chairman of the parliamentary committee. It is my duty to meet them also once. I'll meet the press media also. I'll brief them also what is going on in the name of SIR. How they want to finish the federal structure. All I'll mention. भाई जो हमने कर दिया उसका बाद में तो कुछ नहीं हुआ। एंटी कॉल्यूशन डिवाइस भी मैंने कर दिया, फ्रेट कॉरिडोर भी इन माय टाइम आई हैव क्लियर्ड ऑल द प्रोजेक्ट। अभी कुछ नहीं है। वाराणसी में जो है, जो डिज्नीलैंड बना रहा है, मैंने सुना है, मैंने देखा है कि काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर हमारा इतना गर्व का जगह है, उधर में आसपास में जो घाट वगैरह वगैरह जो है, जो बहुत सारी चीज है, लोकल लोगों को नहीं लेके बाहर से कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को लेके आके उधर में आमदनी कर रहा है। काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का पास डिज्नीलैंड बना रहा है, तो इट विल बी क्लियर whether they love religions or not. Thank you.
इन्हें बोलने दो, पहले बोलने दो। अरे आप खत्म करो, नहीं आप खत्म करो पहले आप। नहीं और बोलो नहीं बोलने दो और नहीं आप बोलो नहीं इनका खत्म नहीं होने दो पहले। हो गया तब ठीक है। ये ऐसे ही स्वार्थी लोग हैं, बुरा मत मानना हैं। थोड़ी जगह बता देगा। यही हाल रहा तो लोहे पर पीतल चढ़ा करके जेवर बनाने पड़ेंगे। और ये बजट गरीब के समझ के बाहर है। जो बुनियादी चीजें हैं, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, आप सोचिए उत्तर प्रदेश का हाल आपने सुना होगा, देखा होगा। पोस्टमार्टम होना है किसका, और पोस्टमार्टम के लिए ले किसको जा रहे हैं। ओटी में जाना किसको था, ले किसको जा रहे हैं। ये तो स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था का हाल है। और शिक्षा का हालत ये है कि बिना शिक्षा के हम विकसित भारत कैसे बनाएंगे। विकसित भारत का सपना अगर देखना है तो शिक्षा क्षेत्र में हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा बजट देना पड़ेगा। ये समझ से बाहर बजट है, ये सपने दिखाने वाला बजट है। जिन लोगों ने अपने पुराने घोषणा पत्र पे कोई काम ना किया, उनसे उम्मीद क्या करोगे। बीजेपी से उम्मीद ही नहीं तो बजट से उम्मीद क्या करेंगे। ये हमेशा बड़े लोगों के लिए, 5% के लोगों के लिए बजट बनाते हैं, आम जनता के निराश किया है। और फिर 25 करोड़ अगर गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आ गए हैं तो कम से कम ये बताएं कि जो 95% आबादी हमारे देश की है, उस जो गरीब है उसकी प्रति व्यक्ति आय क्या है। क्या सरकार ये बताएगी प्रति व्यक्ति आय क्या है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए इस बजट में कुछ है क्या सर?
ये किसी को राहत देने वाला बजट नहीं है। मिडिल क्लास का वोट ले लेंगे, गरीब का वोट ले लेंगे, किसान का वोट ले लेंगे, लेकिन बजट आएगा तो 5% लोगों के लिए बनाएंगे।
उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए
उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मिल गए हैं, मुख्यमंत्री हैं, तो क्या जरूरत है और चीज की। अब सोचिए अयोध्या जैसी जगह पर तो इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये हालत रही तो सोने पर पीतल लगा करके जेवर पहनने पड़ेंगे।
रिफॉर्म्स की बात कही गई है,
डिफॉर्म्स कर रहे हैं लोग। कोई उम्मीद नहीं इनसे, बीजेपी से कोई उम्मीद नहीं है कि न गरीब, किसान, गांव में रहने वालों के लिए कोई बड़ा फैसला लेंगे। जो बुनियादी ढांचा है उसको भी खत्म कर देंगे। कमल
कैसे देखते हैं, आपको लगता है केरल वाले सारे बता नहीं रहे तो कैसे फायदेमंद होगा ये?
खाली डब्बा है बजट में कुछ नहीं है, खाली डब्बा है सिर्फ, इसके अलावा कुछ भी नहीं है। बजट के अंदर एक्सपोर्ट को राहत मिलनी चाहिए थी, एक्सपोर्टर्स को कोई राहत नहीं है। बजट के अंदर किसान की बात कहीं नहीं है, कोई किसान की बात नहीं है। बजट के अंदर किसी भी तरह का जो नुकसान अमेरिका के एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे थे एक्सपोर्टर्स उनको किसी तरह की कोई राहत की बात नहीं है। तो बजट खाली डब्बा है। पहले हम सोच रहे थे कि डब्बे में कुछ पुराना माल रख देंगे, इन्होंने तो पुराना भी निकाल लिया, अब तो कुछ है ही नहीं उसमें। तो पहले से नहीं है क्या? पहले से जुड़े हुए हैं? नया कौन सा कर दिया उन्होंने? ये तो पहले से ही जुड़े हुए हैं।
There's nothing much in the budget and I think जो expectations होती हैं and जिस तरह पहले पूरे परिवार एक साथ बैठ के बजट देखते थे कि क्या है हमारे लिए इस बजट में, तो ना महिलाओं के लिए इस बजट में कुछ खास है, ना हमारे युवाओं के लिए कुछ खास है। और जिस तरह हम चाहते हैं कि एजुकेशन में, शिक्षा पे बजट बढ़े, सरकार की तरफ से ध्यान दिया जाए और स्वास्थ्य पे ध्यान दिया जाए, तो और कैंसर जिस तरह फैल रहा है, मैं समझती हूँ कि स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा और किसानों को अगर नज़र में रखा जाए तो, और युवाओं को और महिलाओं को अगर नज़र में रखा जाए तो इस बजट में इन सभी मेजर सेक्शंस के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है। थैंक यू।
बजट को नंबर कितने देंगे आप इस बजट को? बड़े मैम, एक रिएक्शन।
उधर
बजट को नंबर कितने देंगे आप इस बजट को? बड़े मैम, एक रिएक्शन।
उधर
बजट को नंबर कितने देंगे आप इस बजट को? बड़े मैम, एक रिएक्शन।
देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी को और आदरणीय वित्त मंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं, जिन्होंने 2047 का भारत कैसा होगा, 3 कर्तव्य के बारे में बताया, 6 मुद्दे जो महत्वपूर्ण इस भारत के विकसित के लिए होंगे उसके लिए बताया, कई योजना के बारे में उन्होंने बताया, चाहे वो हाई स्पीड रेल का जो कॉरिडोर हो, सेमीकंडक्टर का पूरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर खड़ा करने का मामला हो, चाहे वो फिशरी से जुड़ा हुआ हो, चाहे वो जल मार्ग के बारे में, एक तरह से कारखाना से लेकर पूरी तरह जल मार्ग के परियोजना की चर्चा किया है। और कई चीजें, कैसे मेडिकल कॉलेज, मेडिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, कैसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट के हॉस्पिटल में आईसीयू और वहां पर पूरा ट्रॉमा सेंटर का यूनिट बनाने का निर्णय लिया है। इसलिए और मैं विस्तार से आपको बात आपके बीच में करूंगा, लेकिन आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी को और वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि 2047 के भारत के लिए जो नींव आज उन्होंने रखा है, इसके लिए उनको बधाई देता हूं।
मैं सुना वित्त मंत्री को, क्या आपको लगा बजट में?
मुझे लगा कुछ नहीं है। फिनांस मिनिस्टर को कोई फ्रीडम नहीं दिया गया नया अनाउंसमेंट करने में बारे में, नया कुछ है भी नहीं। पुराना जो स्कीम है वही दोहराया गया और कोई स्टेट को ही कुछ नहीं दिया गया और पश्चिम बंगाल को तो एकदम कुछ नहीं दिया गया।
सेंसेक्स बहुत नीचे गया है, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट कह रही है कि मैन्युफैक्चरर को इससे बहुत लाभ होगा।
सेंसेक्स तो 12 पॉइंट नीचे चला गया। ये जो बजट में कोई नया ये नहीं आया, प्रपोजल नहीं आया, इसमें क्या होगा? सेंसेक्स खराब होगा।
And we hope to take forward the Prime Minister's vision of capitalizing on India's growth potential. You have seen a growth of close to 7.5%, a complete control on inflation coming down to 1.7%, a huge jump in capital expenditure from 2 lakh crore to almost 11 lakh crore this year to 12 lakh crore next year. So it's a budget that is going to empower India, is going to power India, and is going to take India on its trajectory, which is today the fourth largest economy, to the third largest economy by next year and onward and forward. Thank you. Northeast, मैंने यही तो बोला कि Northeast, the sectoral allocation for the Northeast has been increased substantially. Also, a lot of institutions have been given in the Northeast, a lot of waterways have been given in the Northeast. So it's a budget which has given a huge amount of impetus to the Northeast, and for that I'm thankful to the Finance Minister.
Thank you, sir.
That in Jungle Mahal, Jungle Sundari project in Purulia, for this economic corridor, 72,000 crores are going to be invested, and already there are so many people. They are setting investment, they are setting their cement hub. Now Bengal have become cement hub, the coal hub, the leather hub, the skill hub, even the Amazon Flipkart, like this. All are doing business side of this Dankuni, Kollani and other place. So it is already started. They have not given a single paisa to Bengal. Only one tax is there, GST. They are taking away our money and saying big talk. They are giving us money. It is our money. Now only one tax is there. What they are collecting from Bengal, they are not giving our food funds. Will get about more than 2 lakh crores from the central government. So they don't have any moral authority to run the government and to finish the country like this. They want to destroy the economic structure of the country, the constitutional structure of this country, the independent agency, including the infrastructural facilities, the economy, the social sector, the economic sector, the federal sector, all is been vanished. Only talking too much and less work. What they do, only they use some jugglery of words which cannot affect. You have to give the advantage to the people, which common people can enjoy the facilities. সাধারণ মানুষের জন্য কিছু করেনি, তপশিলীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, আদিবাসীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, যুবকদের জন্য কিছু নেই, চাষীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, মহিলাদের জন্য কিছু নেই, ফার্টিলাইজার সাবসিডি বাড়িয়ে দিয়েছে, সামাজিক সুরক্ষায় কিছু নেই, শিক্ষা দপ্তরে কিছু নেই, আর যে 3টে ফ্রেট করিডোরের কথা বলেছে আমরা 3টে নয় 6টা করছি সারা বাংলাকে জুড়ে। কাজেই টোটালটাই মিথ্যে কথার ফুলঝুরি, হামটি ডামটি বাজেট। They know they will lose Bengal. They will lose in Bengal. That's why they are using SIR. If they have the guts, I will appeal them to contest us politically, democratically, instead of using the election commission and the agencies against the election. Haryana is lost because of this. Maharashtra is also lost because of this. Even other parts of the country also, they are using the same method. I will tell them, if you have the guts, fight the battle politically. We are ready to fight in inch to inch. But Bengal will win, Tamil Nadu will win, Kerala will win, and Assam they will lose. Thank you so much.
You are meeting the Chief Election Commissioner tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow 4 o'clock they have given us the time. We asked the official time. I cannot tell you later, before that. When we will meet, then after that we can meet the press. Please don't tell me all these things. I have some own program. Let me finish that. I am going to Delhi after so many months, I think maybe years. So my MPs are also there. So I am the chairman of the parliamentary committee. It is my duty to meet them also once. I'll meet the press media also. I'll brief them also what is going on in the name of SIR, how they want to finish the federal structure. All I'll mention. भाई जो हमने कर दिया उसका बाद में तो कुछ नहीं हुआ. एंटी कॉल्यूशन डिवाइस भी मैंने कर दिया. फ्रेट कॉरिडोर भी इन माय टाइम आई हैव क्लियर्ड ऑल द प्रोजेक्ट. अभी कुछ नहीं है. वाराणसी में जो है, जो डिज्नीलैंड बना रहा है, मैंने सुना है, मैंने देखा है कि काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर हमारा इतना गजब का जाएगा है. उधर में आसपास में जो घाट वगैरह वगैरह जो है, जो बहुत सारी चीज है, लोकल लोगों को नहीं लेके बाहर से कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को लेके आके उधर में आमदनी कर रहा है. काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का पास डिज्नीलैंड बना रहा है. तो इट विल बी क्लियर whether they love religions or not. Thank you.
इन्हें बोलने दो, पहले बोलने दो. अरे आप खत्म करो. नहीं आप खत्म करो पहले. आप नहीं और बोलो. नहीं बोलने दो और. नहीं आप बोलो. नहीं इनका खत्म नहीं होने दो पहले. हो गया तब ठीक है. ये ऐसे ही स्वार्थी लोग हैं, बुरा मत मानना. थोड़ी जगह बढ़ा देगा. यही हाल रहा तो लोहे पर पीतल चढ़ा करके जेवर बनाने पड़ेंगे. और ये बजट गरीब के समझ के बाहर है. जो बुनियादी चीजें हैं, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य. आप सोचिए उत्तर प्रदेश का हाल आपने सुना होगा, देखा होगा. पोस्टमार्टम होना है किसका, और पोस्टमार्टम के लिए ले किसको जा रहे हैं. ओटी में जाना किसको था, ले किसको जा रहे हैं. ये तो स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था का हाल है. और शिक्षा का हालत ये है कि बिना शिक्षा के हम विकसित भारत कैसे बनाएंगे. विकसित भारत का सपना अगर देखना है तो शिक्षा क्षेत्र में हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा बजट देना पड़ेगा. ये समझ से बाहर बजट है. ये सपने दिखाने वाला बजट है. जिन लोगों ने अपने पुराने घोषणा पत्र पे कोई काम ना किया, उनसे उम्मीद क्या करोगे. बीजेपी से उम्मीद ही नहीं तो बजट से उम्मीद क्या करेंगे. ये हमेशा बड़े लोगों के लिए, 5% के लोगों के लिए बजट बनाते हैं. आम जनता के निराश किया है. और फिर 25 करोड़ अगर गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आ गए हैं तो कम से कम ये बताएं कि जो 95% आबादी हमारे देश की है, उस जो गरीब है उसकी प्रति व्यक्ति आय क्या है. क्या सरकार ये बताएगी प्रति व्यक्ति आय क्या है.
उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए इस बजट में
ये किसी को राहत देने वाला बजट नहीं है. मिडिल क्लास का वोट ले लेंगे, गरीब का वोट ले लेंगे, किसान का वोट ले लेंगे, लेकिन बजट आएगा तो 5% लोगों के लिए बनाएंगे.
उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए
उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मिल गए हैं, मुख्यमंत्री हैं, तो क्या जरूरत है और चीज की. अब सोचिए अयोध्या जैसी जगह पर तो इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये हालत रही तो सोने पर पीतल लगा करके जेवर पहनने पड़ेंगे.
रिफॉर्म्स की बात कही गई है.
डिफॉर्म्स कर रही लोग.
चले विकसित भारत की लक्ष्य को प्राप्ति करने के लिए इस बार की बजट में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की दूरदृष्टि और वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी की कुशल प्रबंधन प्रतिफलित हो रहा है, रिफ्लेक्ट हो रहा है. मैं अगर शिक्षा विभाग की ओर से पहले उनको कुछ विषयों के लिए बधाई देता हूं, आभार प्रकट करता हूं. पिछले बार बजट की साइज से इस बार की बजट की साइज एजुकेशन के लिए बढ़ी है। पिछले बार कुल 1,28,650 करोड़ रुपया की वित्तीय प्रबंधन की गई थी पिछले बजट में। इस बार इसको बढ़ा के 1,39,289 करोड़ 1,39,289 करोड़ की वित्तीय प्रबंधन किया गया है, जो पिछले बार की तुलना में 8.27% ज्यादा है। यही विषय दर्शाती है सरकार की शिक्षा के प्रति प्राथमिकता। और शिक्षा अगर मैं सेक्टरल एनालिसिस करूं तो शिक्षा 6वीं प्रमुख स्थान पे बजट में प्रायोरिटाइज किया गया है। मैं 2-3 विषय के लिए आपके सामने इसको स्पेसिफिक करना चाहूंगा। मैं सबसे पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी और वित्त मंत्री जी को आभार प्रकट करूंगा। इस बार भारत में लड़कियों की स्टेम एजुकेशन में दक्षता दुनिया में सबसे बेहतरीन है। भारत की लड़कियां विज्ञान, टेक्नोलॉजी और गणित की शिक्षा में स्टेम एजुकेशन जिसको कहते हैं, इसमें दुनिया के अन्य देशों की तुलना में हमारी उपलब्धि सर्वश्रेष्ठ है। उसको और गति देने के लिए और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सरकार ने योजना बनाई, राज्य सरकारों के साथ मिलके देश की सभी जिलों में एक गर्ल्स हॉस्टल, अत्याधुनिक गर्ल्स हॉस्टल बनाया जाएगा। मैं मानता हूं बहुत दिनों के बाद बच्चियों की, लड़कियों की शिक्षा को एक छलांग देने के लिए, एक फ्लिप देने के लिए सरकार ने एक बहुत ही महत्वाकांक्षी योजना को विकसित भारत के रास्ते में महिला की सशक्तिकरण, महिला की शिक्षा, बजट में अन्य विभागों में वुमेन डेवलपमेंट के लिए बहुत प्रायोरिटी दिया गया है। उसको जोड़ते हुए शिक्षा में इस हॉस्टल जिले, देश की सभी जिलों में एक एक हॉस्टल बहुत कारगर साबित होगी। ऐसे ही एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य को पूरा करने के लिए राज्यों सरकारों के साथ मिलकर राज्य सरकारों की एक चैलेंज रूट में राज्य सरकारों को उसमें से प्रतियोगिता करना पड़ेगा, शर्तों को पूरा करना पड़ेगा। 5 यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप बनाए जाएंगे, माने इसमें से अनेकों यूनिवर्सिटी आएंगे। 5 यूनिवर्सिटी टाउन जो उस राज्य की इंडस्ट्रियल लॉजिस्टिक क्लस्टर के पास होगी, जिसमें रिसर्च, इनोवेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, नॉलेज, ये सारे की एक इकोसिस्टम बनेगी। ये दुनिया की अर्थनीति में प्रमाणित तथ्य है। अर्थनीति को बड़ा करना है तो उसको एक नॉलेज पॉइंट के साथ जोड़ना पड़ेगा। भारत की अर्थनीति नॉलेज बेस इकोनॉमी की ओर बढ़ रही है। ये 5 यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप, इसकी सहयोगिता राज्य सरकार के साथ मिलकर किया जाएगा। ये भी एक महत्वपूर्ण उपलब्धि है। वैसे ही हमारी 15,000 स्कूल्स में, सेकेंडरी स्कूल्स में, हायर सेकेंडरी स्कूल्स में एनिमेशन, विजुअल इफेक्ट, गेमिंग एंड कॉमिक्स, एबीजीसी की जो एक नई राष्ट्रीय इंस्टीट्यूट हुई है, उसकी अगुवाई में उसे जोड़ते हुए 15,000 स्कूल्स में एबीजीसी की पढ़ाई की जाएगी, कोर्स खुली जाएगी। उसकी हायर स्टैंडर्ड्स की कोर्सेज के लिए 500 कॉलेज में एबीजीसी की कोर्सेज चलाया जाएगा। ये ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी को देश में, हमारे देश में गुणवत्ता की, सृजनता की, कला की कोई कमी नहीं है, उसको और आगे बढ़ावा देने के लिए ये 15,000 स्कूल्स में कोर्सेस और 500 स्कूल में, 500 कॉलेजेस में इस प्रकार के कोर्स, ये बहुत कारगर साबित होगी। पूर्वी भारत में नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डिजाइन, एनआईडी, देश में अनेक स्थान पे काम कर रहा है। पूर्वी भारत में एनआईडी नहीं था। केंद्रीय बजट में इस बार पूर्वी भारत में एनआईडी स्थापित करने के लिए घोषणा किया गया है। ऐसे 4 जगह पे एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स और एस्ट्रोनॉमी की स्टडी को और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए 4 जगह पे टेलीस्कोप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फैसिलिटी को अपग्रेड और नया सेटअप किया जाएगा। एक महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय इस बार बजट में किया गया है, जो विद्यार्थी बाहर पढ़ने के लिए जाते थे उनको जाने की पहले 5% की टैक्स देना पड़ता था। आपने जितना रेमिटेंस उनको देना पड़ता था, जिनका उनको फीस वगैरह उनके खर्च के लिए पैसा खर्चा करना पड़ता था, उसमें 5% टैक्स लगती थी। इसको सरकार ने इस बार घटा के 2% किया। उसमें हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को बाहर जाके एडवांस रिसर्च करना, पोस्ट डॉक्टरल करना और जनरल एजुकेशन में जाना और सुलभ हो जाएगी। एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा इस बार बजट में किया गया है। एक हाई पावर्ड कमिटी बनाई जाएगी, एजुकेशन टू एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड एंटरप्राइज E2E स्टैंडर्ड कमिटी बनाई जाएगी, जिसमें विकसित भारत की लक्ष्य को पूरा करने के लिए टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवेन AI एम्पावर्ड स्कूल एजुकेशन SCRT को इन्वॉल्व करते हुए एकदम एक नई एजुकेशन इकोसिस्टम, नॉलेज इकोसिस्टम देश में कैसे बनाया जाएगा, इसके लिए E2E स्टैंडर्ड कमिटी, एक हाई पावर्ड कमिटी बनाई जाएगी। इस बार NCERT हमारी डीम्ड यूनिवर्सिटी हो चुकी है, डीम्ड टू यूनिवर्सिटी हो चुकी है। इस बार बजट एलोकेशन में NCERT की जो परंपरागत बजट होती थी उसमें से 14% की ग्रोथ हुई है। ये NCERT हमारे नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में एक प्रमुख इंस्ट्रूमेंट हमारा NCERT है। इसको गति देने के लिए NCERT के बजट को भी बढ़ाया गया है। अन्य 2 एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में मैं आज यहाँ उल्लेख करना चाहूंगा। देश में जिस प्रकार की बच्चों के ऊपर डिस्ट्रेस होने की प्रायोरिटीज दिया जा रहा है, इकोनॉमिक सर्वे में भी मेंटल हेल्थ के बारे में खूब चर्चा की गई थी। आज बजट में उस विषय को आगे ले जाने के लिए दक्षिण में बेंगलुरु में निम्हांस एक बहुत सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस करके काम कर रहा है। देश में दूसरी निम्हांस बनाने के लिए भी बजट में अनाउंस किया गया है। मैं मानता हूं बच्चों के लिए मेंटल हेल्थ के लिए उस प्रकार के एडवांस रिसर्च सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस बहुत कारगर साबित होगी। ऐसे और 2 संस्था के बारे में उल्लेख किया गया। नाइपर देश में फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री को बढ़ावा देने के लिए, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को बढ़ावा देने के लिए, रिसर्च को बढ़ावा देने के लिए जो अभी की 7 नाइपर है उसको अब अच्छा किया जाएगा। उसके अलावा 3 नाइपर और खोला जाएगा। इसमें देश में 10 नाइपर हो जाएंगे। ये भी एजुकेशन सेक्टर में एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि होगी। हमारे देश में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है। टूरिज्म पे पहले हमारे देश में IIHM संस्था दायित्व में है। इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ होटल मैनेजमेंट अनेक राज्यों में सरकार की ओर से काम कर रहा है, अच्छे कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हो रहा है। इसको थोड़ा अपस्केलिंग करते हुए सरकार ने इस बार बजट में निर्णय किया है। नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ हॉस्पिटैलिटी, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ हॉस्पिटैलिटी खोली जाएगी, उसको अपग्रेड किया जाएगा, इसकी मानक और बढ़ेगी, उसकी कोलैबोरेशन भी बढ़ेगी। ये सब निर्णय भारत की नॉलेज बेस्ड इकोनॉमी को बढ़ाने के लिए कारगर साबित होगी, बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि होगी। मैं एक विषय और उल्लेख करना चाहूँगा। मैं कई विषयों में इस बार बजट की जो गति, ये रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस को आगे बढ़ाने वाला बजट है। हमारी जिस प्रकार की एस्पिरेशनल सोसाइटी बन चुकी है, जिस सोसाइटी में 25 करोड़ लोग 10 साल की अवधि में दारिद्र्य सीमा रेखा से बाहर आके नई ऊंचाई की ओर जाने की प्रयास और प्रवास शुरू कर चुके, उस समय में इस प्रकार के बजट में मैं एक ही अगर उदाहरण दूं, हमारे कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर जिसमें हमारी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनते हैं, रेल, रोड, एयरपोर्ट, बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स, उसमें सरकार की फंडिंग बढ़ी है। सरकार की फंडिंग 12.2 लाख करोड़ रुपया 26-27 आर्थिक वर्ष में होगी। पहले ये 11 लाख करोड़ रुपया होता था। ये भी पिछले दिनों में से भारत में से हाईएस्ट एवर कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर की योजना बनी थी। इस गति को आगे बढ़ाते हुए रोजगार सृजन के लिए, नौजवानों के लिए, गरीबों के लिए, वंचित वर्गों को रोजगार मिले, इसी के लिए भारत सरकार ने इस बार कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर को और 1,20,000 करोड़ रुपया की एनहांस किया है। दुनिया के हिसाब से देखते हुए हम लोगों ने हमारी भारत की सेमीकंडक्टर प्रोजेक्ट 2.0 जिसे सीधा सीधा युवाओं के साथ जुड़ा है, कैंपसेस के साथ जुड़ा है, उसमें से और 40,000 करोड़ रुपया की वित्तीय प्रबंधन की व्यवस्था की है। ये सारा विषय देश की प्रगति, देश की रोजगार, देश में आर्थिक संपन्नता बढ़ाने के लिए सहायक होगी। मैं फिर एक बार एजुकेशन सेक्टर की ओर से, शिक्षा डिपार्टमेंट की ओर से भारत सरकार को धन्यवाद देता हूं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की दूरदृष्टि, उनके नेतृत्व में विकसित भारत की कल्पना, उस लक्ष्य को पूरा करने के लिए आदरणीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने भी योग्य वित्तीय प्रबंधन किया है। मैं उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं।
सर, ओडिशा के कंटेक्स्ट में
मु एबे ओडिशा संपर्क रे बजेट रे थिबा किछि विषय को आपन आगे उल्लेख करबा पई जीबी। गत थर ओडिशा रे बजेट आनिला बेले आदरणीय वित्त मंत्री जी पूर्वोदय कल्पना को गत बजेट स्थापित करते कि भारत पूर्व भारत को महत्व देवा पड़ो। मु प्रधानमंत्री और वित्त मंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देवी, से माने ये विषय को पुनर्बार आउ दुई पद आकु लेकी एथर भी पूर्वोदय कल्पना को आकु बढ़े। एथर मु आगुरु भी ओडिशा आमर आकांक्षा थिला, ओडिशा जो भाया प्रगति रास्ता अच्छी, आम ओडिशा रे न्यू एज इकोनॉमी कथा कहतलु। बजेट रे दुईटा कथा मु स्पेसिफिक उल्लेख करबा चाहिए। बजेट रे रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर ओडिशा टू आरंभ कर केरला पर्यंत जो मिनेरल कोस्टल ट्रैक अच्छी, मिनेरल अर्थ रे रेयर अर्थ रे ओडिशा रे गोटे प्रमुख स्थान अच्छी। जो एथर बजेट जो घोषणा है जे रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर हम जो कि सेमीकंडक्टर, ईवी या पाई जो मैग्नेट आवश्यकता अच्छी कि अन्य स्पेशलिटी मेटेरियल पाई जो रेयर अर्थ आवश्यकता अच्छी, ओडिशा ता भीतर अग्रणी राज्य भाव परिगणित हम। एथर बजेट ता विषय उल्लेख करा जायछि। नेशनल वाटरवेज 5 नंबर को दुनियार अर्थनीति, देशर अर्थनीति संग जुड़िया तालचेर अनुगुल आरंभ करके पारादीप भाया कलिंगनगर ब्राह्मणी नदी पर्यंत समुद्र पर्यंत आसबार वाटरवेज को एथर बजेट रे प्राथमिकता दिया जायछि। जो पश्चिम बंगाल दानकुनी ठू पश्चिम भारतर गुजरात राज्य सूरत पर्यंत जो फ्रेट कॉरिडोर कनेक्शन कथा एथर बजेट उल्लेख कर जायछि। मोर मतरे तार सबुठू सिंहभाग लाभ लायन शेयर लाभ ओडिशा पाइबा पई जीवो। आदरणीय वित्त मंत्री ओडिशा संपर्क उल्लेख करते ओडिशा को पर्यटन रे प्राथमिकता दिया जीवो। एथर से कथा को आकु नेकी आदरणीय वित्त मंत्री गहिर मथार कईछ उपकूल अंचल कईछ टर्टल ट्रेल्स को ध्यान रखिकी विशेष प्रकल्प वाइल्ड लाइफ टूरिज्म रो विशेष प्रकल्प को ये भितर घोषणा कर जायछि। ओडिशार सबुठु गोटे बड़ 2-3 क्रैश क्रॉप अच्छी, कोकोनट माने नड़िया, काजू, याकू भी महत्व देवाई एथर बजेट रे घोषणा है। ओडिशार चाषी माने, ओडिशार उपकूल अंचल लोक माने, ओडिशार कोरापुट भले अंचल लोक माने या तार लाभ पाइबे। एठी ईस्ट कोस्ट डेवलपमेंट कॉरिडोर कथा कहा जायछि, जो कि 5टा आक पूर्वोदय संबंधित राज्य माने लाभ पाइबे। ओडिशा सरकार आगुरु भी नाइपर।
This is the customary press conference that we hold with all the secretaries. You've heard the entire budget being presented in the Parliament. So as opening remarks, I'll just highlight some of the points which we want to draw your attention to. But subsequently, of course, we'll answer all your questions. All the secretaries are here with me. So this budget being the first one, as the Honorable Prime Minister said 2 days ago, this being the first one for the second quarter of this century, also leading towards Vikasit Bharat, 2047. We are laying the path and giving a push to the economy to maintain the growth momentum. And for that growth momentum or sustained economic growth, which we want to ensure, primarily we are looking at building the ecosystem with structural reforms which will go on. Reforms have been carried out. We are continuing to do the reform activities, so it will continue with an aim to make sure that we create enough environment for improving productivity and making sure employment is generated. Also, technology, 21st century, this century is completely driven by technology. So we will ensure that technology is brought in to benefit the common man, to make sure common man benefits in the sense of ease of doing living, or for his business to prosper, or for farmers for greater productivity or better logistics, whatever. So technology for benefiting every common man. And above all, with all this, inclusive development. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and that is why you heard me bringing in schemes which have good allocations for bringing better health facilities, creating a cadre of people, not cadre in that sense, but a bulk of people who can come in as health workers, paramedics, and so on, and also making sure we are able to provide dignified opportunities for Divyangjan. Mental health has also received a lot of attention. So these are the side for Vikasit Bharat and making sure Sabka Vikas hoega. But the idea is the advantage and the momentum that we gained since after COVID by increasing public capital expenditure will continue. We've announced that 12.2 lakh crores are coming through public expenditure this time. It is 4.4% of the GDP. I'd like you all to please notice that, which is the highest, at least in the last 10 years. It could even be highest if you were to take data earlier. No increment in capital expenditure, sustained fashion, has happened ever before. This one marking 4.4% of the GDP. Then what are the kind of things which will happen through it? You will have dedicated freight corridors. I've named Dankuni in the east, Surat in the west. Then I've also highlighted that 20 new national waterways, not national highways, national waterways are being planned. And again there, those are going to pass through some of the critical mineral areas. Orissa, where the mineral rich state, you have the waterways taking it to the port, and the two ports have been identified, Paradip and Dhamra. Similarly, we are also making sure that the coastal cargo movements will be enabled through a cargo route, so that through the coastal area we are able to cut down on cost of movement of goods. City economic regions, developing them is a very big new measure that we're coming up with. And for that, an allocation of 5,000 crore per city economic region. Imagine the amount, 5,000 crores in 5 years, 1,000 crore per year per city is being given, and the emphasis is going to be largely on tier 2, tier 3 cities. And then talking of infrastructure further, with the capital expenditure coming with the big number, you're having also the high-speed rail corridors. 7 of them announced. The destinations are clear, so that they become the bridge for all these economical robust centers. So those are for making sure that the infrastructure and the capital expenditure are getting tied up, and the country benefits from the ripple effects that these can bring in. The 7 strategic and frontier sectors in which we've highlighted that will increase productivity and also have new investments come in and give emphasis for India's own brand on those things is on the biopharma sector. I think that's going to be a big change in the way in which we are looking at giving capacity for those who are able to research, who are able to undertake research and development. So 10,000 crore initiative again over 5 years for domestic biologics and biosimilar production. This is a clear message and backed with enough substance that India's lead in the pharmaceutical sector should be kept intact, but at the same time bring in newer ways of helping the pharma sector, and also because it has an impact on human health. Semiconductor mission had two major announcements that will improve the India stack and also the IP related matters. Electronic components manufacturing scheme for 40,000 crores. It's a major encouragement for electronics to become self-sufficient. We have also announced establishing rare earth corridors so that India can face and be able to meet its own requirements with its materials. So once we identify and are able to explore these minerals and process them, make them available for us, our dependency on external sources for bringing in the rare earths will be lesser. And we've identified the states where we want to establish this rare earth corridors. They are going to be in Orissa, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. So these are very important developments, and they are going to have multiple decadal impact on the Indian economy. Our dependence on magnets and rare earths will be brought down. 3 dedicated chemical parks, again for reducing our import dependence. High-tech tool rooms for research, that will be set up in 2 locations. Very important thing is about the construction equipment being imported. That could be for building tunnels or metros or high energy and also heavy duty equipments which we are relying on imports. We want to manufacture them in India, and that is why I said, how does it affect a common man? It affects because firefighters today have novel, new, big ticket and small, very small firefighting tools and weapons or equipments. We don't have them in this country. That's why if there is a fire accident in some very congested area, our equipments are not able to reach those points. Whereas there are equipments which today are produced abroad, which can navigate those small corridors and go save people's lives. Whether they or huge ones, all of which we want to make sure that we will have production in this country itself, whether they are tunnel boring or anything else, from small to big, we want to bring in those very impactful infrastructure into India. So we'll support domestic manufacturing. Then container manufacturing is another which we'll support. I think I've gone in detail talking about the textile support in various forms. One very important announcement was made, Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative, which will make sure khadi, handloom, handicrafts will all be brought in, and one district, one product will all be brought in this initiative, and we'll be able to support rural artisans, rural workers and handloom weavers in those areas. Legacy industrial corridors have got saturated. Manufacturing happening there is now very constricted because they are not able to bring in newer robotics and others. So we want to upgrade these legacy industrial clusters so that they become cost competitive and efficiency comes into these places. Even more important is the champion MSMEs, small and medium industries, entrepreneurs, MSMEs, who are going to be given all the support, and 3-pronged approach is being taken up there. We are giving equity support, we are giving also liquidity support, above all professional support for them, so that MSMEs, the equity support is supported by a 10,000 crore SME fund, growth fund. Above all, we are also topping up the Self-Reliant India Fund with 2,000 crores. So MSMEs should not feel any dearth of resources for equity. Similarly, they shouldn't feel any difficulty for liquidity in their hands, because the TREDS platform will now be treated almost as a backed up, security backed up instrument with which they'll be able to discount and get their monies. For professional support, we're working with the Chartered Accountant and Cost Accountant Institutes so that they can create corporate mitras who can help these MSMEs in filing their returns, doing their accounts, and so on. Above all, for youth and training, there's so much. You've heard the speech, so I won't want to take your time on it. High-powered education to employment enterprise, standing committees being formed so that they can recommend measures for service sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. Part B concentrated a lot on tax and related concessions that are being offered. More importantly is the process simplification which has been announced. So elaborate measures have been taken. You will be able to also seek clarification if you want. New export opportunities for fishermen who can go into the economic India's zones, high seas, and also assess and access the global markets. The one very touching, and I really was moved by this proposal, is where we have identified 17 drugs or medicines which are going to be basic custom duty exempt, which are important for cancer patients. Similarly, 7 more rare diseases are added to the import exemption list of the import duties. Baggage clearance and personal items which you bring in when you travel are all being given enhanced duty-free allowance. Besides that, there are quite a few direct tax and indirect tax proposals. Decriminalizing the penalty proceedings and support to the IT sector are some of the high points. As an opening remark, I'll conclude here. I'm sure you'll be able to ask questions and seek clarification. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll start this question, taking the questions. First question is 17.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Shishir here from Hindu Business Line. Ma'am, my question is that under the miscellaneous capital receipt, the provision is 80,000 crore rupees. And last year, the provision was 47,000 crore, which has been reduced to 37,000 crore rupees now. Does this mean that there will be more equity monetization this year, or there will be more focus on the asset monetization of CPSEs?
So you've got it rightly. The intent is that we will have a very strong asset monetization plan in place. Last year, ma'am had announced in the budget that there will be a pipeline prepared, which is being done. So we hope to reap the dividends from that.
238.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV 18. I just wanted to know the rationale behind the hike in STT in futures and options.
So, first of all, I believe some confusion. In fact, the question that you have asked rightly reflects the announcement itself, that the only change made in STT is in the future and options. All the other STT rates remain the same. The primary objective of raising the tax rates on STT has been that it is felt that when you look at the volume of transactions in futures and options, whether you compare it to the size of GDP or size of the underlying securities market, it is largely in the realm of heavy speculation, which results in losses to small, retail, unsophisticated investors. And the government's intention is to discourage speculative tendencies. And the increase in rate is essentially in that direction. So it is meant to essentially handle the systemic risk in derivative markets. Even after this increase, however, the rates of STT will remain modest compared to the volume of the transactions that is happening there. This is the reason.
54. मैम तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस. मैम आपने पूरा बजट जो है वो न्यू इमर्जिंग सेक्टर पे बड़ा फोकस रखा है. मैम मेरा सवाल आपसे दो हैं यदि आप अलाउ करें। एक मैम आपने जो एक्साइज ड्यूटी का कैलकुलेशन किया है वो पिछले बजट एस्टिमेट से इस बजट एस्टिमेट में तकरीबन 22% की ग्रोथ देखने को मिली है। दूसरा मैम जो आपने एमएसएमई के लिए कहा कि जो ट्रांजैक्शंस होंगे उसके लिए आप एक्सचेंज प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज़ करना होगा, तो क्या मैम ये सीपीएसईज के लिए कंपलसरी होगा जो डिस्काउंट ट्रेडिंग की जो बात है?
I'll take the second question, ma'am. So, हाँ, ये CPSEs के लिए मैंडेटरी होगा कि डिस्काउंटिंग एज वेल एज नॉन डिस्काउंटेड बिल्स दोनों को ही ट्रेड्स पे करना होगा ताकि वो 45 दिन में भुगतान MSME को कर पाए, और ये हर तरह से चेक कर लिया गया है कि ये हो सकता है. So we want to make CPSEs as pioneers. We hope, like ma'am has said in her speech also, that other corporates will also follow.
Increased by 22% from last year B to this.
Because there is a, from 1st of February, all the tobacco products have come back into excise, and all those revenues will account for the increase of the next year.
209.
Ma'am, Prakash Predashi from ET now. The budget has announced restructuring of PFC and REC. What will this restructuring look like? And does this also mean that these NBFC will be merged going forward?
What is the later part of your question? That these NBFCs are not
will
going
be merged going forward?
Yeah, I've said we are rationalizing it. You'll get to know as we go forward. We want to streamline it, and therefore we'll be taking some steps. We'll let you know the moment we decide how to go about it.
234.
Hello ma'am, Harsh Kumar from Business Standard. Ma'am, two questions. One is, you said that a high level committee will be formed on the banking reforms in order to 2047. Are we going further for any kind of merger or something, since government is continuously saying that we need at least 2 of the big banks, in at least of the top 20 banks. So are we going towards that?
No, first of all, when I say that it's going to be a high-level committee which is going to look into it, the terms of reference will be prepared, and we are looking at committee to go into the entire expanse of the banking sector so that they come up with recommendations which help us to plan for banking for 2047. We need, by the time we become a Vikasit Bharat, 2047 is our goal. We need to understand what are the other steps that we need to take in the banking area, and based on the recommendations, we'll go forward. But we have the Secretary, Department of Financial Services. We'll ask him to also give speech. Please.
Ma'am, I think you have rightly responded. There are large number of aspects relating to the banking requirement. For example, the credit to the GDP, commercial credit to the GDP ratio low, and the expansion of the banking network, and what kind of procedures currently we have that is impeding both the deposits as well as credit. All those aspects will be looked at by an expert panel committee, and well, we will definitely have TUR, and then also consult the all the stakeholders, and the government will take a view on how to lay strong foundation for 2047 Viksit Bharat.
Ma'am, one more question. 229. Left side, yes.
Ma'am, Premangshu from Ananda Bazar Patrika. Ma'am, have you consciously avoided announcing any bonanza for the poll-bound states? And secondly, can you elaborate on this East Coast corridor, industrial corridor you announced?
See, the industrial corridors are very critical for supply chains. We need a predictable mineral, rare earth and magnet related products to be made available for India's manufacturing. whether it's lithium ion, whether it's automobile sector, whether it's the new age solar. You need these rare earths to be processed and be made available. We have enough raw materials. The coastal areas are rich in these minerals. And therefore, states also felt, I mean, I must credit that the interaction that I had with the finance ministers pre-budget, many states felt that there are rare earths which they can utilize. We then sat up in the budget group that we have, Revenue Secretary, DFL, Secretary DA, and thrashed out, talking with the states. What are the kind of things that we can do so that their capacities to extract these minerals, process them, make them something which the industry can benefit from. So India can be less dependent on imports of these materials. That is where, having spoken to states, we thought it's very important to recognize the corridor and give a policy for it so that industries can invest, private sector can come in, governments, state and center can come together on it. That is where these corridors were announced. And looking at the success of the defense corridor, I can confidently say these rare earth corridors will make that big a difference to the Indian economy. The first question, I think there's enough to cover all the election states. If I do, you will ask me, why have you done it only for the election states? Now I've done it for election and non-election states as well. You want me to spell out what has been done only for the election states? I'm quite happy to do it.
262, front. At the front, please. Here. Front.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Sapna Das here from CNBC TV 18. Two quick questions. Just wanted to understand the gross borrowing at over 17 lakh odd crore. Would the government look at it as being on the higher side? Just asking that. And within that also, if you look at your net tax revenue stream, of course, B to RE it's higher, and a lot of concessions have been given away both on direct and indirect taxes. But the trend seems to be a bit flat, around 28 lakh odd crore. So if you could explain to us, how is this entire thing looking? And second, ma'am, in terms of the disinvestment aim, 80 odd thousand crores, would this also include IDBI stake sale sometime in FY27, ma'am? Thank you very much.
So you've covered a number of secretaries all at one go. So on the borrowings, no, we don't think it's on the higher side because the net market borrowings are in the range of 11.73, which is been plus around that number for the last couple of years. The larger number is because we have 5.5 lakh crores which have to be repaid this year. So to that extent, we don't think that it's a large number. We have a plan how to manage this. And according to that plan, which also gets released from time to time, the markets would also know as well as all of you.
4. Okay. So, on the tax stream, because of some concessions that were given this year, there has been some course correction. But if you look at the next year, the direct tax is growing at 11.4% and continues to be 3.1% of the GDP. The total collection would be 6.9%. The indirect tax excise is growing very healthily because of the base correction, the base which has got added. Customs too is showing a decent buoyancy. So on the tax revenue, I think we are looking up. And even GST, as you would have seen the collection figures today, after rate rationalization, the buoyancy which we had expected, and in this hall we had discussed about it, you can see that coming back on the tax.
Hi, ma'am. Meghna Mittal from Money Control. The fiscal deficit target that you have set for next year from 4.4 to 4.3 is being seen as very, very gradual. Is there a specific reason, or is it because of the global uncertainties as one of the major factors for being such a gradual fiscal consolidation path?
I would have thought you'll appreciate it being gradual. Because particularly fiscal, drastic changes don't go down well. One or the other section gets hurt. We will have to be gradual, but yet keep it well within that band which gives confidence. And to show that we care for fiscal prudent management. There's no point in me dropping it to, let's say, 4. It has to be steady so that the economy goes in a steady speed. So it is a responsible number and realistic number. It's not as if I wanted it to be so gradual. It is a responsible number. We should achieve it and equally not bring in any kind of turbulence anywhere.
Thank you. From the center flank, 190.
Thank you and congratulations on a very comprehensive budget.
Before you start, I was going to look at PIB and say this side is being ignored.
Yes.
But good that he called you.
Thank
Come.
you. I'm Aprajita Saxena from CNBC International in Singapore. I'm very curious because you started talking about tech, and I want to ask a question about the ISM 2.0. There are those on the outside who say that India sort of lags when it comes to AI innovation, especially innate innovative LLMs. Is the strategy of ISM 2.0 to sort of become part of the global value chain, or are you more positioning towards India creating its own native LLMs? Thank you.
I think Kashmini Vaishnav, the minister, has been speaking extensively about this. There are several aspects of it. We want to be sure that in the semiconductor domain, we have every expertise for all those 5 major chip or modeling or the infrastructure, design, every aspect of it. So he is talking about creating capacities within the country to be able to have that kind of a infrastructure well laid out within the country. And similarly, if you're looking at the way in which our startups are working, using AI, and very clearly we have also shown a path that it is not just the large language models, but also smaller ones, medium-sized ones, which can serve the requirement of your economy. So AI in India, particularly when you have a huge demographic dividend, will have to give us results to ensure that our people have work and also the opportunities are going to be enticing enough for the youth. It cannot replace human efforts. So we are at the same time redefining for ourselves, if I may use that expression, on how to use AI, what is the capacity that we have to create, the kind of infrastructure that we have to lay in the ground for it. Equally, the products which come out of it will have to benefit our people because our youth are revving to do more and new. For them to do something new and for them to do something more, we have to create benefits out of AI rather than push along with AI unthinkingly that it doesn't serve our people. So I think these many different factors play in making a decision on semiconductor. And that is where semiconductor ISM 2.0 looks into these aspects as well. And I'll ask the CEA to speak a bit on it because he spent a lot of time so that he could write effectively capturing what's happening down. Ananta, you want to say anything on it?
Actually, we have to see the semiconductor mission and the announcements related to the rare earth corridor, which ma'am talked about a few minutes ago. All of them as part of the framework that we presented a couple of days ago here on the strategic resilience part. So, in fact, many elements of this ma'am's budget speech focus both on equipping us to handle the AI-related technology as well as skilling the population in areas where they can be immune to some of the AI-related impacts as well. So it covers both dimensions, and therefore the semiconductor mission, the rare earth corridor, and also some of the Part B announcements ma'am made about the various electronics and manufacturing sectors were all part of the initiatives to make sure that we make ourselves strategically resilient in a very fraught global environment.
138 at the back side.
I'm Rishabh with NDTV Profit. Just wanted to ask on the buyback tax, the rationale behind it, because was it essential to do it now? Because in 2025, there were a lot of companies that came out with significant share buybacks. Also because, and also do you foresee some sort of a reduction in buybacks? And secondly, on pollution-related schemes, the outlay has been very stagnant, but pollution as a problem remains. Is this not a policy priority for the government now?
On the buyback, I'll have Revenue Secretary brief us.
First of all, on the buyback, I'd like to clarify. I hope that the point was clear enough in the speech also, that it is in fact, a relief. It's not a tax, additional tax. It is a relief. Buyback tax system was changed to make it as a dividend income, which is income at the applicable income tax rate at the hand of the shareholder. It has been corrected now, and we have put the tax to be in the hands of shareholder as a capital gains tax, which long term, for example, will be only 12.5%. So there is a correction and a relief which has been given to the shareholders. All that has been done is, the whole objective of doing that change at that time was misuse of a tax arbitrage by promoters. So the change made for promoter is that additional buyback tax on them, which again keeps things status quo for them. So even today, the marginal rate at which they would have been paying the tax as a dividend, which is at their respective income tax rates, we have kept it at 30 and 22. If it is a corporate, 22. If it is an individual, 30. So as far as promoters is concerned, it is status quo. As far as the other shareholders concerned, it is actually a very big relief. So that is probably what may make the point a little clearer, the announcement itself clearer. 76 at the front side.
So pollution is a priority with government, and not everything has to appear at the budget speech is how I would put it, ma'am. So we are working with many state governments on projects related to air pollution, even water pollution. There is a significant budgetary outlay on sewage control as well as drainage. And as it was noted, you would have seen the Finance Commission recommendations also. A large portion of the Finance Commission grants to the local bodies, urban and rural, is tied to water and sanitation, particularly I would say sanitation. So pollution of all kinds remains a top priority, and there are different ways in which we are trying to tackle it.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, I am Monica from Business Standard. Ma'am, I have two questions. Ma'am, I have two questions with regard to customs. Ma'am, in your budget speech, you said that honest taxpayers will be able to close their case and they can pay the additional amount in view of penalty. So I want to know whether this is a customs amnesty scheme, and if you can just provide the contours of this scheme. And also, ma'am, economic survey flagged the need for convergence between transfer pricing, which comes under income tax law, and customs valuation. But there was no mention in your budget speech. So is there any such proposal being considered by the government?
Both on the direct tax and the indirect tax. This is not an amnesty scheme. This is essentially an offer given to the honest taxpayer who would otherwise, when he gets to know that he has to pay the duty, he will like to pay it. But because our laws require him to also pay a penalty on that, the negative connotation associated with being penalized, which he has to obviously disclose at some point of time, does create a situation for him or an incentive for him to rather dispute the duty, even though he may not want to do it. So the window that we are giving to the taxpayer is that you will, if you are willing to pay your tax or whatever is the duty, instead of penalty, that same amount you can pay in the form of an additional amount. So it will not be either a relief or an amnesty. At the same time, this amount that you pay will not be treated as a amount which you have paid as a penalty, and therefore that negative connotation will go away. You may have seen that there is another announcement of a similar nature on the income tax side, where when it comes to the cases of underreporting today, there is a provision under which you have to pay tax, interest on tax, and a 50% penalty. If you are willing to accept the demand and not go on appeal, you need not pay the penalty of 50%. You can go ahead and pay your tax and interest, and the matter is closed. What we have done is expanded this window and included even misreporting cases, where penalty is otherwise 200%. But there again, we are telling him that you can settle it by paying the tax the interest on tax, and this 200% get reduced by half. You pay 100% as an additional income tax. The idea here is that if you are an honest taxpayer, accept the fact that you have to pay the duty. We will not like to brand you by using the word like penalty. That is these two windows are essentially meant to take care of those situations, which is why reference to an honest taxpayer. Yeah, we are examining that separately.
194. Left side, yes. Back.
Ma'am, this is Amitod Singh from CNBC International. Congratulations to you and your entire team. I have two questions. The first is around foreign investors. There were a number of expectations that taxation structures would be changed, particularly when you think about things like withholding tax. So what we want to understand is whether that was even discussed within the government. And my second question is 15% defense spend increase. How much of that has to do with global uncertainty?
Revenue Secretary can answer on the first question. See, global uncertainty is something which definitely occupies all the officials' mind when we are preparing for the budget. But I won't attribute it to be the cause for any one step. Across the board, we kept that in mind. So it's not the cause for any one thing that we've done or one thing which we did not do. That's kept in our mind. Our macroeconomic fundamentals are strong. You heard the CEA speak that despite you having a macro sound economic foundation, you're still sort of facing a world which is uncertain. And therefore, when currency, Indian rupee versus the dollar becomes an issue, you have done everything within the country to make sure your fundamentals are fine. But the uncertainty globally is affecting on many grounds, and we are seized of it for everything that we do, not for one particular thing, but ours.
Yeah, I think today we need to look at what has been announced in the budget. So we would rather focus on that, because there would obviously be many of the issues which would be discussed and deliberated. But what has come out for you before in the budget is what is there, and we should probably focus on that. And if you saw that there are many announcements, especially which are addressing the needs for attracting investment in India, bringing more certainty, both for the residents who interact with their related parties, as well as for the non-residents who otherwise do business here. There's a whole host of those announcements. You would appreciate that what, for example, has been done in IT services is a change which is completely, and it's a fully comprehensive change, which practically will take care of just about 30 companies need to now sign APAs. The rest, all 11,000 odd, will be covered under one or the other system of certainty of taxation, either through safe harbor rules or through the APA agreements. So this has been a major change. In specific sectors where we felt that the residents needed certainty, we have provided that, whether it is in the data center, whether it is in manufacturing, electronics, even for the expats, if they are going to stay here, the experts, for a longer time. On the data center, I just thought I'll take this opportunity to clarify, because there was some speculation about what has been done. The thought process in this is that a global entity which is providing a kind of cloud-based data services uses data centers all over the world to provide services to the customers. So it is very difficult to connect one-on-one as to which data center has resulted in what type of revenue. So the international entity of this nature would like to set up data services centers in India, which is a net economic plus for us, because it adds to that scale and level of economic activities. It has strategic purpose too. So the arrangement we have done is, just because that entity will set up data service centers and will use this as one of the many to provide services globally, should not become a cause of uncertainty for it that its global income will get taxed here. So that is the certainty which we are giving to it. Quite naturally, the data service center which is located in India will be taxed depending on the way it is positioned. And that entity will be selling its services to customers in India through a reseller entity, which again gets taxed. What we are excluding from taxation is this global entity, which is essentially doing cloud-based services, using data services centers across. And we do not want it to be deterred from enhancing its business footprint in India to provide such global services.
I'll just come in to add to that point on foreign investors, to point out one or two points on the Part A side also, which are important. One is that this was this ask from AIFs for a very long time, that most AIFs in our country are formed as trusts. Their request had been for a pretty long time to consider if the LLP Act can be modified and amended to align it with the functional requirements of AIFs. That has been announced today, which is a very big move forward, as it will allow them to, the amendments are going to be of such a nature that by becoming LLPs, first of all, the liability will get limited. And then there are going to be amendments which will also allow for document filing rationalized for entry and exit of partners, and similar such things to make it easy for the AIF partners. So that's one of the announcements today. The other was the announcement on the PROIs and the relaxations given therein of how much they can invest in a company individually and together. So those limits have been significantly enhanced, and all of it has been rationalized in line with OCIs and NRIs. Other than that, the FEM NDI rules, we intend to review it for two things. One is, again, we are continuously in touch with investors. There are asks over there. So instead of doing it one by one, this shows the intent of the government to actually reach out and address the world which is interested in investing in India and make it easy for them to do so.
214.
मैम मैं आलोक प्रियदर्शी हूँ CNBC आवाज से। मैम मेरा सवाल यही है कि जो सवाल STT से रिलेटेड है, सिक्योरिटी ट्रांजैक्शन टैक्स से, मैम यहाँ पे मैम जो पॉलिसी है फ्यूचर एंड ऑप्शन लेग को लेकर सरकार की क्या पॉलिसी है, थोड़ा सा स्पष्ट करें। और दूसरा कि जो STT बढ़ाया गया है, बहुत ही जैसे रेवेन्यू सर ने कहा कि बहुत मामूली बढ़ोतरी की गई है, तो क्या इससे जो सरकार की पॉलिसी कि रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स को ऐसे जो बहुत हाई रिस्क की इंस्ट्रूमेंट है उनमें निवेश से एक तरह से कॉशन करने की पॉलिसी है, तो क्या इससे ये मकसद हासिल होता है क्या?
I'll ask the Revenue Secretary to go into the details, but आपका विषय जो मकसद के ऊपर बात कर रहे हैं ना, मैं पिछले बजट के समय में भी इसका एक्सप्लेन भी की. We are touching only the futures and options. STT otherwise बाकी सब का ट्रांजैक्शन के ऊपर कोई नहीं किया. मगर जहाँ स्पेकुलेशन, हिंदी में सट्टा बोलते हैं, स्पेकुलेशन ज़्यादा और समटाइम्स हाईली रिस्की, क्योंकि हमें मैसेज आता है लोगों से कि इधर बहुत लॉस भी फेस कर रहे हैं लोग जिनके हाथ में इतना एक्स्ट्रा पैसा भी नहीं है जिससे वो स्पेकुलेट कर सकते हैं. सो दिस नॉमिनल इंक्रीज इज प्योरली एम्ड एट हाई स्पेकुलेशन ओनली टू डिटर देम. मकसद बोल रहे हैं हाँ, उनको थोड़ा डिस्करेज करने के लिए. हम इसके खिलाफ नहीं है, ज़रूर एक्टिविटी जो होता है उसका रेस्पेक्ट करते हैं, मगर इतने लॉस और इतने छोटे छोटे लोग का लॉस को सरकार देखकर कैसे आप चुप रह सकते हो? डिटर करो थोड़ा उसको पीछे हटने के लिए, बस उतना ही.
So the tax is only one element of the kind of supplementing or supporting that policy, which is what I explained before. In as far as the rest of what and how this market has to be regulated is probably for the market regulator to respond better on that aspect.
67 from the center.
I'm Pallavi from CNN News 18. Little political question because the reactions are coming in from the opposition parties. Rahul Gandhi specifically says that the budget has failed to go in for a course correction and that it not address the real concerns of the country.
With due respects, I don't know what course correction he is referring to. Economy and its fundamentals are strong. Global uncertainty is facing many of our sectors for whom we have brought in so many different schemes for those small and medium enterprises, for textiles, for leather, for shoe uppers, for people who are working in the rural areas, schemes for benefiting them, for even the farmer and value addition, for women entrepreneurs who are chote groups, self-help entrepreneurs, the she marts that we've come up with. These are ways in which we are reaching out to the common small people to make sure that they don't have to face, big changes in their life because of any volatility coming from outside. They could be contributing to exporting small things, but different uncertainties can affect them equally. Many of them have been shown as successful because you see when you go there, Lakpati Didis is a fantastic difference made to women in the rural areas. Now we're bringing them together to sell their wares. Are these not measures through which we are reaching out for the poor, the small, those in a difficult terrain or in rural areas? And with all this, the fundamentals of the economy remain strong. And that has come out even in the economic survey. So, well, politically you want to criticize, you're welcome, please do it. But if you want to give me the facts on which you're basing your argument, I'm willing to hear and willing to reply to that.
16. The center.
Ma'am, I am Bani Kinkar Patnaik from the Economic Times. Ma'am, I think probably one of the most important features of this budget is that for the first time in probably many years, your effective capital expenditure at 4.4% of GDP is going to be slightly higher than your fiscal deficit, projected fiscal deficit for the next year. So it means, I mean, in other words, you will be using more than your entire borrowed resources. You will be deploying that in productive spending. So I wanted to ask you that, whether it is going to be the new normal in the coming years. And ma'am, one clarification I needed. This VV Jiramji scheme, you have allocated more than 95,000 crore. At the same time, I see that, Narega has also got 30,000 crore. So is it going to be on top of that, or because Jiramji scheme is supposed to replace this Narega scheme?
I'll ask the Expenditure Secretary to respond on that.
On the new scheme, the GRAMG, the budget provision has been provided exactly as what you would have seen when the bill was being presented and the act was there. So we have gone exactly whatever is required has been provided. Now on the old scheme also having some money, in fact, it's a legacy of the inefficient way in which the scheme was, the MG and Narega was being implemented by the states. So there is some carryover of liabilities, 30,000 crores. So that we have taken the responsibility of verifying and fulfilling it. So that's why we have kept that, but otherwise fresh implementation will be on the new provisions.
I would say that the fact that we have an annual budget means that we review everything annually. So I will leave it at that. We have done our fiscal math, and I think we come with a certain credibility on the fisc that we are confident of meeting, and while adhering to our commitment to higher capex. And fiscal deficit financing, as we have always done, is through a mix of market borrowings as well as NSSF. So that will continue. So there's not many major changes like that. Thank you.
37 at the back, yeah.
Hi ma'am, this is Shrimi Chaudhary from NDTV Profit. Just wanted to understand that this one-time foreign asset disclosure scheme, how that will be different from the similar scheme in the past, and if you could elaborate a contour of that, and also is there any estimation of undisclosed foreign assets being done by the department?
So this scheme is meant, first of all, for small taxpayers. There is a ceiling of the amount that can be disclosed. This window was provided for the first 3 months when the act was brought in, the BMA Act, and that time people utilized it. What has been found is that there are many small taxpayers who, because of their ignorance, etc., have not been able to do proper disclosures. So this window is being given as a one-time 6-month window for such small taxpayers, the list of which some idea of who they are has been given in the budget speech also. So there are two streams in this window. One is of the people who have paid their tax, the income is disclosed and is quite transparently known. All that they failed to do is they were not able to disclose the asset, foreign asset that they had because of that. Which means they will be able to prove that the income was put to tax. However, the asset was not. Just the only thing they did not do is did not disclose it in their returns to the income tax department. So this is the window B, where we are saying that if you have a foreign asset of up to 5 crores, you can pay a fine of 1 lakh rupees, which today under the Act would have entailed them a fine of 10 lakh, a penalty of 10 lakh rupees and prosecution. So you will get both immunity from penalty and prosecution, and you can declare those assets. This is category B. There would also be category of people who may not have been able to or have not properly disclosed their income. This is the category A, for which this limit is 1 crore rupees. So 1 crore rupees of foreign asset or income, if they have not disclosed, then they can disclose it during this window. In this case, however, they will have to pay the tax as well as 30% tax and then 30% additional tax on top of that, and a certain amount of interest. Again, they will get immunity from penalty and prosecution. The idea is to essentially help those NRIs, returning NRIs, students, some professionals, people who have gone out, people who may have got ESOPs, any kind of such assets that they may have outside. They'll be able to disclose it and be able to protect themselves against penalty and prosecution and come clean. And it has been structured in a manner that it addresses only small assets, and secondly, it is something which will be helping them to also get away from all the procedural problems of penalty and prosecution.
25.
Hello, ma'am. Ruchika Chitravanshi from Business Standard. Ma'am, while you have stated that global uncertainty was playing on the minds of officials across the board, if I may ask you, what was the one challenge that you were trying to address, or economic concern that you were trying to address in this budget?
We said global uncertainties play in the minds of all the officials. It is a truth that all of us are watching that global uncertainties are really of the magnitude that we've never seen before. So naturally, we had to assess for ourselves the various ways in which these uncertainties are playing out. So all of them are equally important.
243.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Kriti Ambe from Informist Media. Ma'am, this year's nominal GDP projection, the projection of 393 lakh crore, does it take into account the upcoming base year revision, or is it possible that this number would undergo further revision when MOSPI releases the new base year and releases its estimates based on the new base year by the end of February?
Let the CEA and the Secretary EA answer that.
The 393 lakh crores or 10% nominal GDP growth was arrived at based on the existing GDP base year and the methodology.
Ma'am, if I could follow up on that, back in 2015 when the base year revision had happened, the previous year's 14 and 13 numbers went up, nominal number went up by what, odd 9 lakh crore. So if FY26 number goes up by that sort of magnitude, or even if not from 357, it goes to 360, your fiscal deficit estimate would come down even further. So do you think there is possibility?
You began your question with the if, right? No answers from my side for ifs.
Sure, thank you, ma'am.
45. I think what? Sent.
Hello, ma'am. This is Pushpita Dey from the New Indian Express. So a lot of custom duty reductions have been introduced. So how do you see the impact on the revenue, and also particularly for the consumer goods like 50% duty reduction? Will there be any measures to ensure there is no dumping after the reduction happen? And also, not particularly related to the budget, after the recent Tiger Global Tax Supreme Court verdict, do you see there will be any impact on the foreign investment for India? Thank you.
customs duty, the reductions, etc., which have been given have a logic for that sector, the need for those items to be brought into India, and customs duty not to add cost to it. So there is an economic logic of why it has been done. And if you have seen, most of them are meant to essentially enhance either manufacturing or value addition within India, or help the cause of exporters who are using those imported items to export items from out of India. So this is a very conscious sectoral call. For each sector item, the value chain has been analyzed, based upon which decision on whatever moderation or whatever calibration of duties were to be done have been done. The second part in terms of revenues, etc. is concerned, what you would have seen is there are a lot of custom process reforms that have been proposed. And the idea is essentially to enhance the volume of international trade, which should fetch us more revenues rather than playing on the rate itself. So we do hope that these process reforms will encourage more people to kind of, export in the process, probably the part of global value chain, more exports, and duty or revenues will be a result of that buoyancy.
I just want to add one additional point to what my colleague Revenue Secretary said. If you look at many of the customs duty reliefs given in Part B, you have to read them in conjunction with the announcements made in Part A on manufacturing. So you look at electronic component manufacturing and you look at the concessions given in Part B, there is a certain logic, alignment and synergy between the two. So that's exactly what you need to focus on.
So actually, the fear of dumping there, will you be monitoring it? We are looking at only those sectors where we need to have our production capabilities improved, and raw materials shouldn't be a constraint on those items which are necessary for us. So it is a very calibrated way in which we've done that.
39.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations, ma'am, and everybody. Karishma from Business Today. Ma'am, I just want to also continue the question on the rural employment scheme. A couple of states have shared skepticism and apprehension if they'll be able to fiscally absorb it and if they have the appetite on the cost sharing for the scheme. Ma'am, second, just a follow-up question, if there could be an update given on IDBI disinvestment.
I think the Agriculture Minister has spent a lot of time interacting with states to tell them what actually is Vikasit Bharat Gram, the G Ramji program is about. It is not about money. We have continuously given. That's why you heard Expenditure Secretary say, Manrega, balance which had to be carried forward, had to be provisioned for, we had to pay them back. Although inefficiently spent, we have to still give them, though we made the provision. And Vikasit Bharat Ji Ramji, as was at the time of the act getting passed, whatever was predicted was going to be provided, we provided for that. So I think there need not be any doubts in the minds of what is going to happen about rural employment guarantee scheme. In a way, the new scheme actually understands how efficiently it can function in the ground. Inefficiencies have been removed from it, and the money allocation proves that we have put the money where we spoke about. So that's fine. All disinvestments which have been approved by the cabinet earlier, that list will continue to be before us, and we will carry forward every such. And on specific, if you want to know, we have our Deepam Secretary. Please do tell.
I think one thing we must keep in mind is that we follow a composite strategy, and disinvestment and closure have to be seen together as part of that composite strategy, which enhance or increase the participation and efficiency of the private sector. As part of that strategy, as Honorable FM said, whatever in principle approvals we have obtained for both disinvestment and closure, say about 50 of them, half of them have already been completed, which means about 12 closures and 13 strategic disinvestment transactions. The other ones are on track. That is why we keep aspirational targets, because we are fully on track and fully committed to completing each one of them and taking to a logical conclusion. Thank you. Yes.
81, backside.
नमस्ते मैं कृष्ण मोहन शर्मा भारत एक्सप्रेस से। मेरे दो छोटे छोटे सवाल हैं। एक तो मुझे याद है कि दीपावली के दिन मैंने पूछा था कि फार्मास्यूटिकल सेक्टर में क्या करेंगे, तो आज आपने पिटारा खोल दिया उसके लिए। आई एम वेरी हैप्पी। दूसरा सवाल मैम ये है मैम कि यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप बनाने की आपने 5 बात की, क्योंकि डेवलप्ड इंडिया के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। लेकिन प्राइमरी एजुकेशन और सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन जो कि हमारे बैकबोन है ग्रोथ का भारत के लिए, उसके लिए इसमें क्या है? और दूसरा भी मैं एक शो करके आया हूँ, उसमें लोग पूछ रहे थे कि मिडिल क्लास के लिए बजट में क्या है, बजट में क्या है?
हायर एजुकेशन के लिए जब हम 5 यूनिवर्सिटी हब्स बनाने जा रहे हैं, it is very important to recognize that आज प्राइवेट सेक्टर में यूनिवर्सिटीज़ बहुत आ रहे हैं, स्टेट्स का मन लग रहा है कि और हायर एजुकेशन सेंटर्स ज़रूर होना चाहिए। इन सब को सुनने के बाद हम हायर एजुकेशन में और ऑप्शंस ले आ रहे हैं, जिससे हर तरह का कोर्स उस हब्स में बने। और स्टूडेंट्स डोंट नीड टू गो आउट इन केस उनको वीज़ा नहीं मिला और बोरोइंग करके जाना है। उस क्वालिटी का एजुकेशन भारत में ही हो, इसीलिए जितने भी स्टेट्स वो क्या बोलते हैं चैलेंज मोड में आकर के बोलेंगे कि हम ज़मीन देने के लिए तैयार है, मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल जैसे बनाते हैं, ऐसे यूनिवर्सिटीज़ विद different types of courses can all come and set up, and this will also mean partnering with universities abroad. So higher education में जो flexibility के साथ function करना है और हमारे students जो बाहर जा रहे हैं उनको उसी quality के education इधर देने का, ये नहीं कह रही हूँ मैं कि हमारे universities में quality नहीं है, मगर aspirational लोग को कुछ और certificate जब चाहते हैं वो certificate क्यों ना भारत में ही ना मिलना, why don't we provide for it? And इसीलिए वो scheme ले आए. So it does not immediately mean that we are not going to be spending on primary and secondary. Primary and secondary में इतनी सारे states के साथ collaborate करते हुए PM श्री स्कूल हो, नवोदय विद्यालय हो, प्राइमरी से लेकर हायर सेकेंडरी तक बहुत सारे कदम पिछले 5 साल में उठाया गया। न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आने के बाद उन सबको अभी भी सपोर्ट मिलेगा सेंटर से, हम कम नहीं कर रहे हैं बजट को।
22 the front.
Hello ma'am, good afternoon. This is Surbhi from Business Today. Ma'am, firstly I wanted to understand the impact of your tax proposals both on the direct and indirect tax side and as well as the net implication. Ma'am, secondly, a very basic question in terms of your new fiscal anchor on central government debt reduction. What are the measures that will be followed on that? Thank you.
So on the new fiscal anchor, we like it has been announced, the glide path will be continued, and fiscal deficit, in other words, shall be the operational target to attain the debt to GDP. So it's not that we are going away from the fiscal deficit. It's not going to be the monitorable target. The target will be the debt to GDP that we are going to be monitoring. But both do work in tandem, and that is understandable. That's the way we are anchoring this.
So I have already explained the growth rates for the tax the next year. So if you look at the buoyancy, for example, for direct tax, we are taking the buoyancy would be around 1.14. So which shows that we expect that with all these reforms, the tax growth should become and would be growing at a rate faster than that of the economy itself. So we do expect the tax income, the tax revenues to be sufficiently buoyant in the coming year.
46. This side, left.
Ma'am, this is Priyansh from Money Control. I have two questions. One is on the GST. So the GST numbers that the target for FY27 is 2.5% lower than this year's target. So although there has been, this is due to the reduction in rates, but when can we expect the growth to be in the positive territory? And second question on the nominal GDP number, have you taken under consideration the conclusion of the trade deal with US on the nominal GDP? And if it is concluded, can it be higher?
So the nominal GDP, as the CEA explained, has been calculated on an as-is where-is basis, which includes the US-India trade deal as-is where-is. When things change, we will see how the data shows up.
249.
GST revenues, what is the question? Can you repeat it? No. You will have to account the fact that compensation cess is not going to be there the next year. So you'll have to exclude that, which is why you would see our monthly figures are showing other than compensation cess. That is the right number to look at.
Hello, ma'am. This is Priyoshmita from Informist Media. Ma'am, since you mentioned that gross borrowing for FY27 is not particularly high, can we expect more buybacks this year as well to bring down subsequent repayments? And secondly, are you looking to switch bonds with the RBI as well to manage your repayments? You did this this year in May after a gap of 2 years. Thank you.
So the reason we do buybacks and switching is basically to reduce our repayment burden and to mitigate the bunching up effect, and also to manage the costs. So we did a significant switching of high coupon securities this year. Next year, this 5.5 lakh crore which needs to be repaid, as they keep coming up, we will be taking decisions closer to those, while work is continuously going on this in one division of DEA.
24. Mike.
Ma'am, this is Rajesh Singh from ANI. My question, could you clarify some measures in the budget to boost savings? Because there was some demand by bankers for FDs to be linked with like equity benefit, or NPS scheme were demanding some kind of tax benefit, because we need greater savings for greater growth.
We need greater savings for greater role, all right, and the banks know how to do it.
9.
Hi, this is Adija from Money Control. I had two questions. One was on the fact that the economic survey had also raised some concerns about states' fiscal health and their borrowing, putting pressure on the sovereign borrowing rates also. I just wanted to understand, has the center thought about how do we want to tackle this with the states, because we are targeting a debt to GDP ratio, but we know overall debt to GDP ratio is the anchor that most global agencies look at and ideally needs to be looked at. Second, my question was on the FEMA rule changes. I just wanted to understand with the interaction with the investors or, the stakeholders, globally, what are the kind of demands or what are the kind of requests that are coming in, especially amid the status when it comes to foreign investor outflows. So what are we looking at, if we've thought about anything yet?
We're talking with states about their borrowing can only be done as a nudge conversation. Beyond that, the center cannot do. Equally, if you look at it, the center is also under Article 293(3), duty bound to make sure that the borrowings of the states are also monitored in a way. We can't curb them, but beyond their FRBM, we can sit with them and have a conversation. But that's about where it is, and I think largely states understand their duty under the FRBM Act. So I leave it there, you understand. But on this question, the next question, that NDA.
So on the NDI rules, there is a whole bunch of suggestions that we've got, but it's not like a review has started and a serious public consultation in a structured way started. So there have been, I don't remember from the top of my head, but some things on the definition of FDI itself, some investors have raised. And there are other such things, but when we like ma'am has announced today that a review will be taken place. So when we start the process formally, there will be formal interaction with investors and we'll take it forward.
237.
The third row. Yeah. इसके बाद दो लोग बचे हैं. Last two questions after this.
I'm Nikunj Johri from Reuters. Ma'am, I have two questions. One on your announcement on exempting foreign companies that provide capital assets or equipments to contract manufacturers. They have been given a 5-year exemption. So will that help the likes of Apple and Samsung that have been ramping up production in India but face some tax uncertainty? And second, on the tax holiday for data centers, would that be extended to existing companies that have existing foreign companies that have data centers? And lastly, there was a suggestion in the economic survey. I want to ask you whether the government would look at implementing it on diluting government stake in listed public sector companies. It suggested that you amend the definition of a government company through Companies Act and then lower your stake. So will that be given a serious thought? Thank you.
See, the contract manufacturing, that is the toll manufacturing exemption that has been given, essentially is for the companies which will give their capital goods. There will be no transaction, there will be no sale, no lease. It's just given because they have some reason to do it, business reason to do it. And it is utilized by the entity here to manufacture. So this will be in a bonded zone, customs bonded zone. Therefore, we are saying that if you bring your machine, and that machine is used by a local manufacturer to produce something, we will not consider this to be a PE connection to India, and we'll exempt you for 5 years. I mean, for 5 years, the possibility of it being PE because its machine is being used here is something we are giving him certainty by saying that we'll be exempting it for 5 years. So there'll be, for example, if a big company sends its proprietary manufacturing, testing, or some tools and machines here, and because of which its global income gets into the risk of being taxed, is what we are giving certainty on by saying that for 5 years we'll be exempting it.
The second part of your question, if you read the economic survey carefully, it talked about two alternatives. One is that we change the definition of a government company and bring it down from 51 downwards. And the second is we bring the equity below 51 following a strategic path, which could mean we look for a strategic partner, which could also mean a consortium or a joint venture approach where it may not be a government company, but it will still be a public or a government controlled company, which gives it more flexibility to operate. And as you know, economic survey is an ideation document. Once we consider that in the policy framework, we also have the Atmanirbhar Policy 21, which is doing very well. We will weave it all together. It is policy in evolution. And we will consider all these aspects before taking a step forward. Thank you.
11.
Ma'am, this is Anup Roy from Bloomberg. So your nominal GDP assumption is pretty conservative even this year. Given that CA has given a growth rate of 7.2%, so are we assuming inflation at 2.8% for the year? And does that show that inflation is structurally down in India?
Inflation is down in India and it is remaining there for some time. And inflation is just not the only one which is a deflator, but however, largely you depend on that. And I think therefore the assumption of the nominal GDP is realistic. So we cannot, for the reasons well known that you want a nominal GDP to be a higher number, cannot bring in factors which are beyond the usual calculation.
I think one more question we can take. 137. Take the mic.
I'm Rakesh Kumar from New Indian Express. My question is around the electronic manufacturing, as you allocated 40,000 crore rupees. So just want to know, does it include the ISM 2.0 amount?
Does it include what?
Indian Semiconductor Mission 2.0.
That's a separate, now ISM 2.0 is separate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You already asked. Thank you very much.
That in Jungle Mahal, Jungle Sundari project in Purulia, for this economic corridor, 72,000 crores are going to be invested. And already there are so many people, they are setting investment, they are setting their cement hub. Now Bengal have become cement hub, the coal hub, the leather hub, the skill hub, even the Amazon Flipkart. Like this, all are doing business side of this Dankuni, Kollani and other place. So it is already started. They have not given a single paisa to Bengal. Only one tax is their GST. They are taking away our money and saying big talk. They are giving us money. It is our money. Now only one tax is there. What they are collecting from Bengal, they are not giving our food funds. Will get about more than 2 lakh crores from the central government. So they don't have any moral authority to run the government and to finish the country like this. They want to destroy the economic structure of the country, the constitutional structure of this country, the independent agency, including the infrastructural facilities, the economy, the social sector, the economic sector, the federal sector, all is being vanished. Only talking too much and less work. What they do, only they use some jugglery of words which cannot affect. You have to give the advantage to the people, which common people can enjoy the facilities. সাধারণ মানুষের জন্য কিছু করেনি, তপশিলীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, আদিবাসীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, যুবকদের জন্য কিছু নেই, চাষীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, মহিলাদের জন্য কিছু নেই, ফার্টিলাইজার সাবসিডি বাড়িয়ে দিয়েছে, সামাজিক সুরক্ষায় কিছু নেই, শিক্ষা দপ্তরে কিছু নেই। আর যে 3টে ফ্রেট করিডোরের কথা বলেছে, আমরা 3টে নয় 6টা করছি সারা বাংলাকে জুড়ে। কাজেই টোটালটাই মিথ্যে কথার ফুলঝুরি, হামটি ডামটি বাজেট। They know they will lose Bengal. They will lose in Bengal. That's why they are using SIR. If they have the guts, I will appeal them to contest us politically, democratically, instead of using the election commission and the agencies against the election. Haryana is lost because of this. Maharashtra is also lost because of this. Even other parts of the country also, they are using the same method. I will tell them, if you have the guts, fight the battle politically. We are ready to fight in inch to inch. But Bengal will win Tamil Nadu will win, Kerala will win, and Assam they will lose. Thank you so much. Yes, tomorrow 4 o'clock they have given us the time. We asked the official time. I cannot tell you later before that. When we'll meet, then after that we can meet the press. Please don't tell me all these things. I have some own program. Let me finish.
Coverage of the Union Budget 2026-27 tabled in Parliament by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman for the record 9th time. If I can begin by saying that the Union Budget marks a clear return to supply-side policy framework, with the centre leaning heavily on investment, cost competitiveness, and production incentives rather than fresh stimulus on the consumption side, which after last year's sizable direct tax reliefs and successive rounds of GST rate rationalization, as we would know, it's now down to a framework of two main buckets. The government entered this budget with a rather limited headroom on the revenue side. Against this backdrop, the emphasis has largely been on sustaining growth momentum through a continued infrastructure push, lowering input taxes for exporters, and strengthening domestic manufacturing. A broad set of customs duties reductions, particularly on intermediate goods and raw materials, have been done, which signals an attempt to cushion export-oriented sectors facing a hostile global trade environment. More importantly, the 16th Finance Commission's recommendations were tabled in Parliament, and they've been accepted by the government. And the Finance Commission's recommendation has been to maintain status quo on the devolution, which is 41% to the states, and the states have already sort of begun reacting to this as well. Markets, however, have also reacted nervously on budget day, with equities selling off sharply as investors weigh the absence of fresh demand-side stimulus. Now, I have with me my colleagues joining from across the country to analyze the budget and to sort of explain certain nuances from the beats that they cover. Without further ado, I will first begin with my colleague N. Ravi Kumar, who joins me from Hyderabad. He's been covering the pharma sector for long. And the finance minister actually began her speech first by laying out 7 strategic manufacturing sectors and laid particular emphasis on the pharma sector. As many of our viewers might know, it's one of the sectors that has not been affected by the trade headwinds, because the US has kept generic pharmaceuticals outside of its tariff structure. And also India is a major exporter of generics. So the finance minister has allocated about 10,000 crore rupees for the development of this sector. Ravi, how do you see this, and in the larger global context, why this sector? Because this is the sector which has actually been doing well. Ravi, are you there? I think there might be some technical issues. Maybe we can go to Jacob Koshi, my colleague from Delhi, who covers science and renewables. Jacob, there was also this emphasis on carbon capture and utilization, and storage. The finance minister particularly mentioning about a 20,000 crore allocation over several years, I believe. Maybe if you can talk about that in the backdrop of what had happened last year, because there appeared to be more of a push on renewables last year, but has that just been pivoted to this, or do you see this in a sort of a different frame? Also, there's also some announcements on nuclear, etc.
So yes, Kunal, there is even the economic survey this year laid a kind of emphasis on India not exclusively focusing on medium-term carbon cuts in the mean term, and rather integrating all of this as part of its larger energy strategy. So in that sense, I do see that this mention of CCU, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, as a policy move, as in the same way as we had in the last budget, the finance minister spoke about developing small modular reactors as well as new nuclear reactors as part of a 20,000 crore mission. Though I have checked up, but I still do not see which ministry specifically has been allotted this 20,000 crore or even an initial, token sum yet. Last December, there was a meeting that was coordinated by the principal scientific advisor, and this included participation from the science ministry, Ministry of Science and Technology, and they had discussed a roadmap regarding CCUS. But I still haven't seen specific allocations, even in the science ministry budget or chemicals, fertilizers, or anything. So maybe this is something that has just been announced as a kind of signal on the government's intent to actually, use or test new technology regarding carbon capture, etc. So, but on the other hand, there also has been no headway, particularly regarding the nuclear mission, because the allocations that were there last year it's pretty much in line with what was allocated last year. So I think it is more of a signal push, and only in the years ahead we will start to see the first signs of allocation, because these are very capital intensive kind of projects, and going by previous years, it does take some time for these to actually get on the ground.
Right. Good point. So thank you so much, Jacob, for that. And I suppose sectoral and ministry allocations would take more time for us to get a fairly accurate hold on. But let me just bring in Ashokamitran, my colleague, who joins us from Bombay, from Mumbai, and he's been tracking the market's reactions to the budget. I believe, Ashoka, there's been a crash in the markets and markets have reacted quite negatively. I suppose one of the important reasons might be the raise in the securities and transaction tax and other sort of futures and options, derivative trading taxes. Yeah.
So hi, thanks for having me. And yes, markets have crashed. It was fine. It opened at minus 0.2% or something in the morning at 9, and it was fine for the better part of the speech. But until 12:15 or 12:20, when the finance minister announced that derivative trades are going to get costlier because securities transaction tax on them has been increased, both on buy and sell for options and for futures also. Around 75 basis point increase. So this is clearly a way to stop speculation at the retail trades. So what happened in the last couple of years, post the COVID and the increase in demat account and your Grow, Zerodha of the world's becoming bigger because of the apps, it's become more accessible. And on top of that, if you if you give a context of flat wage growth in the last 10 years, then you have a perfect storm for a speculative market. Now, while in my reporting we figured out that it is quite not possible that the bunch of retail traders even know that there is a securities transaction tax for the retail trades they are actually booking. And sometime last year, SEBI came out with a paper saying that 9 out of 10 people who are trading are losing money, and the all aggregate loss of trading in derivatives is 1 lakh crore, not including securities transaction tax also. So what happens is now you will have to pay up more for your profits that you get from securities trades. Whether this intent will work the way it is, whether this plumbing will actually turn out into the right kind of an outcome is something we don't know, because what the experts also say that the opposite effect, the way things have worked with excise duties for cigarettes and alcohol, where you just put some taxation on a good that people have become addicted to, and if the government becomes addicted to that. So that kind of an intention comes, then you are not going to stop STT. This is one kind of a view. The other kind is, no, it's good because whatever it is, in your interior districts of India where there's no pin code in India without a demat account, which means we even have 2 or 3 demat accounts in Andaman and Nicobar. So people there do not know derivative trades is a very risky trade and most people lose there. And the government is clearly aware of this, so which is why they have done this. But the downside, if we really have to speak about this, is brokerage companies which have do a lot of investments. They use derivatives to hedge the losses. So there will be brokerage companies are not very happy with this because of that, and that is showing up in the markets. So
That's
this
showing
is
up
one.
in the market.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the counter, all is not bad for the markets because what some experts are also saying is an overreaction because minority stakeholders capital buybacks, where last year they were taxed at about 39% and you're up to 39% of your applicable limit. But now since you've got capital gains, you've got buybacks income into capital gains. Now holding it more than a year is going to just be 12.5%. In the last year, there was no buyback transaction at all. The biggest and the most prominent one was the Infosys one. There was no buyback transaction at all. So the whole pipeline dried up. So what experts are also telling me is that this year, because shareholders can get 12 just pay 12.5% as a capital gains, now it's treated like a mutual fund or any other market investment you make, which is the right way to do things because now it's rationalized, now it's simplified. So now we're expecting buyback transactions to actually pick up this year because of this.
Because of this, excellent. So let me. I think there's some disturbance from your side, Ashoka. Maybe if you can look into fixing that. But for the paucity of time, let me move on to Tiki Raji, who joins me from Trivandrum. Tiki, how are this? You're in a state which is to go to polls this year. And also ruled by an opposition party. Last year, Kerala and Tamil Nadu were vocal about how they felt shortchanged. This year, there's already been a lot of talk about how the 16th Finance Commission ought to have attempted to have increased the devolution from its 41%. The states have been demanding that it be raised to 50%, but the 16th Finance Commission has sort of recommended status quo as of now. How has the state government reacted, and also how do you view some of the announcements that have been made? Some of them seem to touch upon Kerala, where, for instance, the rare earth metal corridor, which was announced. Also, some of the agriculture high-value product announcements may affect Kerala. There's no direct reference to Kerala aside from that one instance, but I just wondered, I sort of wanted to get a sense of how the state government is viewing and how people are reacting in the state as well.
The Kerala Finance Minister, Mr. Balagopal, has already gone on record saying that the budget is very disappointing for the state as well as the Indian economy in general. So Kerala has found 2 mentions in the speech actually. Apart from the dedicated rare earth corridor, the other one is the Turtle Trails project. So the rare earth corridor scheme, Kerala had proposed in its wish list, and also in the state budget, which was presented on January 29. That this project had featured very prominently in both these documents. So, but Finance Minister Mr. Balagopal has already stated that what Kerala requires from this project is industries in Kerala, which can generate employment and investment, not the minerals are mined and carted off to outside the state. So that is one. How this project is going to be implemented is going to be very important, especially when you consider the environmental aspects of mining. Kerala has already, mining has already been a controversial issue in Kerala, and the coastal areas have been facing coastal erosion for a long time now. So how this project is going to be implemented is very important for Kerala. Otherwise, all the major demands have been ignored. Kerala had asked for a 21,000 crore special fiscal correction package. In the previous two budgets also, Kerala had demanded the same thing, but all three times this demand has been ignored. Also, Kerala's demand for an AIMS, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, that has been pending for a long time. So that also has not found any mention in the budget. Another demand was a lot of projects linked to the Vizhinjam seaport, the new port at Vizhinjam. So that also has not found mention. And the high-speed rail corridor. Although 7 high-speed rail corridor projects have been announced in the budget, Kerala has not found any mention in that respect also. So, but on the other hand, the 16th Finance Commission, although it has retained the devolution to 41%, Kerala's share has been increased from 1.92% to 2.38%. The divisible tax pool from the, so that is a positive for Kerala.
Right.
But how the finer details have to be worked out. So that is there. So Kerala, on the other hand, Kerala is also likely to benefit from a lot of general announcements in the budget, like the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative for boosting traditional industries like khadi and handloom, the coastal cargo promotion scheme.
Yes.
Kerala has 2 major ports and a string of minor ports along the coast. So how that project will benefit Kerala remains to be seen. In the tourism sector also, Seaplane BGF scheme.
Right.
So the Seaplane project, Kerala has been pursuing this project for some time now, although it has not really taken off. In the farm sector, the coconut promotion scheme and the cashew, the dedicated program plan for cashew. Those 2 schemes, along with the sandalwood to promote focused cultivation, there's a scheme for that. So these are areas where Kerala can benefit, but how the details are being worked out, how these projects are going to be implemented will be important. And the other thing is, the scheme pertains to the blue economy. The plans to strengthen the fisheries value chain and also fishing beyond the territorial waters, how that will benefit states like Kerala, coastal states like Kerala, that also remains to be seen. But in general, there's disappointment with the budget, especially with Kerala going for the assembly elections in a few months' time. Actually, everybody was expecting something. So the BJP state president Rajiv Chandra Shekhar has already gone on record saying that the
thank
Kerala
you so
government
much,
has not been
Tiki.
performing.
Yeah, right. And I think there has also been some mention of mention of disappointment by the Tamil Nadu government here. Kanimari, the DMK party MP has also reacted, being critical of the budget as well. If I can maybe have my colleague Ravi Kumar from Hyderabad, I believe his line is better and he can join us. Ravi, as I was asking you, the main capex push by the government appears to begin with pharma, or at least in the speech by the finance minister. So I wondered if you could sort of shed light on, why it is so particularly for a sector which has been doing well. Are you there, Ravi? Can you hear me?
Audible?
You are mute. Yes, hi. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, no. So I was mentioning that the capex push mainly seems to have, sort of, at least in the speech, begun with the announcements for the pharma sector. It's already a sector which has not been affected as badly as many others in post the Trump tariffs. So what do you see as the reason behind this push, and also how have industry associations reacted to this news?
Yeah, thanks for Kunal for the opportunity. Yes, rightly you mentioned this biopharma initiative figured pretty much at the top of the budget announcement. Basically, I'll just mention what the finance minister said. She said the government is planning to introduce something called Biopharma Shakti, which is strategy for healthcare advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation, with an outlay of about 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This is
Yes.
pretty much important from a perspective of the shift that the Indian pharma industry wants from its typically generic volume-based approach to going up the value chain in terms of innovation and coming up with some nice products. And the announcement also talks, the budget announcement, I mean, also talks about the specific areas where this scheme will be of interest or operational, including cancer, autoimmune disorders. And
Right.
from an overall perspective, yes, you asked me how the industry has reacted. One of the first reactions that we have got is from Dr. Reddy's Laboratories chairman, Mr. Satish Reddy. In fact, he has said this Biopharma Shakti program will be a key enabler for India's journey from volume to value leadership. Because this is something that we have been talking about for quite some time. But of course, this is not the first time that we are focusing on this, because we have had in the past initiatives like BIRAC and all, but then this is taking it to the next level. I think it won't be out
Right.
of place to also mention here that 10,000 crores over 5 years is pretty much a small amount considering the capital intensive nature of this work. So off record, there are also industry people who are telling me that this will be a very small.
I was going to ask you that. Yeah.
This will be a pretty much a very small amount, but a good beginning rate. Kunal.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Right. So, yeah, so some optimism, but given that it's generally being viewed as a sort of a lackluster budget, is sort of what sort of a mid-term lackluster budget. It appears to be on a slightly positive note there. I think. Thank you so much, Ravi. I think maybe the other sector which has also been given some sort of a push is the SME sector, the small businesses, focused on leather, footwear, textiles, and apparels. And a lot of which are actually concentrated in states like Tamil Nadu, which are also going to polls. So I wanted to discuss that with my colleague Preeta, Saundarya Preeta, who joins us from Coimbatore. Preeta, who I believe is pulled over her car and waiting for us. So I think I'll straight away go to her to sort of gather her inputs. Preeta, if you're there, and fill us in with what the industry reactions have been to the I see. Okay, I'm sorry. Preeta is not in, I believe. Maybe I can go to let me go to Shobhana, who's joining us from Delhi. Shobhana, you've covered particularly Manrega and several of the employment based schemes. I wondered if I can ask you about what you make of the allocations for the new Viksit Bharat Gramin, Ramji bill, and what reactions have been to that.
So the union budget has allocated 95,692 crores for the VBG Ramji bill. This is and apart from this, they have also allocated some 30,000 crores for Manrega, because the new act has not commenced yet. From the date of its
Right.
notification, the state governments will get 6 months to come up with their own scheme. In the interim period, Manrega will continue as usual. Now, I cross-check with the ministry also. There are, if we go by, as per the ministry's claim, as per what the act says, that any rural household who volunteer to do unskilled manual work can register and avail employment under the new scheme, which therefore means that all the workers who worked under Manrega will also be eligible under this scheme. And currently we have 8.6 5 crore active job card holders. Now, by active means that they have used Manrega, have applied for Manrega work, and they have worked in the last financial year. Now, and so if all now, the one big thing that the government says, how VBG Ramji is an improvement over Manrega, is that in Manrega, the statutory guarantee is only of 100 days, and in VBG Ramji, they have increased it by 25 days, so it's 125 days. So if we were to go by what the government themselves have set a target for themselves, which is 125 days, and if the average cost per person per day
125
is
days,
is 355 rupees, then by that calculation, the total expenditure to meet the 125-day target should be 3,83,844 crore. And at 60-40 cost ratio, the government of India's share would amount to approximately 2.3 lakh crores. Instead of that, the current allocation falls way short with just 95,692 crores. So obviously there are questions as to how the government plans to meet its own targets that it set for itself. So that is one concern.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
and the minister just had a press conference where he said there was a 21% hike in the rural development budget. However, the budgetary documents do not really reflect, and he has not explained as to where this 21% hike is, because in the net budgetary hike of the rural development department from the last FY to this year's allocation is roughly 3%, a little over 3%. So we are still trying to decode what he meant by 21%.
Yeah, and also it's interesting because there's also a claim of a considerably higher capex push. Evidently, if you go by the numbers that have been put out, it's over 12.2 lakh crores. But just where this government is getting that money from, particularly because it's pretty revenue constrained, would be interesting to see that as well. Shobna, thank you so much for joining, and giving your inputs on this. Let me try and get Preeta back on the call if she is able to join. Preeta, I was asking as to what you make of the announcements that have been made for the small businesses and at the MSME sector, mainly textiles, leather, and footwear. And there have been a lot of customs duties and quality control order rationalizations that have also been done, that have taken place in the past year as the Trump tariffs have sort of taken effect. So overall, what has been your impression and your analysis, and what are you hearing from the ground?
Hi, Kunal. The MSME sector, specifically the labor-intensive textile, garment, or footwear, these sectors were heavily impacted by for the last 3 years or so by the wars, largely the external factors, because they are also very export-intensive sectors. And the budget, has at least in the budget speech, there was focus on these two sectors, the textiles and the SMEs. However, two things: Indian textile sector is predominantly cotton-based, and the government announced a cotton mission last year, 5,000 odd crores, but it is yet to be implemented. I think it's just taking off now. And this year they have said that there will be a national fiber scheme which will focus on the man-made fibers, the synthetic fibers.
Right.
And we need to wait and see what they will try to do in this segment, because the other two fibers that we are looking at is polyester and rayon. So we need to see what will happen there. And one thing the ministry has said, though it does not reflect in the document as for other sectors, there's about 25% hike in budgetary allocation for textiles, which means they are getting about 1,500 crores more, specifically for the schemes announced in the budget. And the industry is looking forward for technology upgradation, because there is a mention about that. And the earlier technology upgradation fund is not implemented now. So they are looking for a revamped scheme there. That could help the industry. However, one major expectation which is not there in the budget is removal of 10% import duty on cotton. So that's a huge disappointment for the industry because we have to be raw material wise competitive in the international market. And for the SMEs, the CGT credit guarantee scheme is already there. There's a higher allocation for that scheme, which means it indicates the scheme will continue. And now they have said that all CPSEs will have to TREDS is mandatory for all of them. So the SMEs are hoping that that will help them, in payments. However, I think even the survey says that, Indian SMEs are largely in the micro sector, and there is no specific announcement or support scheme for the micro sector, especially those in the manufacturing area. And they are facing copper and aluminum prices are like, they are
Quite
it's
high.
just going up. Yeah. So there's
And copper
nothing on
prices
that.
in particular have been issue.
Right. You take all our, pump sets or a lot of industries that use copper. And these are, there's no relief for these industries. So I think it's, there are huge expectations and something for everyone to take home. That's all. It's nothing major. And I don't think that's going to give any relief.
Right. Nothing substantive. It's piecemeal for
Yeah.
almost every sector, but nothing quite substantive.
Right.
Thank you so much, Preeta, for making time. Let me go to Bindu. Bindu, who joins us from Delhi, who covers health. Bindu, some interesting announcements on the health side. There's an announcement that NIMHANS 2 would be set up in North India. The finance minister particularly mentioning how there isn't a sort of a quality mental health institution in the northern parts of India. There's also some mention of a considerable size of caregivers skill upgradation and job employment guarantee. There also appears to be some mention of Ayurvedic medical institutions. How do you view all of this? Of course, we are well past COVID, which really saw the sort of historic highs in the health sector allocation. But do you see this as a sort of again, as a lot of what others have been mentioning, do you see this again as a piecemeal sort of allocations, or are they substantive? And what are you also hearing from the ground?
So the first response from the ground says that they're happy with the allocation where geriatric care is offered now to 14.9 crore people, which is the population that we have of the elderly who are over 60. There is strengthening of capacity building for allied health services. There is the biggest positive impact has been a reduction of cost for cancer drugs and rare disease drugs. That is the most immediate impact that it will have. However, health sector has remained on the margins of the union budget. So there hasn't been any major allocations, though again, Ayush is welcome. Mental health programs that are being brought in, that is welcomed. Strengthening of our drug testing capacity has been welcomed. Providing employment in form of allied health services, that has been welcomed. Another major promise that the union finance minister has given is that there will be a trauma center for every district, which is 800 plus districts across the country. So that's a welcome move. However, health budget doesn't take into account the inflation that has been brought in and the sheer cost of hospitalization. This is apart from the Ayushman Bharat scheme or the government-run health insurance scheme. So that is a sector that has remained completely untouched. So out-of-pocket expenditure doesn't look like it is going to go down anytime soon. So that's a sector that we need to worry about. Of course, there is a lot of emphasis on innovation, research, and manufacture, which my colleague has already touched upon and we've discussed.
Yeah, great, Bindu. Yeah, that's a very important point, particularly on the cancer drugs. I would think that would be quite welcome as a very specific focus on, on sort of, I suppose, tax holidays, etc. So thank you so much, Bindu, for that input. And if I can Yeah, if I can go to Shiv, who's been waiting patiently from Calcutta. Shiv, again, not very specific mention of allocations for the state, but there appears to be that high-speed rail corridor, which I think is supposed to touch somewhere at Siliguri. If I, remember the mention from the finance minister's speech. I suppose you would have probably had some time to go over the document as well. How's the state government there reacting to the budget? I already know, we just had Tiki Rajvi on our on the live a little earlier, where he mentioned the finance minister there has already been critical, and so has the Tamil Nadu government here. So I just wanted to get your input as well.
So the West Bengal government, the chief minister has already reacted to the budget, and she's been very critical, calling it a directionless and visionless budget. What is interesting this year, because this is the usual criticism which comes from the opposition, particularly from Trinamool Congress. But what is interesting this year is West Bengal is going to polls, and the budget document doesn't mention West Bengal in any way. So I could find only 3 references. One is this high-speed rail corridor connecting Varanasi and Siliguri, which you were mentioning. And then there is this dedicated freight corridor connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. And the chief minister said that this Dankuni thing has been pending for quite long. When she was the rail minister in 2009, she had announced a dedicated freight corridor connecting Dankuni in West Bengal to Amritsar in Punjab. So and the third reference is to this Purvodaya. We all, where whenever senior BJP leaders come, Prime Minister, Home Minister, they refer to the development of East. So Purvodaya, it proposes an East Coast Industrial Corridor with well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations. So overall, like the previous, if we compare this budget again to the budget last year and when there was elections in Bihar, we can see the difference that, and not only the chief minister, even the Trinamool Congress chairperson, the Trinamool Congress General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee said that in 85 minutes of the finance minister's speech, there was no mention of West Bengal. So this will be very hard for the BJP, which is the principal opposition party here, to defend as to why West Bengal was left out in this budget when elections are so close, so around the corner. So this is
right. Yeah, right. Thank you, Shiv. Thank you so much for joining. Let me go to Jagriti, who covers heavy industries, civil aviation, and infrastructure as well from Delhi. Jagriti, the main thrust of the budget has been infrastructure and manufacturing. What are you hearing from the ground? How are sectors there reacting? And fill us in.
Okay, just to give you an overview of what we've heard on aviation, the clear focus has been on manufacturing, where the finance minister announced that there would be a special incentive for indigenous manufacturing of seaplanes. No further details were provided on what sort of incentive would be offered. But on the theme of seaplanes, the minister also said that a subsidy would also be offered for seaplane flights. Now, all this has strategic significance if we are able to develop seaplane routes in areas like Lakshadweep as well as Andaman and Nicobar. Seaplanes were promoted under Udan scheme, which was launched in 2016, but have been a bit of a non-starter. A revised Udan scheme is awaiting a cabinet approval, so we will get to know more details in the days to come. But on the manufacturing,
I think we've lost Jagriti's line there. Maybe we can come back to her. Let me go to Kalyan here in Chennai, my colleague who has been tracking shipping for us for some time. and has written quite insightful pieces on what India's maritime strategy has been, particularly now in the sort of the as oil trade has been weaponized. Kalyan, fill us in on what you make of the announcement of the 10,000 crores towards container manufacturing and the other sort of waterways, etc. announcements.
Yes, so we've been writing that the government seems to have realized that shipping is a strategic sector instead of just being make it open to free trade principles and so on. And that happened during COVID. It was a learning period for us because we had to pay much higher freight and shipping was just not available. Freight rates had gone through the roof in the West and US. So all the shipping companies lined up to feed them and also. What the government has been doing is to, over the last 2 years, they have made very big ticket announcements for major ocean going shipping to improve our tonnage, the number of ships that are registered in India, and promote shipbuilding, ship owning, ship breaking, and so on. That has been there's been very big announcements last year, for instance, some 70,000 crores exclusively for ocean going ship boosting. The government is pumping in money into the public sector, Shipping Corporation of India, and is made all kinds of plans to buy shipping. But this particular budget has been nothing big ticket, as you've been saying, lackluster even in shipping as well. But some of the measures that they have discussed, a lot of small things, but go more towards coastal shipping and inland shipping. Inland shipping hasn't taken off in India, especially in cargo carrying. Despite huge talk, noise, big high publicity, it hasn't really happened. So what they've done is they've removed these shipping companies were taxed as per as per their income. So what they've done is to replace that with a tonnage tax scheme, which is a presumptive scheme. So if a shipping company has a certain amount of tonnage, they'll be charged a certain amount of money. There'll be a presumptive income on which some 5% will be charged.
Right.
That's a big relief. Tonnage tax is really the gold standard in other countries. So India is also following that. There have been some duty exemption and so on, an announcement of a dedicated freight corridor from the east to west, and some major subsidy scheme for inland waterways. For instance, they've announced that starting with the Brahmani Mahanadi, the National Waterway 5, feeding to Paradip and Dhamra. So that you have minerals, you have factories, and you have a port. So, but there's no cargo going there right now. So they've set up that as a target to do this, starting with this Mahanadi, the NW National Waterway 5. So they hope to do 5 big waterways, develop that shipping. But it's just an announcement. We're waiting to see what else they're going to do to pan out. You have to dredge these rivers to make them ready for shipping all through the year and so on. So these are broadly what's being contained. And container shipping, yes, you brought that up. We make really no containers, surprisingly, despite all our efforts to grow container shipping, millions of TEVs. That's our plan. We want to double the total export, and we've come up with all these transshipment hub port projects. Virinjam is one. We've planned one in Andaman, but we make no containers. I mean, a few thousands. One of this was that we did not have steel to make that specialized steel. There were no standards in India. Like there are no BIS standards to say, okay, for shipping containers, you need to have these grade steel, these composition. So the BIS standards have come in place, but it's still not. It's much more expensive to make the containers in India, primarily because of we have to import the steel. Now that may reduce the cost, but that may not bridge the gap. Some private companies have come. There was one company that came up near Chennai, Sriraman. They closed down. It's not viable. So they have announced the scheme. We don't know what it's going to take. Maybe it's capex, land acquisition, or where this money is going to go, or a PLI scheme. Maybe a combination of all these. But it will fill a very felt need in the container industry that we have no containers to take recourse if some disruption is to happen regarding import of containers.
Right, right. Interesting. And as you said, often I think us journalists, we tend to be so event based that we forget to focus on the longevity of these announcements, and we sort of don't go revisit them sometimes to look at what these announcements have panned out to be. And maybe with you we can expect an update on this soon. Thank you so much, Kalyan. Thank you. I think let me quickly just go back to Jagrati, whose line was sort of a little patchy. Jagrati, if you can hear me now, and you were sort of mentioning just about giving us an overview of what the civil aviation announcements were. So go ahead.
Yes. So Kunal, I mentioned that indigenous manufacturing of aircraft has received considerable focus in the budget, with the finance minister talking about a special scheme for indigenous manufacturing of seaplanes. She hasn't specified what special incentive would be offered. But on the theme of seaplanes itself, she says that a subsidy for flights would also be offered. I had mentioned that under the Udan scheme that was announced in 2018 or so, that aims to connect smaller parts of the country. Seaplane was a part of that scheme, but it has remained a non-starter. But a revised version of the Udan scheme is currently awaiting cabinet nod. So hopefully we'll get some more details of what is planned for seaplanes and seaplane flights. But this has a strategic importance if routes to Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep are developed under Udan scheme. There's also, as far as impetus for domestic manufacturing of aircraft is concerned, there's exemption of basic customs duty that has been offered for training aircraft as well as other civilian aircraft. The industry has welcomed this. They had petitioned the government for a waiver of BCD. This stood at 5%, which will now be revised to 0. And another related announcement is allowing special economic zones to sell domestically. This has also been welcomed by aerospace and defense manufacturers. The finance minister said that they would be able to sell domestically at concessional rates of duty as a special one-time measure in order to help them deal with the global trade disruptions. We have seen, as far as aircraft manufacturing is concerned, we are at a very nascent, we do manufacture parts, but not aircraft as a whole. And the Prime Minister's ambition has been, he announced in 2022 that the country should move towards and aim for a domestically manufactured passenger aircraft. And in that context, we have seen a slew of developments, nothing concrete yet, but there's a gradual movement in that direction.
Right, great. Thank you so much, Jagrati. I think if Rahul is on the line, Rahul Karmakar, who joins us from Assam. Rahul, one of the announcements that we saw is this sort of, Buddhist circuit tourism announcement, and a few other Purvedya outlook, which has often been stated in the past as well. How do you view it? How has it been received? And Assam is also a state which is going to the polls. So fill us in.
Yes. See, by and large, the northeastern states don't criticize the budget because they are all central fund dependent, barring Assam. Right. And the Assam Chief Minister has, as usual, he has welcomed the budget. And by the way, today is his birthday. So
I see.
And then Arunachal, Sikkim, Assam, and Tripura have had a lot of Buddhist sites.
Happy birthday to the Chief Minister, yeah.
They have a lot of Buddhist sites, particularly Arunachal, Sikkim, Assam, and Tripura. So these are pretty well maintained. But Manipur is I believe, is the weakest because there are certain traces of Buddhism not very well documented. But these were mostly because of the Meitei connection with the Burmese at one point of time. There are certain mention of, there's the Subika. It's an ancient Manipuri astrology book. It contains some elements of Buddhism and then certain artifacts. But then I believe that it will have to be in Manipur. This will have to be developed a lot, and it all depends. So apart from that, there is some buzz about this city economic region, and people are not sure what it will be, whether it will be like the smart
Yes.
city project. Because the smart city projects have not translated into very smart cities in the northeast. Apart from a part of Guwahati, maybe the riverfront has been developed, and the Shillong and Itanagar and all these other places have not been any smarter. So there are certain hope, and at the same time, there's some smart city projects. There,
All right, I think we lost Rahul's connection there as well. It's been an hour of some glitches here for us, but I hope we were able to capture as much as we could, in this short hour of the Union Budget 2026-27 that was tabled in Parliament. There'll be more on this on our YouTube live and of course online, and indeed a comprehensive coverage that you would be able to read in the next day's paper as well. So thank you so much for joining us on this continuing coverage of the Union Budget 26-27. I'm Kunal Shankar, the Hindu's Deputy Business Editor. Thanks and bye for now.
अच्छा ये फिर कर रहे हैं क्या अभी करना मोदी सरकार के पास अब नई आइडिया खत्म हो गई है। ये बजट भारत की कहीं अधिक आर्थिक, सामाजिक और राजनीतिक चुनौतियों के लिए एक सवाल होके बैठा है और खास करके ये बजट गरीब तबके के लिए इसमें कुछ नहीं है। इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए भी इनका कोई समाधान, सकारात्मक कोई सलाह या कोई कदम उन्होंने नहीं दिखाया। आर्थिक इकोनॉमिक सर्वे का जो ये दिखाता है कि व्यापार में अनिश्चितता भारत के लिए एक प्रमुख चुनौती बताता है, लेकिन बजट मुश्किल से इस समस्या को स्वीकार करता है। इसी तरह रुपए का गिरते हुए मूल्य के निपटने की भी कोई योजना उनके पास नहीं है। भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था का मूल संकट ठहरी हुई वेतन, कमजोर उपभोक्ता मांग और निजी निवेश में सुस्ती, लेकिन बजट में उपभोक्ता मांग के फिर से गति देने का कोई विचार नहीं दिखता। घरेलू बचत में कमी और व्यक्तिगत कर्ज के बढ़ते बोझ पर भी ध्यान नहीं दिया गया है। युवा शक्ति की तमाम पैकेजिंग के बावजूद शिक्षित युवाओं में फैली व्यापक बेरोजगारी के संकट का कोई समाधान नहीं है। वित्त आयोग का सिफारिश का अभी और अध्ययन करना होगा, लेकिन वे गंभीर वित्तीय दबाव में चल रही राज्य सरकारों को कोई राहत देती नहीं दिख रही है। असमानता ब्रिटिश राज के दौर के स्तर को पार कर गई है। इनइक्वालिटी लेकिन बजट में इसका जिक्र तक नहीं किया गया है। न ही एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी, अदर पिछड़े हुए लोगों के लिए, इकोनॉमिक ईडब्ल्यूएस के लिए, अल्पसंख्यकों के लिए इसमें कुछ सहायता का प्राविधान उन्होंने नहीं बनाया। मैं उदाहरण के तौर पर चंद चीजें आपको बताऊंगा। एजुकेशन में लास्ट ईयर जो अलोकेशन हुआ था 13,000 करोड़ खर्च नहीं किया गया। सोशल जस्टिस जो हमेशा शेड्यूल कास्ट, शेड्यूल ट्राइब और दबे हुए लोगों की मदद करता है, उसमें 2,242 करोड़ खर्च नहीं हुए। ट्राइबल अफेयर्स में 4,101 करोड़ खर्च नहीं हुए। माइनॉरिटी अफेयर्स यानी उनके लिए जो पैसा रखा गया था उसमें 1,190 करोड़ आज खर्च नहीं किए। इतना पैसा उन्होंने खर्च नहीं किया और वो ये कहते हैं कि हम सबकी भलाई कर रहे हैं। क्या है उनका स्लोगन है ना, सबका साथ सबका विकास। लेकिन यहाँ तो खुद ही उनके आंकड़े दिखाते हैं कि इन दबे हुए, कुचले हुए और खासकर एजुकेशन में उन्होंने जो पैसा खर्च नहीं किया, और उसके अलावा भी एजुकेशन को हम बढ़ावा देंगे ये कहने वाले बजट में लास्ट ईयर से भी कम पैसा रखा गया है। और एजुकेशन तो इम्पोर्टेंट है, और एजुकेशन को हमेशा हम ये चाहते हैं कि एजुकेशन, हेल्थ, रिसर्च ऐसे चीजों को ज्यादा पैसा रखना चाहिए। ये हम सबका डिमांड है। और पहले की सरकारें एजुकेशन पे ही ज्यादा ये करती थी और हेल्थ के ऊपर करती थी। उसके अलावा जो अहम चीजें हैं SC ST के, हॉस्टल्स के, स्कॉलरशिप के, ये सारी चीजों को ज्यादा खर्च करती थी। इसमें उनके स्कॉलरशिप के बारे में या उनके खास करके उनके डेवलपमेंट के लिए कोई पैसा नहीं है। 250 पैसा खर्च भी नहीं किया। मैं आंकड़े आपको दिखाया। वित्त मंत्री ने एक बार भी स्कूलों का उल्लेख नहीं किया और सामाजिक सुरक्षा और कल्याण पर एक भी घोषणा नहीं हुई। और मनरेगा की जगह आए नए कानून के लिए बजट आवंटन पर एक शब्द तक उन्होंने नहीं किया। यानी जो मनरेगा का है, जो योजना, उसके खिलाफ वो लोग हैं, लेकिन हम उसको रिटेन करने के लिए लड़ रहे हैं। उसके बारे में भी उन्होंने खुलासा नहीं किया, कितना पैसा रखना है, कितना खर्च करना है। और खासकर हम ये नहीं भी चाहते हैं, क्योंकि उन्होंने पहले ही अपना माइंड बना लिया है कि मनरेगा को खत्म करने का। ये थकी हुई, रिटायर हो चुकी सरकार का बजट है, क्योंकि इनके पास पैसा नहीं है और 250 पैसा खर्च नहीं हो रहे। तो इनकी मंशा यही दिखती है, जो हमेशा गुड गवर्नेंस की बात करते हैं। आप ही बताइए, इतने 1,000 करोड़ रुपए जब खर्च नहीं हुए तो इसका यही अर्थ होता है कि वो अपने लोगों को कहकर लोगों के भलाई के लिए कदम नहीं उठाना चाहते। इसलिए इस बजट को मैं रिजेक्ट करता हूं। ये लोगों के हित में नहीं है और लोगों के लिए इसका कोई उपयोग नहीं है। और आप तो देखें, इनका बजट आते ही सेंसेक्स कितना गिरा, हाँ, नियरली 2000 पॉइंट्स। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि इनको कोई चाह रहा नहीं, हर क्षेत्र में वे विफल हो गए। इसीलिए इस बजट, ये तो बजट गरीबों के हित में नहीं है और युवाओं के हित में नहीं है। इन्फ्लेशन कैसा कंट्रोल करना ये नहीं है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट के बारे में नहीं है। ये सारी चीजें उनमें उन्होंने अपने बजट में नहीं रखा। इसीलिए ये सिर्फ रिपीटेशन है, रिसाइकलिंग है। वो जो पहले बोलते आ रहे हैं वही बोलते आ रहे हैं, लेकिन और जो नया दिशा देना था वो नहीं दिए। इसीलिए मैं इस बजट को कहूंगा कि ये सिर्फ पुराने जो उनके वादे थे उसको भी उन्होंने इसमें नकार दिया।
सर, प्रधानमंत्री ये कह रहे हैं कि बड़ा यूनिक बजट है जो फिस्कल डेफिसिट को कम करेगा, महंगाई कम करेगा। इसमें कॉम्बिनेशन है हाई कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर का और हाई ग्रोथ का, और प्रधानमंत्री कह रहे हैं बहुत विकसित भारत का 2047 का बजट।
सर, मैं इसमें जोड़ना चाहूंगी, वहीं पे प्रधानमंत्री ये कह रहे हैं कि जो बजट है एमएसएमईज और जो स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज है उनको काफी सपोर्ट करेगा और वो लोग लोकल से ग्लोबल करेंगे, ग्लोबल में जाएंगे। कैसे देखते हैं इसको?
ये देखो, मोदी जी हर समय ऐसा कहते हैं, मैं 2 करोड़ नौकरियां दूंगा। मैं यहाँ तो बड़े इंडस्ट्रीज को बेच रहे हैं, एम्प्लॉयमेंट कहाँ देंगे? इन्होंने तो 80,000 करोड़ जमा करने के लिए बड़े इंडस्ट्रीज में जो है डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट करके अपने लोगों को, चाहते लोगों को वो देना चाहते हैं। और ये मंशा उनकी क्या है कि एक तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट खत्म करना, एक तो वीकर सेक्शंस, गरीब तबका जो पब्लिक सेक्टर में नौकरी में जाते थे उनके नौकरियां खत्म करना, ये उनका मंशा है। और इन्हों क्या विकसित भारत करते हैं? विकसित भारत के लिए आपके पास पैसा भी होना और एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए इन्फ्लेशन तो बढ़ रहा है, घट रहा है कहाँ? तो इसीलिए सब झूठे वायदे हमेशा करने का मोदी साहब की आदत है। आप 2 करोड़ एम्प्लॉयमेंट से ले, उनका डिमोनेटाइजेशन प्रोग्राम लो, सभी चीजों में वो विफल हो गए। और ये जो वायदे आप किए हैं, आप मुझे जो बता रहे हैं, ये तो वो कभी करेंगे नहीं, वो होगा नहीं। थैंक यू।
That in Jungle Mahal, Jungle Sundari project in Purulia, for this economic corridor, 72,000 crores are going to be invested, and already there are so many people. They are setting investment. They are setting their cement hub. Now Bengal have become cement hub, the coal hub, the leather hub, the skill hub, even the Amazon Flipkart. Like this, all are doing business side of this Dankuni, Kollani and other place. So it is already started. They have not given a single paisa to Bengal. Only one tax is there, GST. They are taking away our money and saying big talk. They are giving us money. It is our money. Now only one tax is there. What they are collecting from Bengal, they are not giving our food funds. Will get about more than 2 lakh crores from the central government. So they don't have any moral authority to run the government and to finish the country like this. They want to destroy the economic structure of the country, the constitutional structure of this country, the independent agency, including the infrastructural facilities, the economy, the social sector, the economic sector, the federal sector, all is been vanished. Only talking too much and less work. What they do, only they use some jugglery of words which cannot affect. You have to give the advantage to the people, which common people can enjoy the facilities. সাধারণ মানুষের জন্য কিছু করেনি, তপশিলীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, আদিবাসীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, যুবকদের জন্য কিছু নেই, চাষীদের জন্য কিছু নেই, মহিলাদের জন্য কিছু নেই, ফার্টিলাইজার সাবসিডি বাড়িয়ে দিয়েছে, সামাজিক সুরক্ষায় কিছু নেই, শিক্ষা দপ্তরে কিছু নেই। আর যে তিনটে ফ্রেট করিডোরের কথা বলেছে, আমরা তিনটে নয় 6টা করছি সারা বাংলাকে জুড়ে। কাজেই টোটালটাই মিথ্যে কথার ফুলঝুরি, হামটি ডামটি বাজেট। They know they will lose Bengal. They will lose in Bengal. That's why they are using SIR. If they have the guts, I will appeal them to contest us politically, democratically, instead of using the election commission and the agencies against the election. Haryana is lost because of this. Maharashtra is also lost because of this. Even other parts of the country also, they are using the same method. I will tell them, if you have the guts, fight the battle politically. We are ready to fight in inch to inch. But Bengal will win, Tamil Nadu will win, Kerala will win, and Assam they will lose. Thank you so much.
You are meeting the Chief Election Commissioner tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow 4 o'clock they have given us the time. We asked the official time. I cannot tell you later before that. When we will meet, then after that we can meet the press. Please don't tell me all these things. I have some own program. Let me finish that. I am going to Delhi after so many months, I think maybe years. So my MPs are also there. So I am the chairman of the parliamentary committee. It is my duty to meet them also once. I'll meet the press media also. I'll brief them also what is going on in the name of SIR, how they want to finish the federal structure. All I'll mention. भाई जो हमने कर दिया उसका बाद में तो कुछ नहीं हुआ। एंटी कॉल्यूशन डिवाइस भी मैंने कर दिया, फ्रेट कॉरिडोर भी इन माय टाइम आई हैव क्लियर्ड ऑल द प्रोजेक्ट। अभी कुछ नहीं है। वाराणसी में जो है, जो डिज्नीलैंड बना रहा है, मैंने सुना है, मैंने देखा है कि काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर हमारा इतना गजब का जाएगा है, उधर में आसपास में जो घाट वगैरह वगैरह जो है, जो बहुत सारी चीज है, लोकल लोगों को नहीं लेके बाहर से कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को लेके आके उधर में आमदनी कर रहा है। काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का पास डिज्नीलैंड बना रहा है। तो इट विल बी क्लियर whether they love religions or not. Thank you.
ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു ഒരു തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് കേരള, തമിഴ്നാട്, ബംഗാൾ, അസം, പുതുച്ചേരി ഈ സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളുടെ പേരുകൾ നമ്മൾ കുറേ കേൾക്കും. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയാമല്ലോ, ബീഹാർ തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പിന് മുമ്പ് അവർ പ്രസംഗത്തിൽ എത്ര പ്രാവശ്യമാണ് ബീഹാറിൻ്റെ പേര് കേൾക്കേണ്ടി വന്നത്. പക്ഷേ ഈ തവണ അതുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. അതും ഇതൊരു ഇലക്ഷൻ പ്രീ ഇലക്ഷൻ സ്പീച്ചും കൂടി പോയി തോന്നിയില്ല. അതുമാത്രമല്ല, അവർ കുറേ ടോപ്പിക്സ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടും കൂടി എന്താണ് അതിൻ്റെ സ്പെസിഫിസിറ്റീസ് അവർ ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിക്കാനായിട്ട് സാധിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ അഭിപ്രായത്തിൽ കേരളക്കാർക്ക് കുറച്ചും കൂടി സെൻട്രൽ അസിസ്റ്റൻസ് അത്യാവശ്യമാണെന്ന് നമുക്കറിയാം. അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ഒരു വാക്ക് ഞാൻ കണ്ടിട്ടില്ല. ഡോക്യുമെൻ്റ് നോക്കണം. ഫിഷറീസ്, ഫിഷിംഗ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ഡീറ്റെയിൽ കിട്ടിയിട്ടില്ല, നോക്കണം. ഇൻലാൻഡ് വാട്ടർവേസ് അവർ എക്സ്ട്രാ പൈസ കൊടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ കേരളത്തിൽ എന്ത് കിട്ടും അതറിയണം. അവർ കാഷ്നട്ടും കോക്കനട്ടിനെയും കുറിച്ച് സംസാരിച്ചു. അതിൽ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് കേരളത്തിന് എന്താ തരാൻ പോകുന്നത്, ഏത് രീതിയിൽ തരാൻ പോകുന്നത്. പിന്നെ ഹാൻഡ്ലൂം ക്ലസ്റ്റേഴ്സിൽ നമ്മളുടെ ഒരു ക്ലസ്റ്റർ ഉണ്ടാവുമോ? എൻ്റെ സ്വന്തം തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത് ബാലരാമപുരത്തിൽ ഹാൻഡ്ലൂം മേഖലയിൽ വലിയ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ട്. കൈത്തറക്കാർക്ക് വലിയ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ് ഈ സമയത്ത്. അതിനുവേണ്ടി വല്ല ഒരു സഹായം വരുന്നുണ്ടോ? പിന്നെ ഈ ഏർബൻ ക്ലസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് അവർ തീരുമാനിക്കും പറഞ്ഞു, സെൻട്രൽ ഏർബൻ ക്ലസ്റ്റർ. അതിനാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾക്ക് നല്ല നഗരങ്ങളുണ്ടല്ലോ, കേരളത്തിൽ എത്രയാണ് നഗരങ്ങളുള്ളത്? അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾക്കൊരു ഏർബൻ ക്ലസ്റ്റർ ഉണ്ടാവുമോ? അറിയില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് ടു മെനി ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ്. ഒരു ഡീറ്റെയിൽ തരാത്തൊരു പ്രസംഗമായ കാരണം നമുക്ക് ഈ ഡോക്യുമെൻ്റ് കണ്ട ശേഷമേ ഇതിനെല്ലാറ്റും കേരളം നിരാശ എന്ന് പറയാൻ സാധിക്കില്ല. ഞാൻ ഇപ്പം തന്നെ പറയുന്നില്ല ഞാൻ കംപ്ലീറ്റ്ലി ഡിസപ്പോയിൻറ്റഡ് ആണെന്ന്. പക്ഷേ ഇതുവരെ എനിക്ക് ഹാപ്പി ആവാൻ ഒരു കാര്യവും കിട്ടിയിട്ടില്ല എന്ന് സത്യമാണ്.
അങ്ങേയറ്റം നിരാശാജനകമായ ഒരു ബജറ്റ് പ്രഖ്യാപനമാണ് കേരളത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇത്തവണ കേരളം തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നു എന്നതുകൊണ്ട് അത് പരിഗണിച്ചെങ്കിലും ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാകുമെന്നാണ് പ്രതീക്ഷിച്ചത്. കഴിഞ്ഞ ഒരു ദശാബ്ദത്തിലേറെ കാലമായുള്ള അവഗണനയുടെ രാഷ്ട്രീയ ആവർത്തി ഒരു ഭാഗത്ത് നിൽക്കുമ്പോഴും എന്തെങ്കിലും കിട്ടുമെന്ന് പ്രതീക്ഷിച്ചു. ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനത്തെയും അതിൻ്റെ ജനങ്ങളെയും ഇങ്ങനെ അവമാനിച്ചൊരു ബജറ്റ് സമീപകാലത്ത് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടില്ല. സത്യത്തിൽ സുരേഷ് ഗോപിയും ജോർജ് കുര്യനും ഈ പരിപാടി നിർത്തി വല്ല കടലാമ നിരീക്ഷണത്തിനും പോകുന്നതായിരിക്കും നല്ലതെന്നാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്. കേരളം വളരെ കൃത്യമായൊരു പാക്കേജ് സമർപ്പിച്ചു. ഉറപ്പായിട്ടും അനുവദിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ചില ന്യായമായ ആവശ്യങ്ങൾ മുന്നോട്ട് വെച്ചു. ഇപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും അവസാനം
Good evening to all of you. The Finance Minister has presented the budget for 2026-27. I have a brief opening statement, and then, if you wish, we will take a few questions. Every pre-budget commentator and writer and every student of economics must be astonished by what he or she heard in the Finance Minister's speech to Parliament today. I accept that a budget is more than a statement of annual revenues and expenditure. In current circumstances, the budget speech must lay out a narrative that addresses the major challenges outlined in the economic survey released a few days ago. I'm not sure if the government and or the finance minister had read the economic survey 25-26. If they had, it appears that they have decided to discard it completely and fall back on their favorite pastime of throwing words, usually acronyms, at the people. I can count at least 10 challenges identified by the economic survey and many acknowledged knowledgeable experts. 1. The penal tariffs imposed by the United States have created stress for manufacturers, especially exporters. 2. Protracted trade conflicts that will weigh on investment. 3. The growing trade deficit, especially with China. 4. The low gross fixed capital formation, approximately 30%, and the reluctance of the private sector to invest it. 5. The uncertain outlook for flow of FDI into India and the persistent outflow of FPI for the last several months. 6. The agonizingly slow pace of fiscal consolidation and the continued high fiscal deficit and revenue deficit, contrary to the FRBM. 7. The persistent gap between officially announced inflation numbers and the ground reality in terms of bills for household expenditure, education, healthcare, and transport. 8. The closure of lakhs of MSMEs and the struggle to survive of the remaining MSMEs. 9. The precarious employment situation, especially youth unemployment. 10. Growing urbanization and the deteriorating infrastructure in urban areas, municipalities, and corporations. Now, there are many more. For example, the depreciation of the rupee. None of this was addressed by the finance minister today. None, not one of the challenges were addressed by the finance minister. It was therefore not surprising that the applause was perfunctory and most of the audience tuned out in quick time. In fact, I noticed that the telecast by Sansad TV switched off a few times. Even by an accountant's standards, it was a poor account of the management of the finances in 2025-26. Revenue receipts were shot by rupees 78,086 crore. Total expenditure was shot by rupees 1,503 crore. Revenue expenditure was shot by rupees 75,168 crore, and capital expenditure was cut by 1,44,376 crore. This is between the center and the states. Not a word to explain this miserable performance in revenue and expenditure. Actually, the center's capital expenditure has fallen from 3.2% of GDP in 24-25 to 3.1% in 25-26. Capital expenditure has actually fallen in the year that concluded. In revenue expenditure, the cuts have fallen in heads that concern the common people. I'm giving you some examples. Rural development, 53,067 crore is a cut. Urban development, rupees 39,573 crore. Social welfare, rupees 9,999 crore. Agriculture, rupees 6,985 crore. Education, rupees 6,701 crore. Health, rupees 3,686 crore. Funds have been cut in crucial sectors and programs. Expenditure on the much vaunted Jal Jeevan mission, you can't believe this number, was cruelly cut from 67,000 crore to a mere 17,000 crore. 50,000 crore has been cut in one program. In 26-27, it has been boosted in the budget to 67,670 crore, but what credibility does the number have? From 67,000, you cut it to 17,000, and you boosted it back to 67,000 crore. These numbers have no credibility at all. After the months-long exercise, the RE of fiscal deficit has adhered to the B at 4.4%. And the projection for 26-27 is that fiscal deficit will fall by a meager 0.1%, from 4.4 to 4.3. The revenue deficit will remain stationary at 1.5%. It's certainly not a bold exercise in fiscal prudence and fiscal consolidation. The most serious criticism of the budget speech is that the finance minister is not tired of adding a number of schemes, programs, missions, institutes, initiatives, funds, committees, hubs, etc. These are not my words. These are words in her speech. She has peppered her speech with schemes, programs, missions, institutes, initiatives, funds, committees, hubs. I counted at least 24. I leave it to your imagination how many of these will be forgotten and vanish by next year. Lastly, on part B of the speech, months after passing of the Income Tax Act 2026, that will come into force on April 1, 2026, the finance minister has tinkered with some rates. While the impact of the numerous minor changes has to be examined carefully, it must be remembered that the overwhelming majority of the people have no concern with income tax or income tax rates. As far as indirect taxes are concerned, the average person will be concerned with only paras 159, 160, and 161, where minor concessions have been given in personal baggage imported from abroad, and I welcome these minor concessions. Our verdict is that the budget speech and the budget failed the test of economic strategy or economic statesmanship. This is neither economic strategy nor economic statesmanship.
चिदम्बरम जी, चिदम्बरम जी का बयान अंग्रेजी और हिंदी में दोनों आपको आपके व्हाट्सएप और ईमेल में मिल गया होगा। तो अगर अभी आपके कुछ सवाल हैं तो आप हम पूछ सकते हैं, आपको मिल गया होगा, 1-2 मिनट में मिल जाएगा। अमिताभ।
थैंक यू जयराम जी और चिदम्बरम जी। मैं चिदम्बरम जी के इस बयान को संक्षेप में आपके सामने रखूंगा। जैसे कि उन्होंने कहा कि ये जो बजट है ये ना जीडीपी ग्रोथ, ना इन्वेस्टमेंट और ना रोजगार के लिए कुछ खास करता है। काश निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने अपना ही इकोनॉमिक सर्वे पढ़ा होता जो 2 दिन पहले रिलीज किया गया था। उसमें देश के सामने जो चुनौतियां हैं, हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था के सामने जो चुनौतियां हैं, विस्तार से उसका उल्लेख वहां उन्हें मिलता। इनमें से 10 मैं आपको संक्षेप में बताऊंगा। पहला है जो यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स द्वारा 50% टैरिफ जो हमारे देश पे लगा हुआ है, जिसका भारी असर हमारी एक्सपोर्ट्स पे पड़ रहा है। दूसरा, जो ट्रेड वॉर प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप की नीतियों के कारण अब हर पूरे विश्व में फैल रहा है, उसका भारी असर हम पे पड़ रहा है। तीसरा, चीन के साथ जो ट्रेड डेफिसिट हमारा लगातार बढ़ता गया है और इस साल $116 बिलियन तक पहुंच गया है। तो पूरी तरह इंपोर्ट्स चीन से भारत आ रही हैं। चौथा, जो हमारा इन्वेस्टमेंट रेट है जो 30% पे कई सालों से अटका हुआ है और जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर बिल्कुल इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं कर रहा है। आपको पता है कि बहुत सारे सालों से हर बजट में कोई ना कोई घोषणा हुई है, PLI, मेक इन इंडिया, आत्मनिर्भर भारत, लेकिन प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट लगातार 12% जीडीपी के रहा है। तो उनकी नीतियों का कोई इंपैक्ट नहीं है। तो हमें देखना है कि इस बार जो घोषणाएं हुई थी उनका क्या इंपैक्ट होता है। सिर्फ घोषणा पे चलने से कुछ नहीं बदलेगा। इससे जुड़ा हुआ है FDI और गिरता हुआ रुपया। लगातार रुपया गिरता हुआ दिख रहा है। एशिया का सबसे कमजोर करेंसी माना जाता है और इसका मुख्य कारण है कि पैसा बाहर जा रहा है। जो फॉरेन पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टमेंट है, फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट है, एक जमाना होता था कि पैसा भारत में आता है, लेकिन नेट एफडीआई अब बढ़ चुका है, नेगेटिव हो चुका है। और इसका कारण है, पहले जो निवेशक थे, इन्वेस्टर्स थे, वो भारत में इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर रहे थे। आपको मालूम है कि हर साल 4,000 से 5,000 हाई नेट वर्थ इंडिविजुअल्स, डॉलर मिलियनेयर्स दुबई, सिंगापुर, लंदन में अपना रेजिडेंसी लेते हैं। अब उनके साथ उनका पैसा भी जाने लग गया है। जो ओवरसीज डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट है वो इस साल $24 बिलियन तक पहुंच गया है और ये एक बहुत बड़ा कारण है कि रुपया लगातार गिरता हुआ दिखता है। जो बजट अभी जो प्रेजेंट किया गया उसका फिस्कल डेफिसिट 4.4% है और ये जो 3% का टारगेट था उससे बहुत दूर है अभी भी। सातवां कारण है कि जो इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ने बताया कि जो इन्फ्लेशन रेट, जो ऑफिशियल इन्फ्लेशन रेट जो डिफ्लेटर के माध्यम से बताया जा रहा है 0.6% बताया जा रहा है और इसी के बल पे हमें बताया जा रहा है कि ग्रोथ रेट 7.4% है। अब आप मुझे बताइए, इस देश में कौन सा घर है, कौन सा व्यक्ति है जिसका इन्फ्लेशन रेट 0%, 6% है, जिसको शिक्षा पे खर्चा करना है, स्वास्थ्य पे खर्चा करना पड़ रहा है, यातायात पे, खाने पीने पे 0.6% किसका अनुभव है, ये हमें दिखाना चाहिए। तो अगर इन्फ्लेशन रेट इससे ज्यादा है, इसका मतलब यही है, हो सकता है कि जो असली जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट है वो 7.4% से कम है।
अच्छा, ये कर रहे हैं क्या अभी? करना मोदी सरकार के पास अब नई आइडिया खत्म हो गई है। ये बजट भारत की कहीं अधिक आर्थिक, सामाजिक और राजनीतिक चुनौतियों के लिए एक सवाल होके बैठा है और खास करके ये बजट गरीब तबके के लिए इसमें कुछ नहीं है। इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए भी इनका कोई समाधान, सकारात्मक कोई सलाह या कोई कदम उन्होंने नहीं दिखाया। आर्थिक इकोनॉमिक सर्वे का जो ये दिखाता है कि व्यापार में अनिश्चितता भारत के लिए एक प्रमुख चुनौती बताता है, लेकिन बजट मुश्किल से इस समस्या को स्वीकार करता है। इसी तरह रुपए का गिरते हुए मूल्य के निपटने की भी कोई योजना उनके पास नहीं है। भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था का मूल संकट ठहरी हुई वेतन, कमजोर उपभोक्ता मांग और निजी निवेश में सुस्ती, लेकिन बजट में उपभोक्ता मांग के फिर से गति देने का कोई विचार नहीं दिखता। घरेलू बचत में कमी और व्यक्तिगत कर्ज के बढ़ते बोझ पर भी ध्यान नहीं दिया गया है। युवा शक्ति की तमाम पैकेजिंग के बावजूद शिक्षित युवाओं में फैली व्यापक बेरोजगारी के संकट का कोई समाधान नहीं है। वित्त आयोग का सिफारिश का अभी और अध्ययन करना होगा, लेकिन वे गंभीर वित्तीय दबाव में चल रही राज्य सरकारों को कोई राहत
The budget opens up and this is a youth-focused budget. So he is asking you, what is your stand?
Now, given one example of last year's budget, they initiated a PM internship program last year. 1,65,000 offers were made by companies, but only 20%, that is about 33,000 people, accepted the offer because the conditions were so unattractive. And after 33,000 which accepted the offer, 6,000 dropped out. So eventually, 1,40,000 offers were unattractive. So he must tell us which sector, which job is available to the youth. The unemployment rate for youth unemployment is close to 17%. Therefore, where does this budget create jobs? Where does this budget tell young people these are the jobs? I'm giving you an example of last year's budget program, and let's see what happened in this year's budget programs.
Good evening, sir. This is Mohit from ABP News. Sir, my question is about Trump. India will buy oil from Venezuela. Why is Trump announcing this? Will Trump decide from whom India should or should not buy oil?
I'm not Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary of President Donald Trump. Please ask about the Indian budget.
Sir,
So this time the government hasn't addressed much of the environmental concerns, but there is one big announcement which they have done is about the rare earth corridor. Rare earth corridor, which is being announced by the finance minister in this budget. Kerala chief minister has expressed a concern regarding this, saying that it will give a push to the private portfolios, and also this is going to dilute the environmental clearances. Do you agree with this statement? Are you also concerned about this new announcement which the government has done?
See, I'm never impressed by an announcement. I want to see the scheme. What are the conditions of the scheme? What is the amount provided for the scheme? And the technical data about the scheme. I don't want to comment upon an announcement. What is the use of an announcement unless you actually see the details of the scheme? Then I will comment.
चिदम्बरम साहब, बजट पर आपने बोला है, कुछ समय पहले ट्रंप ने भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को डेड इकोनॉमी कहा था, जिसका समर्थन नेता विपक्ष राहुल गांधी ने किया था। मैं आपकी राय जानना चाहता हूं आज के बजट के लाइट में कि आप भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था को कैसे देखते हैं? क्या आपकी राय में भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था डेड इकोनॉमी है?
Trump had described the Indian economy as a dead economy. So do you subscribe to the view that the economy...
Is the dead economy the subject matter of today's budget?
Because Rahul Gandhi also supported Trump's comments, sir.
The context in which President Donald Trump made that comment, the context in which Mr. Rahul Gandhi made the comment, I'm not aware. So I can't comment on either statement.
Are you aware about the Indian economy? In your opinion, whether Indian economy is dead or not?
You ask me about the budget, I'll tell you. This is a budget without an economic strategy, without an economic statesmanship.
आज के बजट में सर, मैं दूर दराज गांव से आता हूं, तो गांव का व्यक्ति बजट से कुछ उम्मीद करता है। जब बजट आता है उसको उम्मीद होती है कुछ आएगा। और आज 80 करोड़ का वो देश है हमारा जिसमें 5 किलो अनाज के लिए लोग पीड़ित हैं। अभी इस साल सरकार ने अनाउंस किया है कि टीसीएस और टीटीएस को कम किया है। किन के लिए? जिनके बच्चे विदेश पढ़ने के लिए जाएंगे। अब विदेश पढ़ने के लिए जाने के लिए तो 80 करोड़ से ऊपर वाले लोग हैं। 6701 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने शिक्षा का बजट कम कर दिया है। 6701 करोड़ रुपए शिक्षा का बजट कम कर दिया है। तो क्या ये मान लिया जाए कि ये देश सिर्फ और सिर्फ अमीरों के लिए बचा है, गरीबों के लिए नहीं बचा है?
Saying is that she is facilitating youth to go abroad and study while she is not making adequate allocations for education. तो सवाल क्या है? सवाल
See, this is, I understand the question. This is education, what the central government will spend on education. What this number I read, the cuts in the budget expenditure is about central government expenditure on education sector in India. Those who go abroad will go on their own money or on scholarship or on support from relatives or friends. This is cut in budget is to do with Indian government spending money on education sector in India.
I am also asking the same questions. Rural families, rural middle class families, no have money for foreign countries. They need minimum fees and minimum budget schools.
We are not talking about this. This number is not about foreign studies. This number is about Indian education. If rural families, poor families, middle class families do not have money to go abroad, I accept it. Even many upper middle class families are dropping their idea of educating abroad because the rupee is depreciated and Trump has made visas more difficult, student visas. So that is not the subject matter of this today's budget.
सर, सरकार की ओर से कहा जा रहा है कि जो जब से एनडीए सरकार आई है, मोदी सरकार आई है, डिफेंस के सेक्टर में यूपीए सरकार ने बहुत कम बजट रखा था, तमाम चीज़ों को ठीक तरीके से उतना मेहनत नहीं की, उतनी कोशिश नहीं की। लेकिन जब से मोदी सरकार आई है उसने डिफेंस सेक्टर में काफ़ी बढ़ोतरी करी है, इंक्रीजमेंट किया है बजट में और डिफेंस सेक्टर को पहले से बहुत मजबूत कर दिया है। क्या आपको भी ऐसा लगता है?
You are asking about comparative expenditure in UPA and comparative expenditure in NDA on the defense. Let me tell you the numbers. Defense expenditure as a total expenditure, as a proportion of total expenditure was 16% in 2013-14. Now, in 25-26, it has come down to between 14 and 14.5% as a percentage of total expenditure. As a percentage of GDP, we had touched 2.25% or 2.3% in 2013-14. This year, it is just below 2%. So either as a proportion of GDP or as a proportion of total expenditure, it has come down between UPA and NDA.
ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात है। ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात है जो अभी चिदम्बरम साहब ने कहा है